We built our walls for 50 years to keep the empires out, but now the crown is forged within of algorithms and doubt. A signature at midnight, the pen of kings disguised, a sovereign crown of numbers, an empire digitized. Shadows on the marble walls, whispers in the dome. The fire burns in secret halls, a kingdom takes its throne. $1 trillion Trojan horse rolling through our gates. Monarchs made of money, rewriting all our fates. Freedom sold for silver, the crown is bought, not earned. History repeats itself, the lesson never learned. Kuwait lit the fire on 53 with oil turned into gold. Desert kings became the lords, their empires bought and sold. From city group to sovereign streets, the bankers bowed heads. The horse grew strong in silence while the people slept instead. Steel and oil, blood and stone, the empire feeds the flame. From east to west, the story's known, the song is still the same. $1 trillion Trojan horse rolling through our gates. Monarchs made of money, rewriting all our fates. Freedom sold for silver, the crown is bought, not earned. History repeats itself, the lesson never learned. If falling is the future, then let me fall with fire. Better broken in the daylight than chained in their empire. $1 trillion Trojan horse storming every wall. A sovereign crown of data, the rise before the fall. Freedom sold for silver, the crown is bought, not earned. History repeats itself, the lesson never learned. The Trojan horse is waiting. Its secret is the throne, the crown of kings eternal. The people left alone. I walk past the men where the cold numbers ring, past the market of mirrors that ask me to sing. A spark in my pocket, a compass of gold says step into daylight and walk on your own. They're tagging our shadows, they're leasing our names. one at the end. They promised us safety for the price of our breath, a smooth little window that stares us to death. But barter and handshake and steel in the hand still purchase the living they don't understand. When the choir of comply harmonizes my fate, I'll answer with thunder from a sovereign state. Raise up the ladder of daylight higher than screens, higher than screens, over the turnstiles of data and ministry dreams, ministry dreams. I'll pay with a freedom no tyrant can spend. If the road has no exits, we'll cut one at the end. There's a key made of silence, a code made of trust. When the panopticon trembles, it falls into dust. Count down the seconds till the signal is clean. We'll settle our debts where the ledger can't see. Cut one at the end. And when morning remembers the names we forgot, we'll be richer in daylight than any they bought.
worth more than gold.
They draw your breath in numbers, they price your future pain. A mirror made of masses, who gets to heal, who waits. They call it care by AI, I call it roll the gate. A password on your pulse, a value on your fate. If code decides my body, then code will hear me say, I'm more than your prediction, I'm walking out today.
No compliance,
No color on my skin,
no alliance.
with algorithms set to win. You want my life in lines, I'll take the human sign. No more codes. They trademark all my secrets, they trademark how I sleep. Discounts wear like shackles, premiums like teeth. But sovereignty is simple, I choose how I heal. A doctor who can listen, a price that's finally real. If freedom is a firmware, then flash it in the night. Pull the plug on prison, bring bodies back to sight.
No compliance,
No color on my skin,
no alliance.
with algorithms set to win. You want my life in lines, I'll take the human sign. No more codes. DNA and ledgers, twins in phantom glass. Palantir in the rafters, counting every gas. If falling is refusal, then let the falling last.
No compliance,
Tear the barcode thin,
right defiance.
let the healing in. You want my life in lines, I'll sign with breath and time. No more codes.
Welcome back to the Aaron Day Show. This is Season 2, Episode 42. Tonight we have a special guest, Craig Wenclewicz, who's going to be discussing technocracy in the financial markets. So this should be very timely and a very important conversation, certainly as things are progressing very quickly behind the scenes, even if people aren't aware of it. They need to be. So before we jump into that, I want to just do some housekeeping and talk about the last few episodes, and also speak a little bit about the experience that we had at the Brownstone Institute event this weekend. If you didn't catch the last episode, it's an incredibly important one. I gave an advanced preview of OSARA, which is our global medical tourism marketplace. And I had an opportunity to actually show this to people live in Salt Lake City this weekend. This is an example of exactly the kind of thing that we need to be doing to counter technocracy, which is to build counters to technocracy, to build new systems and new ways of doing things outside of this dystopian digital prison system. And so essentially this OSARA site has, at the present time, 518 different global locations that you can go to for medical services. And as I've been discussing the last several episodes, you can get better healthcare at about an 80% discount if you shop around and do your research on a whole variety of healthcare related issues. It's not just cosmetic surgery anymore, which is what a lot of people think of when they think of medical tourism. You can actually get, for instance, in India, complex cardiovascular surgery for $2,000. And it has a better outcome rate than the Mayo Clinic and the Cleveland Clinic. there are hotspots in regions all over the world. It turns out Thailand is now leading the globe with $8.7 billion a year in medical tourism. There are pockets and places in, for instance, Mexico, a place called Molar City, where there are, I think, 530 or 350, you might have those reversed, dentists in a town that only has 5,000 people. It has the highest concentration of dentists on Earth. And what a lot of people think is that, well, if I'm doing medical tourism, these are flunkies from medical school or people that went to substandard places for their education. But what's actually happening, and has been happening for a couple of decades, is really good doctors that are interested in helping patients realize that they can't do that within the constraints of the American Medical Association, within the constraints of the insurance system, and then the fact that we now have the medical malpractice and the way that the entire structure is incentivized. And so these quality doctors are leaving to go where they can actually practice medicine. So oftentimes you may go to Thailand, or you may go to India, or you may go to Turkey, or you may go to Costa Rica, and you're actually, the doctor's actually trained at Johns Hopkins or Harvard and finally figured out how it worked and decided to exit the system. So we're going to be launching this publicly. I could launch it now, but we're going to do a real exhaustive examination of the content that we have in there and do a lot of testing, because I don't want to put something like this out without making sure the information is fully accurate. But we're going to put this out this month, and I think it's a great starting point. One of the things that we're going to do is we're going to encourage people to send a link to. We'll have an automatic, or we already have a link to email the facility and the doctor about accepting Zano and Freedom Dollar. And this is actually really important because, as it turns out, as I've been researching medical payments, if you're trying to use your credit card or even your bank, and I can certainly envision a situation in the future where you're using a regulated stablecoin and you're trying to buy these medical services. Let's say you're trying to buy a $25,000 surgery to replace a hip or something. Those transactions may be denied. PayPal has been notorious for doing this. Credit card companies are notorious for doing this. So there is a massive use case for people to start using Freedom Dollar and Zano today, and this is beneficial for parties on both sides to make sure that the transaction can actually get done. And on the side of the medical provider, they have to deal with a lot of credit card chargebacks and other issues. And so this is a tailor-made scenario. But rather than try to convince these medical facilities to sign up in advance, what we decided to do is to create the best global resource and website for information about medical tourism, about transparent, clear information about outcomes, the best interface for searching about this, the best guides to understanding how medical tourism works, what all the checklists are, what you need to look out for, and building in things like reputation management systems. We wanted to start with that and then use that as a way to push and make the medical providers aware of Zano and Freedom Dollar. So that's the strategy that we're taking with that. So anyway, check out that episode because I did walk through a very brief demo on this, and there'll be a lot of visual improvements and everything before the final launch later this month. The episode before that, season 2, episode 40, I really went in and made the case for medical tourism. And actually, as I was researching this episode, even I was floored. I've been talking about medical tourism for years, but I wasn't aware of the fact that it was now a $100 billion a year industry, growing at 25% a year. And so in the process of really understanding how this works, I laid out in this episode where the pockets are, and I gave the specific case studies of, all right, if you're looking for this kind of treatment, this is where to go, and this is how much you can expect to save, and these are the quality outcomes, et cetera. So if you want to get a refresher or not a refresher, but a quick update and understanding of what medical tourism is all about, check out that episode, or at least check out the first 45 minutes of it. I think that might have been one of the 5 or 6 hour podcasts. And then the episode before that, season 2, episode 39, wasn't actually Mike Adams. We're going to have Mike on next week. But we did talk about the uncensorable AI revolution. And I made the case, and this came up. This is one of the big takeaways I have from this Brownstone event, is that we have a situation where a lot of people are saying AI is a bubble, or where they're afraid of AI and therefore not embracing it. And so whether you like it or not, AI is here. My argument is that AI will be 1,000 times more impactful than the dot-com era. And a lot of people say, well, the dot-com era was a bubble. It was a speculative bubble for Wall Street dumping on retail at the end. But what it actually created were companies that now have a market cap of in excess of $5 trillion. It was actually a phenomenal success when you look at the amount of money that was invested at the startup stage versus what those companies are worth. And those companies, for better or worse, have completely transformed the economy. So whether we're talking about Google or Amazon or Facebook or any of these companies, everyone is using it either directly or indirectly through things like Amazon Cloud and Google Cloud, et cetera. I believe the AI revolution will be much more impactful than that. But now the question is, like all of these technologies, you can look at the dot-com era and say, yeah, this is where we got the censorship industrial complex. This is how we now have, this is now morphed into, the beginnings of a digital prison system. But as we talk about often on this show, and particularly when we're talking about crypto, there's a tyranny side and there's a freedom side. And that is true with AI as well. So I'm going to continue to show and share information with people on how you can use AI to actually improve your consciousness and your free will and to make better decisions by doing things like downloading brightu.ai, Mike Adams' AI, that he spent $2 million training on alternative data sets with natural health and other information. And if you just saw today, OpenAI has said ChatGPT will no longer provide medical advice or financial advice or legal advice. So here it comes already. And by the way, the reason that they're doing that isn't because the advice wasn't useful. I'm sure it's because they got profound pressure from the trade associations and because they are completely embedded with Operation Stargate in rolling out a centralized system where all of our data, health and otherwise, is being integrated. And is the basis essentially for a technocratic system. So it's not surprising that it's going that, in that direction, but there is a way out, which is to use systems like Mike's, which you can download on your own computer, and you don't even have to be connected to the internet to use it. So I'm going to continue to show people things that I'm using and then things that I'm building and things that I learn about so that people can feel empowered instead of afraid, because those who fail to interact with these technologies and use them are going to be in a very seriously bad situation moving forward. And we'll talk about that more in future episodes. We have the Technocracy Atlas site. Technocracyatlas.com is going to be launching in, I think, next week. So we're going to have our first AI chatbot where you can take all of this information, 10,000 plus articles, the content that Patrick Wood and others have put together, plus foundational documents on technocracy itself. So the idea here is to make this information about technocracy as accessible as possible, and that's just the first phase of the Technocracy Atlas. Future phases will involve being able to visually map all of the connections and who's involved with technocracy. Again, you can get Mike Adams' AI, self-custody AI, at brightu.ai. So I encourage you to, if you can download it, you don't have to download it. You can just use it online without downloading it onto your computer. So there's no, I don't want you to think there's a huge barrier to use it. You can just go to this website and start using it. But I recommend, if you can, download it to your computer. Kind of like they say with crypto, don't have, not your keys, not your coins. If you don't have your crypto in a self-custody wallet that you have in your possession, you really don't own it. I feel the same way moving forward about AI. And I'm very optimistic about the path moving forward, and I'm going to try to figure out how to communicate that through the 6 different initiatives and everything that we're doing at Daylight Freedom, because it's complicated to kind of explain all of this stuff. But I think these technocrats fighting amongst one another, their approach is that Silicon Valley operates on a winner-take-all philosophy. And so this is why Mark Zuckerberg's willing to pay a single developer $1.5 billion to work on AI, because historically, if you look at what happens, and I realized this because I formed an e-commerce company a week before Amazon in '95, and what you find in these big tech battles, and Peter Thiel writes about this in 0 to 1, is it's all about, you know, basically creating your own market and owning a monopoly, and that has been the dominant MO of Silicon Valley, and it works. So a lot of people will say, "Oh, it's a bubble," because look at all of these things that failed. But the people that are making the early stage investments in this know, you know, maybe only a couple of % of these investments are going to pan out, but the ones that pan out do like 1,000x or more return. And so this is just the structure and nature of how this works. The benefit for us is that this is a global battle for the technocracy. So you have companies in China and organizations in China also trying to compete. Everybody's trying to get to AGI, and some of the tactics that they're using against one another include, in the case of China, releasing a lot of their models open source so that you can download them onto your own computer. So we have the ability to benefit from what is massive overinvestment in some cases, or where a lot of these things are going to fail, but some of those technologies are now being put out there on an open source basis. So our ability to take control of our own data and to take advantage of these wars, to piece together these technologies, is going to give us the ability to, I think, become immune to when ChatGPT decides they're no longer going to provide medical or health or financial advice. So more on that in the future, but I think there is a very optimistic case scenario here. So I'll talk quickly about the Brownstone event in Salt Lake City. So this is, so my wife and I, we sponsored, we were one of the sponsors of the event for Daylight Freedom. This is the first event Daylight Freedom has ever sponsored. I mean, we've pretty much just been doing this, you know, behind the scenes or whatever, but this was our first kind of splash. And so, you know, we unveiled our new branding and everything at Daylight Freedom Foundation to lay out the 6 different websites and everything that we're trying to do, which is, it's the fundamental idea here is we want to empower free will and expose technocracy, but do this in a variety of different ways where we're promoting cognitive liberty, we're promoting emotional sovereignty, and we're promoting actional independence. So really we're trying to empower people. There are no white knights, but we do have the ability to take control of our own free will and our own destiny, and we can use some of these tools and techniques to do this. And so we talked a lot about the medical freedom marketplace. Very well received. I was on a panel with Ed Dowd and some others. Jeffrey Tucker moderated the panel, and I think you might have seen some of the clips from it. A couple of them went viral. And, you know, and because my approach was different than a lot of people at the conference, which is mine is, well, I'd say that the 2 big takeaways that I, from my talk were that you can either be for MAHA or you can be for medical freedom, but you can't be for both. And that rubs some people the wrong way, but it's absolutely true, and I want to explain this. So there are a lot of people in the medical freedom community that got behind MAHA, and the idea was, and their thinking was that, well, if they were successful at winning politically, that what would happen is, and the net result of this would be, people would be given their medical freedom back, the ability to make their own choices on their health care. That's what a lot of people thought. But what it's turning out to look like is Make America Healthy Again is, and I think Bobby Kennedy and others are essentially pushing now a technocratic agenda where their view is, well, we're going to make America healthy, and we're going to do this through government. We're going to do this through Palantir Healthcare, Operation Stargate. We're going to do this by collecting genetic information about children. We're going to do this about creating complete surveillance systems and putting in place wearables because, you know, we're going to bring together, I mean, this is kind of like an FDR mentality of we're going to build a brain trust and we're going to use the government to implement solutions to save everybody. And I will tell you, I could not be more fundamentally against a concept than that. It is, you know, this has failed over and over again, and it is the opposite of medical freedom. The government controlling these things, and when you dig into, and we've talked about this, these technocracy roundtables, when you understand what's going on and how AI is being applied, with insurance in terms of denying claims, and now that's being expanded to Medicare and Medicaid. But then when you really start to look at the horrors of what's going on with Operation Stargate, you will understand that this is not about freedom. This is about another group of people who think they're smarter than everybody else and are going to mandate every aspect of our lives. And think about what it means in terms of, oh, well, now you can't use your EBT card to buy sugary drinks. Well, that may sound great, but that's essentially the beginning of a social credit system. That's the beginning of a top-down system where technocrats are deciding every aspect of your life and every aspect of healthcare. And that is exactly what MAHA is actually doing. And so I believe the medical freedom community has been hijacked. I think the medical freedom community doesn't understand that it's been hijacked. It's very controversial for me to talk about, and I'm going to be publishing a series of articles to make the case about this. But of course, at the end of the day, making the case about this is the conclusion isn't vote harder or try to lobby your congressman. The solution to this is to do things like stop asking for permission and stop asking for forgiveness from this public health death cult and start using medical, tourism marketplaces and exercising your own decisions about your own health care without regard for what these people claim their authority is over you. Because at the end of the day, you're not going to fix the political process, and I've talked about that over and over again. There's much more about the Brownstone event, but I thought it was a great event and a lot of great takeaways from it. And it was, if you're a subscriber to Epoch Times, you can actually watch, and I don't even know if you have to be a subscriber. I'll see if there are other links, but you can actually watch all of the talks. So they did a great job professionally recording the whole thing. So I thought it was a terrific event and a lot of really great conversations. And I mean, I could talk about Walter Kern gave a great talk the first night at the VIP dinner. Just some phenomenal conversations that went on. But to me, again, the pivot here and the most important issues are understanding this MAHA versus medical freedom, and trying to inspire people to embrace AI or investigate AI, not as something as a control system, but how to use these tools to actually enhance your free will, enhance your consciousness, enhance your ability to basically achieve whatever it is your individual purpose is in life. Just a few more things. We have another Technocracy Roundtable coming up. I think it's November the 19th. I'll have to double check on that. But these Technocracy Roundtables are great. The last one we did was on AI. And of course, we have Craig on here with us tonight, and Courtney Turner and Patrick Wood and myself are doing those monthly. Critically important. And I've been saying this for a long time. People have to learn about technocracy. If you want to understand what is going on in the world, what's going on with healthcare, what's going on with things like, CBDCs and regulated stablecoins, and now the Clarity Act. If you want to understand what's actually going on there, you need to understand Technocracy, which is a 90-year-old movement. And it is a 90-year-old movement that essentially strips us of individual rights or property rights and moves towards a system where the entire economy is controlled by scientists and engineers, and the centerpiece of this technocracy movement is replacing the price-based system of supply and demand with an energy credit-based system or a carbon credit-based system. Well, I'm very excited to announce that Patrick Wood and Courtney Turner just released a brand new book called The Final Betrayal. And I've read about half of it already on the plane ride back, and I will tell you, this is an absolute must read. This book goes into and very concisely and very clearly explains exactly what is going on right now in ways that people need to understand, because there are a lot of people that are glorifying Palantir. There are a lot of people that are glorifying Elon Musk. This book goes in and explains what's going on and explains that, essentially Peter Thiel is playing 5D chess. Peter Thiel is actually kind of a grandmaster at chess. Literally, I think he's been playing since he was 5 or 6. It was outlined in the book. And so what is being put in place here, not just with Palantir, but with J.D. Vance and some of these other people, which ties into Curtis Yarvin and this whole dark enlightenment movement. This book lays out exactly what's going on. And this is technocracy finally being put into implementation after all of these years. And so I'm going to have Courtney and Patrick on to discuss this book. We haven't set the date yet, but hopefully in the next couple of weeks. But I am going to encourage you to either pick up a hard copy. I bought both. So I ordered a hard copy directly from Patrick Wood's website, technocracy.news. So I want to have a physical copy of this with me. I'll put it on my bookshelf once I get it. But I also got a Kindle version as well, which is what I read on the plane. But I mean, I can already tell you halfway through it, I'm like, okay, this is exactly the information that people need in order to understand concisely what's going on in very relevant, very direct terms. Now, I recommend all of Patrick's other books as well, and also his Technocracy Bootcamp to truly understand what this movement is about. But this book is incredibly actionable because it takes the movement and puts it into a modern day context and explains what is playing out right in front of our very eyes right this moment. And again, once you learn it, you can't unlearn it. So with that said, again, everything that we're doing here is about the war of technocracy versus freedom. And again, when you understand what technocracy is, the reason it's the end of free will itself is that when you can no longer make decisions about your life, when you have a social credit system where what you can do on a day-to-day basis is determined by, originally the idea was by scientists and engineers, but actually the evolution of this is it will be determined by AI. AI is kind of the final end state of technocracy. So what decisions you can make about where you live, what you eat, what content you have access to, literally every aspect of your life will be micromanaged by AI under this technocratic model. So this is why this is what's important. It's not about Republicans or Democrats or the U.S. versus China or Russia or BRICS or any of that. None of that matters because it's actually a fight for a global technocracy. And so, as I said earlier, the good news is that these technocrats are fighting amongst themselves because they want control. There's the mindset of it's winner take all. So there are cracks here, but then also the opportunity to take this technology and integrate it and develop on it and make it more powerful for individual use. So with that said, I'll bring on Craig Wenclewicz now to talk about technocracy in the financial markets. And this should be a great conversation and very important work. I'm a big fan of Craig. I don't even know how long ago it was. Craig, was a year and a half, year ago? I don't know. Maybe 2 years now.
Goes fast.
Yeah, but Craig's been doing phenomenal work covering the markets for years and years and years, and has kind of a particular approach at looking at this with Harmonics, but then also with kind of a lens on technocracy. So very grateful to have him on and to get his expertise on this, and also very much appreciate his participation on this technocracy roundtable. So Craig, thanks for coming on.
Good.
We've got a little bit of an echo here.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Is it still?
It's not here now. I'll just keep myself muted when you talk. Maybe we'll see how that goes.
All right, sounds good. Did you happen to see, Aaron, today the deal with Amazon? They inked a $38 billion deal with OpenAI for NVIDIA.
I did notice that, and then I saw the long list of deals that OpenAI has done. It's a pretty substantial list with NVIDIA and AMD and Oracle and everything else. And this is just a new $38 billion deal.
Yeah, yep. They come every day. It's amazing. All right, great. Well, thanks for having me, Aaron. And thanks for the update on that. And congratulations on sponsoring that. That's great. That's a great thing.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad to do it. I mean, I'm a fellow at the Brownstone Institute, and actually, when I talked to Jeffrey early on, I'm like, hey, I would love to be a part of Brownstone, but also I would love to, ultimately spin off and do a nonprofit focused on what we've been talking about, technocracy and counters to technocracy. So it's great to see that this is kind of finally that coming to life.
Yeah. That's great stuff. I was like, that's awesome. I'm glad you guys are sponsoring it. It's good. So we need to do, right?
Absolutely.
All right. Okay, so what I want to do tonight is go through a perspective from markets and technocracy. And what I like to do when I'm looking at markets is look at them from 5 different perspectives. So we've got, let me see if I can get this going here. First off, let's just define what at least my perception of what technocracy is. And Aaron's been doing such a great job of covering this. And I've been learning a lot along the way too over the last, I'd say year and a half. That's probably about right. What is technocracy? And how does this tie into the market? So that's what we want to get into tonight. And so just a quick definition of it. It's a system of governance where decision-making is guided by technical experts rather than political or market forces. Now, I use something called harmonics, and I believe that it's the natural cycles that are out there. So it's a battle for me. I'm very fascinated by this whole thing because I use the harmonics and I couldn't function in the markets without them. And I can see when people are manipulating and trying to push markets around, we've done a bad job, right? Just as a society of allowing too few people to gain too much power, too much money, too many wealth and power transfers, through things like the, 2001 NASDAQ bubble, right? The 2008 real estate crisis, the obviously the repo crisis in 2019. And then that led, in my opinion, to the COVID scam. Okay. And so the COVID alone was what, $5 to $7 trillion wealth and power transfer. And so every time that money gets transferred, right, we basically rack up debt and that money goes somewhere. Okay. Obviously, it was paychecks out to everyone and so forth, right? Basically, a little hors d'oeuvre of what universal basic income would look like, little handouts. All the money goes out. And then the question is, where does it go from there? Okay, and it probably finds its way through the hands of corporate structures and into, the hands of the few. All right. And so when that happens, they get stronger, like the BlackRocks out there. Okay, the BlackRocks would be one of the front and center ones, and we've just seen recently where the Larry Fink has been appointed to take the place of Klaus Schwab, or I think we had an interim guy in there. I can't remember his name because he was short lived, but again, a crazy looking character right out of like a Bond movie or something like that. And then now we have Larry Fink in there. And even worse than that, we have our central bank, our Federal Reserve, could potentially be positioned with Rick Rieder, right? Most people aren't going to know that name, but Rick Rieder ran the fixed income at BlackRock through all these things, through the 2008 real estate crisis. Okay, when BlackRock was basically employed, okay, by the central bank to run a lot of this stuff. Again, Aaron talks about this stuff too on the databases and so forth, right? The central banks, Federal Reserve uses the database system for all the transactions, monitoring all this stuff. So it's all connected here, right? That's the big thing, is it's all connected. And so we're now seeing that we could have Rick Rieder, okay, a BlackRock guy, very smart guy, but I've never been a huge fan. And now that he's on the short list of people to be the next Fed chair, and I want to get into that today too. What is a Federal Reserve? And now that we're seeing it in its later stages, and we'll talk about currencies and fiat currencies in their later stages, and this transition that we're going through. And the question is, what is the power of the Federal Reserve, right? I've been talking about this on my show for the last couple of weeks in the mornings. And, the Federal Reserve has a dual mandate, and their dual mandate is price stability with inflation. And their other side of their mandate is maximum employment. And if you think about AI, what's it going to do? It's going to take the power out of the hand of the Federal Reserve. Okay. And it's going to sort of strip some of one of their mandates, which is maximum employment. They're not going to be in control of that. Who's going to be in control of that? The AI, the technocracy. Okay. Think about the inflation. Same kind of thing. Today, we're going to talk about commodities, okay, and interest rates and currencies a little bit, right? We're going to touch on these things, not go too deep, but just kind of skim the surface of the stuff. We can always come back and do deeper dives, upon Aaron, if he wants to dive into something, I'm happy to come back on and dive into some of the stuff with him. But again, think about that. The Federal Reserve's losing its dual mandate. And then we have this character called Stephen Moran, right? He was on the National Economic Council. The Trump administration moved him quickly because he'd already been Senate approved, right, to be in that position. So they moved him quickly to take a position on the FOMC, basically doing a corporate takeover of the Federal Reserve. And so they slid him in there, and then they had a couple people, they had Christopher Waller and Michelle Bowman, and they were starting to stacking the deck like you would on a corporate board, okay? So those kind of things we're trying to keep in mind here as we think about this. You know, this technocracy movement. I come from a perspective of these harmonics because I think that's ultimately what drives the markets, right? These natural laws, these natural things that occur in nature, okay, a vibration, right? Things have a vibration. What we can't do is let the technocracy strip that away because they could change the dynamics of this to the point where, you know, we could tokenize things and we could take away the freedom of markets. Okay. And I'm a believer that we're all connected. Markets are connected. People are connected. We're all connected in some way or another. And if all of a sudden they get control of all those little, you know, nodes in between us and the markets and freedom and that kind of stuff, then guess what we get? We get this technocracy. We lose some of this natural law. And what is that? You know, it's stripping away our freedoms and our rights, you know, and our God-given freedoms and rights. So that's kind of where I'm coming from on this. And this is, you know, the definition of technocracy from where I'm coming from. So let's roll forward here a little bit. In economic terms, it emphasizes the efficiency, sustainability, and the resource optimization over profit. So this is kind of what I'm talking about, right? The natural law, the harmonics of things is kind of the supply and demand, right? What people need, fear and greed, right? You know, the sun rises, the sun sets. You know, when the sun rises, things heat up and we get wind and turbulence and things like that. When the sun sets, everything cools down and things become pretty dormant. It's that kind of thing, right? That rising and setting of the sun, you know, going round and round and round, fear and greed. You know, we go through these cycles in markets and fractals. Fear, then greed, then fear, then greed. We cycle back and forth through all this stuff. And this is that vibration, right, that happens. And we can track that, monitor, and we can actually use it to project out in the future. But if we let this technocracy take over, from my perspective, that can really start to dissipate. And I've been watching these markets for 30 plus years, 120,000 hours. So I've seen this kind of stuff happen. I've watched the transition as we've gone from algorithmic trading to now AI trading. You can see there's different things going on in the markets. They still function like normal, okay, but it's dissipating, right? It's definitely being stressed, okay, from a truth and a natural law type of a perspective. Okay, so let's get rolling here. So I want to go through this stuff. So market technocracy, I want to look at it in terms of these, right? We've got currency, okay, we've got debt markets, we have energy markets, we have equity stock asset markets, public-private side, but we'll mostly be thinking about public side here. It doesn't really matter. Public and private, still the same kind of phenomenon that goes on there. And then we have the commodity markets. Okay, so let's jump in here to the currency markets here. So I want to go into this. We've got this situation here where we get into these periods of technocratic policy tools, all right? And this is a way to this is maybe a gauge, right? Aaron does a lot of work too with monitoring where we are. How much freedom have we lost? I want to kind of do the similar type of assessment tonight with what have we seen going on? And does this kind of fit in that technocracy umbrella? Okay. We see tariffs, right? We had tariffs initially came out 73 different countries. Okay. Then we saw trade barriers, right? We saw these things like the Section 232 tariffs on steel and aluminum. Okay. And again, we put it under this, the quotations of national security. And we do have issues, right? That was this whole trip that President Trump just took last week over to Asia. A lot of it's about national security, right? Rare earth metals, rare earth minerals, and and a lot of things, right? They were talking a lot. The AI chips were supposed to come up, right? The Blackwell chips versus the H20 NVIDIA chips. That was going to come up. The soybeans was a big thing. You know, we were watching the soybeans to see, like, was this deal going to go through? Because soybeans would be a pretty good indicator of that, right? President Trump was pushing for, the agricultural space. And then the hidden thing that was there was the defense, all right? You know, when he ended up in Tokyo, there was kind of a couple creepy little clips that came out of him talking about Japan buying our defense supplies. And that's going to be a part of what we're talking about tonight, too, is some of the defense side of this stuff, too. We'll probably just briefly touch upon that. And then obviously South Korea. Okay. So we've got this Asian rim and this quiet, sneaky little thing of defense that's going on over there. And then we see, these issues. Today we saw a clip, and maybe I'll run one of these. I'll have to check with Aaron if these clips actually run. Maybe if you're around, Aaron, let me know, because then what we can do is I can check these. I want to see if these clips actually run and they'll push through. So, because I've got 3 or 4 of them we can run today. I forgot to ask you that ahead of time. But
I'm here.
Good. Can I test one real quick?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let me test this. Let's just run this one while we're at it. This one, I know I saw this on your post, and I wanted to run this one too. Christine Lagarde. Let's see if this plays.
I can't hear the audio.
Can't hear the audio on it.
So
Let me try that. Does that help?
no. I know what I need to do to get the audio is I have to share a tab within the browser that I'm using.
Okay.
Otherwise, I've had issues with it. If there's a way to, I mean, the worst case scenario is you can actually play it through your speakers and have it go through your mic. That's not exactly the high tech way of doing it, but that's Plan B.
Yeah. No risk over there, right?
Yeah, none.
All right. We'll skip it, but we'll get into that. Christine Lagarde, there's a couple things that President Trump was out talking about after this, on the back end of this Asian trip. And then Christine Lagarde also on the energy front, okay? And there we could do deep dives on what's going on in Europe, and maybe we'll touch upon that a little bit tonight. But anyway, back to these tariffs, okay? Part of this technocracy is gaining control over some of these things, okay? I just want to introduce some of these concepts, all right? So we had the Section 232, right, for national security. Then we had the Section 301 investigations, okay, alleging that unfair technological transfer and practices. So that kind of fits in this realm too, right? And this acted as a trade barrier to imports from China, okay? And then we get these reciprocal tariffs, right? Kind of a baseline tariff. So if you have a tariff on us, we'll put one on you, that kind of a thing. And then we get these non-tariff barriers, investment, export control restrictions, which we saw coming through last week. You know, that was a lot of what they were, seemed like that was the real focus of some of these rare earth minerals, right? The export controls. And then we get into things like sanctions, okay? And so sanctions we're talking about so far under this administration, we've seen things like this global Magnitsky, the Act Human Rights, I think it was Executive Order 13818. And then we had this Iran nuclear deal, okay? That was targeting financial issues, energy, and also shipping, and a few other things. Then we had this Executive Order 13871 on iron, copper, and steel. That was a big deal out of the gate. Then we had this thing, this CATSA. It's countering America's adversaries and something else. I can't remember exactly what that one is. But that one was going after Russia, right? Sanctions there. And then we had this ICC, this International Criminal Court. So we've seen a lot of things on the sanctions front, right, that kind of fit under this technocracy umbrella as well. And then we get currency interventions. Just over the last couple of weeks, we've seen things going on in Argentina. Okay, down in South America, it's very active right now. We've got Venezuela's heating up, Brazil's heating up. Colombia is obviously heating up. You know, again, a lot of this is being pushed upon the drug trade and so forth with Venezuela and Colombia. But then we also have a lot of things going on down in Argentina. And there's this big influence globally, okay, that, you know, China's been selling their agriculture into South America, and we haven't been. We haven't been selling our agriculture to China, okay? And what does that do? It gives China a lot of influence. So again, you know, back to how these markets get connected, all right? Hopefully that draws a little bit of a connection of even the agricultural markets are connected to the currency markets, connected to the debt markets, connected to the commodity markets and so forth, all right? But then we have these, and so that currency intervention with Argentina, we saw this, a $20 billion debt swap, currency swap, okay, with Argentina. And we know that this is because the currency, the peso, is in trouble. And I want to get into this tonight a little bit about how these currencies, as we transition out of these fiat currencies into some other form of currency, which we can almost inevitably see is coming, okay? Because with technology, this old form of currency is probably going to go by the wayside. The question is, how does it go by the wayside, right? And I have a little bit different thought on how this can happen. I want to kind of go through that tonight. But back to Argentina, $20 billion swap out of the U.S., and people were getting frustrated over this, right? Farmers were throwing fits saying, wait a minute, how are you funding Argentina when Argentina's selling all their agriculture to China, and China's not buying ours? You're just subsidizing Argentina and so forth, right? So this goes into a lot of this, you know, control, right? I wouldn't call it monarchy control, but I would call this some form of control, okay? And again, it's all masked in defense. And it might be. A lot of it is in defense. Like, we don't know. We don't get a lot of the reports as to what's really going on. We don't know that every one of those boats really has drugs in them and so forth, okay? But we do know that, we do know the influence that currency has. We do know the influence that the purchase and selling of these agricultural products and so forth can have. So Scott Bessent, our Treasury Secretary, offered a $20 billion debt swap, a currency swap with Argentina, and then they put together another $20 billion package for the private private banks to come in and backstop some of it too. This is a lot of what we're seeing too with when we come in with like Intel, right? Intel was kind of on the ropes a couple months ago. I'd say June, July, Intel looked like it could potentially just fade away into the distance. Then all of a sudden the government got behind it, took a 9.9% stake in it. And then what did the government do? They came in with NVIDIA and they said, hey, NVIDIA, you need to invest in Intel. And NVIDIA, and they probably explained it, they probably sat down and figured out this is actually good for us because it brings chip manufacturing, foundry, the more advanced chip manufacturing back into the US, not just in Taiwan. And with that, the NVIDIA gains control, the technocracy gains control, and it's the same kind of a thing here if you think about it with this currency, okay? The US goes into Argentina, does a currency swap, and they come in and they say to the private banks, to the public banks, right? JP Morgan and some of these others, can you guys offer lending facilities and so forth? And we don't know what all the structure of this is, but they were kind of balking on it, right? To some degree. But you can see this is how that technocracy kind of creeps, right? The government takes the lead role and then they coerce other companies to follow in their footsteps, right? And kind of help push things through, right? So it's this kind of, I wouldn't call it a public-private partnership, but it's sort of like that, right? Sort of like a public-private partnership. Okay, so it gives a little bit of background on the currency side of stuff. And then we've got payment system infrastructure. Okay, we think back to PayPal, the original PayPal mafia. I've been on with Aaron. I'm sure he's covered this extensively, and I know there's intention to cover more because we've even talked about it with where is this PayPal mafia and where have they all gone, right? Where have they all branched off to? And a lot of them are in this whole space, this payment system, and whether it's, the tokenization, the coins, the technology, they're out in this space, right? They haven't gone away. Most of them are still circulating out there, running other companies, doing other things. Okay. And there's quite a few of them and they're out and about. Right. And so we see this and in this currency technocracy space, right? So we're kind of bridging this currency and the technocracy. All right. So let me move on here. Let's get to this next slide. So we've got, let's see, what do we have here? We've got, okay, so here's what comes with, so when this global currency system is under some kind of a structural pressure, and that's what comes from the stuff before, right? Like we were talking about, we've got these tariffs, we've got these trade barriers, we've got the non-tariff barriers, right? The sanctions, the currency interventions, the payment system infrastructure. When we get that, we get more volatility in the currency markets, right? We get increasing structural risk around the world, okay? We get, let me see what else we have on here. We can just put them all out here. A wider array of events to monitor. That makes sense. Currency kind of has its place, but it's getting a little bit stretched out, right? Normally, currency is really based around trade and interest rates. Now we're getting more geopolitical risk and other things that are out there. We always have geopolitical risk, but it's with these tariffs, it increases, right? Just an increase in this. Then we get geopolitical tensions and as well. I just want to make sure I've got this. Okay, let me get all those out there. I think, let me go back to this. Okay, here we go. So we got it all up there. All right. So we have the increased structural risk, more volatility in the currency markets, a wider array of events to monitor. Okay, with all this technocracy, all these activities are taking place, right? Under the guise of national defense. And again, a lot of it probably is, but some of it may not be. Okay. And there might be longer lasting intentions out of some of this. Okay. So then we get this clearly approaching transition period. And we can see this week. And that was a clip that I was going to run there with Christine Lagarde, the European Central Bank, in the statement that they're going full force ahead with the digital currency. And they say by 2029, they can have it fully implemented. So that means, what does that look like in 26, 27, 28? It means probably some kind of a ramping up. And where will they start? Okay, that's some of the stuff we're going to be watching for too, as we watch this thing unfold. And why do we care about Europe? Europe's in deep economic trouble, okay? And what do they normally do? They go to war. So that's why we're watching this, geopolitical risks and tensions, okay? Things like obvious things that are out there right now. Russia, Ukraine, this Asian rim we were talking about, the trip last week, and that underlying thing I was talking about, the defense part of it, right? That briefly gets talked about, but it's really not the focus. But we know that Taiwan is a big deal, okay, to China. China wants to get Taiwan, and Taiwan obviously produces a lot of these chips. The world would be in big trouble if Taiwan got taken over by China. Okay. And so that was a big part of this trip, I think, is laying the groundwork for President Trump saying to Japan, we're going to protect you no matter what. You just call us if you have anything. I think that was pretty much his direct quote. If you need anything at all, you just call us, is basically what he said. Similar kind of a thing in South Korea. So the point here is the currency, right? What impacts currency around the world, right? Trade fragmentation, global systems that can break into smaller payment blocks. If you start losing the global structure as it is, okay, we could get these trade blocks that we're so used to, the dollar, right? The euro could break apart very easily here in the near future. It's a very flawed system, right? Common currency, but all the participants in there have their own debt markets. So it's a very flawed system. So we could see these big trade blocks, these big currencies that sit over these trade blocks be broken into smaller systems, okay? More volatile, and it would be a pretty volatile transition into some kind of a currency, but two, some kind of a payment system. How's this going to transition? We could spend days on that, okay? But all we're trying to do is just kind of hit the surface of some of these things. The currency volatility, the trade fragmentation that's occurring, the geopolitical risks and tensions that we know are out there, right? Russia, Ukraine, the Asian Rim, Middle East, Israel, 7 wars basically being fought by Israel right now through that whole region. And their partnership with Egypt in a lot of ways on the commodity front. And we'll talk about that when we get to the energy space in a little bit. All right. And then we have South America, this Venezuela thing where President Trump was just out yesterday. Last night, I think it was on 60 Minutes, he was out saying, he was asked the question, how long does Venezuela have? And he's like, I think not very long, right? With Maduro, right? Maduro is going to get displaced. Okay. So it's going to be some kind of a coup d'etat down there. And the question is, what are they after? So we can just look at this from a geopolitical, or we can keep in mind the technocracy of this. Okay. What's going on from a technocracy perspective? And we have to circle it back to currency. Okay. So we have this war, defense, and spending push, high defense budgets, Europe to spend 5% of GDP. Okay. We see Germany leading the way on this. Germany's in deep trouble because of the automotive sector and so forth. All right. And now what we see is this shifting financial architecture taking place, right? A lot of people are saying that people love to trash the dollar, okay? And it's rightfully so in a lot of ways, right? We've run up a lot of debt and we basically debase the currency. But the question to me here is, and this is one of the things I want to really take a look at. We'll look at a couple charts here on this because I think it's important to take a look at it and see what's the real perspective on this dollar, because the dollar is the big dog in the world still. I mean, it's still the vast majority of trade. And we see things getting pegged to it, right? We see the stable coin getting pegged to the dollar, right? Or to treasuries, something like that, right? It's getting pegged to some dollar-based something, which creates demand for it in a lot of ways. All right. So we're trying to get this geopolitical perspective, right? We're trying to think about the currency, what's all this stuff going on, the tariffs, all this geopolitical shift that's taking place, the volatility, the risks that come with it, all these things that we need to monitor as all this stuff unfolds. And then this transition that we're talking about, right? Christine Lagarde, there's no one out there better than her, right, at this moment to laugh at of this digital currency expansion. Okay. I mean, she was just out last week saying this, and it's almost jaw-dropping to some extent. Okay. So let's see what else we've got here. I think we're good on that. So let me take a look at this. I want to go into global currency system. So just a quick recap. It's under structural pressure, trade fragmentation, geopolitical risk, shifting financial architecture, attempted de-dollarization, which I'm going to shoot that one. I'm going to take a different perspective of that one here in a second. And then historically, like we were talking about, currency was pretty simple. You got trade plus you got interest rates. All right. It's pretty simple. That's what used to drive currencies the most, but it's changing. It's changing a lot as this whole technology situation shifts and all these things are underway. Okay. This shift that we see taking place globally. All right. And then we have this longer term. A currency is usually defined by, it's historically been defined by its culture, the productivity of a country. So the culture of a country, the productivity of a country, and the ability of that country to defend itself. And that's why the dollars really reign supreme, right? Strong culture, strong productivity. US is the strongest most productive country in the world for a big economy, and obviously its ability to defend itself. Okay, so that gives us a little bit of background on this dollar. All right, now what I want to do is, okay, so that's debt technocracy. We'll come to that here in a second. So let's take a look at this. I just want to take a look at the dollar here for a second and go in here and all right, so here's a picture of the dollar, right, over a what I would say a 25-year time frame. So you can see up here we've got 2000, all right, dollar hits a peak up here back in 2000, okay? Then it takes a pretty steep dive down into right around in here 2005. So again, we go through the Nasdaq bubble, we kind of get through that, and then we get this real estate crisis through this window of time, right through here between these, right this, let me just mark this. So we got this space right in here. We get this decline here, essentially as we go through the real estate crisis. And then we bottom, right? The dollar kind of bottoms out. And what I want to point out is two things here. Okay, we have this upward sloping trend channel, right? That's defined by, think of it like two railroad tracks here. We've got, you know, this channel that's going up. And you can see I've marked it with a lot of these yellow circles. So let me pull this off here so it's pretty clear. We've got these yellow circles that are defining the upper end of this, you know, essentially the trend channel, right? The reaction to this trend channel. So since 2008, this is the dollar index, and it's been in an uptrend, even though the mainstream media trashes it, and everybody in the world, all central banks essentially trash the dollar, okay? And there's lots of reasons behind this, but I just want to show that the trend has been up, okay? And the other thing I want to show is we've got two darker purple lines that come together as this converging triangle, right? And when we get these converging triangles that happen like this, and they build over a period of time, this is a long time build, from 2020 to essentially now 2025. We got a 25-year build in this converging triangle. I marked it with that pink box at the apex, right? The apex of this triangle. Usually, from a technical perspective, we can say when a market is above that apex, that pink box, the trend is going to tend to stay up. Okay, so we've got this upward sloping trend channel that we can see the dollar's reacted to this multiple times. Okay, I don't know what, 1, 2, 3, 4 times on the upside, and what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times on the bottom, 7, because we just had another reaction down in here recently. Let me just mark that one right down in here off that trend channel. And so the question is, can this dollar make a move back up and retest this 2000 high? All right. And what would that mean? What does it mean for the technocracy? What does it mean for the world? What does it mean for the US? What would this mean if this happens? Okay. A couple things. Typically, when the dollar goes up, it's deflationary. And could this be could all the stuff that's going on from the Stablecoin Act, the Genius Act, the things that are driving money into the US, all the foreign direct investment that's coming, that President Trump's been dragging out of other places, like he just confirmed last week a $550 billion blank check out of Japan for the US to use however they see fit, with some sort of terms as to how they're going to pay that back to Japan over time. But essentially, you know, trillions of dollars coming into the US with foreign direct investment. Are we the capital of this technocracy movement, right? Are we going to be the ones that lead this? The technology or the technocracy? That's the question, right? Are we going to lead this technology front? Okay. Or are we going to lead the technocracy? And that's why it's so important to understand who the cast of characters are, like the J.D. Vances, the Peter Thiels, like Aaron was talking about early on in the show. Okay. Because again, these are going to be the people that would lead this technocracy in. The technology by itself isn't bad. But what we're seeing is the dollar is the recipient of this stuff. Okay. And so can it go higher? Right. That's the question. Now, what I've been doing here is I've been looking at dollar shorter term, right? So this is what I do as a trader, right? Trading markets is I look at this and I look for opportunities. If you look out there's not many people thinking the dollar can go higher. Okay. So back in this area, I was kind of laying this out. You know, we've got this purple shaded zone going across here, right? There's a 4-hour chart in the dollar, and it's at like what, 98. So 98 on the index, right? So the dollar kind of hovers around this 100. It's a big psychological level, just kind of like Bitcoin, 100,000 or 125,000, big psychological levels. This 100 on this index is a big psychological level. So you can see, so is this 98. Okay. The market got up to this 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and then it broke through. Once it broke through, it came back and it did a retest of this. So we're talking about time frame. Let me just give you the time frame. So this is like early August back in here. And then we get this, we break through in early October. So this is like October 7th. Dollar pushes higher up into this region, up in here, pulls back into that purple shaded zone. Okay. So again, what was the ceiling now becomes a floor. We call this resistance and support. And the dollar retested again just last week. This spike down off of some data. I can't remember what this was. I can't remember what this spike was on the 24th. This may have been on a Friday when this may have been, wow, that's a whole other story. When President Trump, we've had multiple issues on several Fridays now. 4 Fridays ago, we started this, and then this might have been one of those events. Anyway, the point is this, that the dollar seems to be holding support on this purple shaded zone. And now it's starting to climb higher. Okay. I marked this little blue box in here. This is what I like to call an energy build. So when we get these, you don't know which way a market's going to break, but you know that there's energy built up. Markets kind of breathe in and breathe out. Back to that vibrational pattern, right? You know, of how these harmonics and these markets work. And again, the natural law, you know, human beings, 8 billion people on planet Earth, everything's connected versus the technology, the technocracy, right? Changing the world, right? From natural functioning to a technocratically driven system, right? Which is what we want to avoid, the technocratically driven system. So we get this vibration in this dollar, okay? We get this breathing in, breathing out, right? And that's what we see with that blue box. The dollar starts to push higher. Okay, now let's look at a daily chart, right? So now I'm looking at this. We've got this, again, this is this 100 level, right? This psychological level, right? So we've got this, you can see the reactions here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so there's definitely some memory at this level. Market goes above, comes back down, gets below it. Okay, and the question is, can it climb back above that purple line, right, where it has some memory? Now, it looks pretty good to me. I won't get into all the details. It's kind of climbed above the moving average. There's some technical things going on here. And we have another one of these energy builds, right, where that blue box is at, right? The energy is building up for this dollar to potentially go higher. So let's take a look at this now. I think I have this. See if I can find this one. Maybe it's on this chart. Boy, I thought I had this ready to go. Okay. Let me see if this is it. Anyway, I'll see if I can find that here. Let's see here. Let me go out this way. Might be here. Okay, so this is it. This is what I was looking for. This is a harmonic structure, all right? And so we have a big picture, right? Back to this thing. We have this idea that this market's been converging in for a period of time, right? It's been building up energy, and the trend has been up since 2008. So we have two things. The trend's been up since 2008 after the real estate crisis. We have this converging triangle coming together, okay? That usually can lead to a big trend, right? We have an energy build going on there, right? We looked at the 4-hour chart, right? It looks pretty good. You know, the dollar looks like it's making some progress. We have a daily chart there. Dollar looks like it's making some progress. And so now what we're going to look at is this harmonic structure, right? This pink shaded zone here is where this energy can build. So what we'd like to see is this dollar build energy in here. Once this happens, it's a lot like plucking a string on an instrument, right? You pluck a string on an instrument and you get harmonic eighth levels that go out, right? You know, it's kind of like throwing a rock in a pond and the waves ripple from, you know, where the rock hits the water and it ripples out to the shoreline, hits the shoreline, you know, and then it starts to bounce back, right? We get these overtones that come back. So it's a lot like the math that goes into music and so forth. So here's my case in point, right? Everything longer term looks pretty good for the dollar, right? You know, and we'll come back to the technocracy part of that in a minute. And now we have this harmonic structure that if this thing plays out, it's going to push this market up into about 102, 102 and a quarter, right? If this thing plays out to its full objective on the upside. And so what does that mean for the rest of the world? And what does that mean for the tariffs? Okay. And think about Argentina again, right? We were talking about all these things that are going on, right? And all the things that this government's driving. And Argentina needs dollars. Why do they need dollars? Okay. They need dollars to pay things back, right? They need dollars to transact with the US. So even though we have a lot of debt out there, the question is who holds the debt? And we need to look from these perspectives. Okay. And that's what we're going to roll into here in a second is a debt market. So what I want to do is just put that dollar perspective in mind with the idea that this dollar could actually make a move up into that 102.25 area. If it does that, this is showing a lot of strength in the dollar. Okay. And this is probably the biggest transacted market in the world. This and the 10-year note, or the 10-year note, and maybe the S&P 500, and maybe the German Bund, right? These are some of the most highly transacted, highest volume markets in the world. This is probably the biggest one. Okay. So important to watch this, right? Again, around this whole currency perspective and around can this market make a push up into that 102.25? And can it over time, can it be quiet while it does it? Can it not catch the mainstream media's eye? And it plays out. Now, what does that mean for the rest of the world? All right. So let me come back in here. Let's get back to this stuff. All right. So we've got this global currency system, right? And we know that again, we talked about these things, the structural pressures, the trade fragmentation, the geopolitical risks, the shifting financial architecture, right? The attempt at this de-dollarization. We saw gold rallying huge over the last, couple months. People were saying that's de-dollarization. It's moving from a fiat currency into something safer, right? And we know that gold's a pretty small asset, relatively speaking. So when you get money moving from bigger assets into smaller assets, it's going to have big moves up, okay? But now we see the gold sell off. So the question is that what's really going on here? Is there something else going on here, okay? And then we see this, and then what I want to point out is one other market. Let's take a look at this one. I just want to show this one because I think there's something big going on in the world, right? And this might have to do with this technocracy, all right? So this is the Swiss franc, right? And this is the FX market on the Swiss franc. And I've been watching this one for a while. This thing has a huge amount of energy built up in it, probably the biggest I've ever seen, right? And this market goes back to, just to give you a perspective, this back in here is like 1971, right? So we're looking at a market from 1971 up until the present, right? This is a monthly chart this is the US dollar to the Swiss franc. Okay, so the US dollar has been down relative to the Swiss franc for essentially 55 years. It's pretty rare that a market's just going to continue to trade. We saw one big spike up in here, right? Now we know Switzerland sits at the center of a lot of things. It's post World War II. I know Aaron's talked about this. I know Mel K talks about this. I know a lot of people talk about, Switzerland and the ties to World War II, Nazi, so forth. We also think that there's a lot of ties of Switzerland to China. And here's the thing with this, right? If we're going typically the reason why Switzerland always had an advantage was because of the mountains, right? Well, the mountain, that's changing a lot with this technology world that we live in. The mountains don't mean as much, right? You've got, you have everything's connected, with the internet and so forth. So what was once protection isn't necessarily protection anymore, right? Those mountains don't mean a whole lot. Now, we know there's the Bank of International Settlements. We know there's a lot of things that go on in Switzerland, okay, that are, potentially nefarious. The question is this, is there a big global shift about to occur here, okay, where the Swiss franc isn't going to reign supreme to the dollar anymore? The dollar can actually show up against, and so there's another harmonic structure in this one, which I find very interesting. It just came in the end of last month, so the end of October. So I'm very fascinated to see what happens with this Swiss franc. Probably I would expect the dollar to outperform the Swiss franc, right? And that goes back to that first chart. Dollar with that harmonic structure in there to push to 102.25. Can the Swiss franc also have can the dollar also have a significant move against the Swiss franc, right? One, it's a big potential opportunity for someone who's trading the markets, but I think there's a bigger theme here that's going on from a global perspective. And I think this might just tie back into something from the technocracy perspective. All right, here's another chart that just kind of shows some cycles. And this Swiss franc, again, it's really tight. It's breathed in for a long, long time. And it's ready to, when this energy lets loose, this is going to be a pretty significant move. And I think this is going to have big implications around the world because the dollar and the Swiss franc have been two major powerhouses from a lot of different perspectives for a long time, for really since the end of World War II, potentially even long before that. Okay. All right, so let's keep rolling here. I want to get into some of this stuff on the debt market. Let's roll through some of this. I think we can get through this one pretty quickly. All right, so we've got this technocratic layering that's taking place in the debt markets, right? We've got governments, we've got trade policy that's going on. We have debt markets and payment systems things are changing there, right? We've got regulators and central banks. We talked a little bit about the central banks at the beginning, like our central bank, dual mandate, maximum employment, and and also price stability, right? Trying to keep this inflation down. We've seen inflation really get out of control, especially during the Biden administration. And I think, let me see if I can show you here. I think I have a chart on that here. We'll just take a peek at that. Wrong one. Let's see here. Here we go. Okay. So this is inflation over a period of time. From 2009, we can see inflation, that green line is pretty cruising along from, basically 2009 to 2020. Nice pace, 1.8% annualized rate. What does this do? That's a constant downward pressure on the dollar, right? It's always fighting it. Inflation is always fighting against the dollar. Deflation usually means dollar up, okay? So we get this 8.6% annualized rate that kicks in 2020 under the Biden administration. We know why, right? They're trying to starve off food. They're trying to kill off chicken populations, the cattle herd, and energy, right? No drilling, trying to shut things down. So that's a lot of those things feed into, right? This increased annualized rate at 8.6%, that really steep incline. And then it sort of tapers off mid Biden administration at 3.1. But the problem is this inflation's compounded, right? It's not like it's never really gone down. It always goes up. Okay. So this has always been a pressure against that dollar to the downside. And part of the reason why it gets trashed, right, is this inflation. Okay. All right. Now back to this. So we've got these, the central banks, are they losing their grip through all this, right? And they're the ones that sort of facilitate a lot of this debt, okay? And they're the ones that can control the part of the debt market. The short end of the yield curve, sometimes they can have an effect on the the longer end of the debt market, right? So pretty good at affecting stuff 3 months to 2 years out, not very good at affecting things 2 years, 5 years, 10 years out, 30 years out, right? They can sometimes, but it's hard to do. And then we have, these monetary systems that are sort of that are beginning to fall apart. Okay, they're under duress, and we're seeing this with a lot of central banks, Bank of England, European Central Bank for sure. And again, what's going to make this fall apart? Weaker economies, right? If they're representing weaker economies, they don't have a lot of flexibility. Okay, and remember one other thing to throw in there with that Swiss franc. There's only one interest rate that I know of around the world. It's 0% right now. And where is it? It's at Switzerland. So again, these currencies and debt markets are tied together. Switzerland, 0%. Okay. And their currency has been very strong relative to the dollar for a long period of time. And that might be coming to an end, right? So again, currency, debt, technocracy, trying to keep these things in mind as we keep rolling through this stuff. All right. At some point we know, right? I think the world has what, 100 trillion of debt. And I think that was as of 2024. We know that it's projected to exceed 100% of the global GDP or the gross domestic product. So all the stuff that the world produces, we're going to exceed that in debt around the world. All right. And by this, magical 2030 date that we constantly hear. Okay. The Bank of International Settlements, again, where's that out of? Switzerland, has warned of increased risk of global financial panic due to economic fragmentation, right? Trade, tariffs, all these things that the U.S. is, causing this disruption. Okay. For what purpose? To make the U.S. stronger, but also, is it leading to something more, right? Is it leading to something more here? Okay. And these layered government bond markets, right? Which is a whole topic unto itself. Ultimately, what I'm getting at here is that we're headed for a sovereign debt crisis at some point. Okay. This goes back to that failing fiat currency. At some point, we're headed for the sovereign debt crisis. And at some point, it's going to happen. It's just a matter of where it starts and what takes us to the depths of to where this is going to take us. Could this be what leads us into this technocracy, right? This is something we have to be careful about, because if we go off the cliff, so for instance, if interest rates start to spiral out of control, the interest on the debt is what's going to get us, right? Because it will start eating up all the revenues that we bring in as a country, not only us, but the rest of the world. And so most people don't really pay any attention to this stuff anyway. I think, but even the people that do, they have a very focused view on the US centric. Okay. They don't think about how does this affect, what if I was sitting in the shoes of some guy in Argentina and I'm trying to sell my crops or trying to buy tractors from Caterpillar, or I'm trying to do this, or I'm trying to buy equipment. We don't a lot of times think about that. And that's what the Forex markets tend to make us do. And that's also what these debt markets will make us do too. So trying to look at things from a different perspective. And I think it's important also from this technocracy angle. Where is the head of this technocracy? Where is the head of this movement? Where is it going to stem from? And what will be the catalyst that drives us there? Could it be a sovereign debt crisis that takes us there? It's quite possible. Okay. All right. So I think we got through that stuff. And then we also, so this leads us into, this connection to the treasury markets, right? Now that we're talking about the debt technocracy and the stable coins, the role of Tether, these things that Aaron talks about all the time, right? For those of you, just a quick definition on this, the digital assets that are pegged to fiat currencies or other assets, right? So we've seen this Clarity and Genius Act, and Aaron's done a great job of covering both of those. And this is one of those clips that I would have loved to run where Trump's talking about the a couple things, right? It's sort of a funny side note. The CZ, right, with this Binance, and maybe we'll get into that. Maybe I'll ask Aaron his opinion on this after the show, after I get done with my part. But there was a pardon that was done by this guy named CZ, right, who started this Binance exchange. And there's a lot more to the story, I think, in terms of what happened 3 or 4 Fridays ago. But this ties into, I think this ties into the Stablecoin Act and this Genius Act and how these things are getting connected. Okay. What's going on here and who's in charge of this? President Trump came right out in this clip. And that's what I would love to have seen. Someone asked him, why did you pardon the CZ? And he's like, I don't even know who this guy is. And that's fine, right? To some degree. Okay. But what concerns me is this: if he says that about this guy and he doesn't know he pardoned, then is there someone, right, that's driving this technocracy that he's not even aware of, or he's maybe slightly aware of, right? And that's one of my big concerns when he just says, I don't even know who this guy is, and I basically pardoned him, and this guy's at the center of the, this Binance and this digital revolution that's taking place. Okay. And when he doesn't know that, are we the center of a lot of this technocracy movement? Okay. All right. And so we've got these digital asset markets, the Clarity Act, the digital asset market, aka the Clarity Act, and then we have, and that's essentially where we have these digital assets that are securities versus commodities, right? And then supposedly the concept here is to clarify like who's in charge of this, the CFTC or the SEC, right? The Commodity Futures Trading Commission, the Securities Exchange Commission, and so forth. Okay. We know that the US dollar is pegged, right, to stable coins, and this may accelerate this dollar dominance, okay, abroad, or displacing these local currencies. Again, this is why I was talking about the fragmentation. When these economies get fragmented, let's say that the European Union, let's say that Italy wants out, okay, and just like the UK wanted out in 2016 or whatever that was when they did the Brexit, they still had their own currency, but they were connected to the EU, right? It was pretty hard to get out. What if Italy wants to get out? What if someone else wants to get out of this European Union and say this just isn't working for us anymore? And there's a lot of reasons that it doesn't function well, okay? Because it's very bureaucratic, and it's very who gets favors, who doesn't get favors. Everybody pays in, but then somebody gets advantages over someone else, right? So sooner or later, those kind of things break, right? So what if something happens with Italy and they want out, right? Think about this, what does that do? If you've got all this foreign direct investment coming into the US, okay, you've got all this technology coming into the US, okay, and you have this fear, right, that the European Union is going to break and the euro's the next biggest currency in the world, where's that fiat money going to go temporarily? Well, it's going to go where these Genius Act, this Clarity Act, right, this stable coin, this dollar, this debt, all these things come together. And where do they come together? A lot of this is coming together in the US. So this is what could lead us to being the center of this technology, or quote unquote technocracy, right? And who's going to lead this? That's the big concern, right? That's the things that we cover all the time with this technocracy roundtable. All right. Okay. So I was going to take a look at this. Let's just look at this one other chart here. Let me, this is the 10-year note, right? This is another big market in the world. And I want to take a look at this. This is probably the most traded market in the world, the 10-year note, consistently. And let me pull up a chart here. Okay, here we go. This one should work. All right. So this is the 10-year note on a monthly time frame. Okay, so we can go way, way back in time. Right, we go all the way back here to 1992. And you can see this thing was in a nice upward sloping trend channel as well. You know, you can see the railroad tracks going up, and you can see the yellow dots where it had reactions to it. And then we get to this point in time right in here. This is like early 2020. So this is like COVID time frame. All right, March of 2020. I think maybe it was a little later than that. Anyway, we get the repo crisis in 2019, I think it was. And this is right. So this is like COVID time. We get that big run up, right? Money flows into the US, money flows into the dollar, right? Money flows into the 10-year note, okay? Because it's a safe play. People are looking for safety. Remember, the stock market was selling off a lot then. So this was a safe play. That was the last big move up for this 10-year note. Then we get this big move down. This is price. So when this price goes down, that means yields are going higher. That means the interest on our debt, when this market is going down, that means the interest on our debt is getting worse, okay? So we kind of bottomed out here at this white dashed line, right? This 111.10 level. And we've been sort of trading sideways in here for a little while. Now, let me show you another chart here, another trend channel. All right, let me squish this together just a little bit so you can see this. I think that'll work right there. Now, let me push it together a little bit. Okay. So here you can see this market comes crashing down, right? This is just a microscopic view. So we were looking at a monthly chart. Now we're looking at a daily chart. So we're just kind of focusing in a little bit more on detail. So you see that market come crashing down. It sort of stabilizes here. You get this consolidative move, right? Market takes a breather, goes sideways, upward sloping a little bit. You can see the reactions again, these yellow circles that I have on here, reactions to this trend channel. Okay. And so you can see this going sideways. And here's what's been happening as of late, right? All the way since, I'm just going to mark this here with a little rectangle. Right here is where things sort of get a little bit fuzzy. Let me just make that a little bit bigger, make sure everyone can see it. Okay. So things get a little fuzzy here, right? This is time frame. This is early 2025. Okay. So what's going on then? We get the end of 2024, we start to go into the tariff window. Okay, the tariffs start to take place. We get Liberation Day in April, and that's where we get this big spike up, okay, in this market, right around in here. Okay, so you can see that market spike up. Then it settles back down. And here's what's concerning to me is it just keeps riding the lower end of this trend channel. Think about railroad tracks again, right? We're at the bottom, and I have the bottom of this one marked with a red, right? Red railroad track. And it's been hugging the bottom of this thing for a long period of time. There's a lot of reasons this market should go higher, and it's not going higher. Right? That when it goes higher, that means interest rates are coming down. It's not going higher, and it's got a lot of reasons to do that. This market's struggling. So this market's telling us something. So the dollar's telling us something. The Swiss franc might be telling us something, and this 10-year note might be telling us something from a big global macro perspective. Okay, and this is very concerning because if this thing rolls over, what are we going to lean into? We're going to start leaning into that sovereign debt crisis, which does what? Brings on the technocracy, right? And I know Aaron's been really good about, I know when we talk, but I know also when he does his shows, he talks about how fast things have been moving in the last 10 months, right? With this administration in the technocracy window. And that's kind of what this 10-year note's telling us too. If this thing rolls over, it could be interest rates start to rise, credit starts to fall apart, sovereign debt crises start to occur. And this is what could bring in the front end of a technocracy, right? Universal basic income, right? Things start to fall apart and the government needs to step in. Okay. So we're seeing the government step in on a global basis. Question is the government going to have to step in on a domestic basis at some point? And then this is only looking from the US perspective. What if we think about other countries? What's this going to do to other countries like Japan, okay, who has probably even a worse debt situation, no matter how you look at it, than we do. When Japan issues debt, nobody wants to buy it, right? The only person that buys it is their own central bank, the Bank of Japan, right? Sometimes they buy 90% of the debt that the government issues, right? Same thing with Europe. Europe's now getting extended from a debt perspective. So the question is, we're only looking from a U.S. perspective, but we also have to, not only is it hard enough to just look at the U.S. perspective, but what about the global perspective? Okay, so We've looked at the dollar. We've looked at the Swiss franc. I think these are really key markets. This 10-year note's a key market too. These are the biggest markets, the Swiss franc's not one of the biggest markets in the world, but it's one of the most important from a lot of different ways, right? You think about Switzerland and, vaults and gold and, wealthy people and mountains and, artwork and Swiss Rolex watches. I mean, there's just this persona that goes with Switzerland, and then there's also the underpinnings of the Bank of International Settlements and the big reinsurance companies, big pharmaceutical companies, right? A lot of things go on in Switzerland, and a lot of people don't pay attention to. But I think it's a very, very important market, especially since it's the only major economy that's sitting at 0% interest rate. Okay, so that's pretty significant in my mind too. All right, so that gets us through that one. Those are the big markets I wanted to look at, right? Just to kind of put that perspective out there, right? Okay, so let's keep rolling here. That's a debt. So we've covered currency, we covered debt. Let's move on here real quickly to energy. We can bang this one out pretty fast. Here we go. Perfect. Okay, energy technocracy. So this is pretty simple. We know we've got crude oil, we have natural gas, right? We have nuclear, we have obviously the wind and the solar and that kind of stuff. And then we get into these, potentially do we have fusion and fission and, the ability to do different thorium, right? Can we do these different types of reactors out there? Can we do these small modular reactors, right? These SMRs. And what does that do for a technocracy movement? You're now not beholden to the grid, okay? You can now control your own power. What's China doing? They've took it over. I think it's the Yangtze River. I think it is. It was a big skirmish, big argument, debate, fight with India over control of this river, and it's going to be a big hydroelectric power center for their AI, for their energy side of things. The U.S., what do we have? We've not been very good about developing nuclear. Okay, we're pretty good with coal. We've been really good with natural gas, right? We're on the cutting edge with natural gas. We're on the cutting edge with shale oil. We've been very innovative on that front. Okay, probably the most in the world. And then we've exported that technology to the Middle East and so forth, right? Different places around the world where these big shale oil, reservoirs and so forth. Okay, but what we really get into with this is we've got in this energy sector, we get into again, kind of keeping that technocracy in mind, right? We've got generation and distribution decisions, all right? Where's it going to be generated? How's it going to be distributed? Are some of it going to be these small modular reactors, okay? Then we have the consumption decisions, like who's going to get to consume this energy? Is it going to be the data centers? Is it going to be, the public consumption? What's going to happen if there's demand put on the grid and the people, they now have to pay up, right? They now get pushed out of the market and their energy costs go higher. What does that do? Just pushes us more toward a situation where people are more susceptible to taking a universal basic income, right? Accepting a technocracy, okay? And then we get into things like, okay, it's pretty obvious with energy, right? You bring AI into it, you can start to get into technical efficiency with it, how you're going to extract it, how you're going to export it, how you're going to transport, how you're going to deliver it, who's going to get it, how are you going to optimize, the usage of it and so forth. And then you get into, again, that transfers right into system optimization. And then you get into, is it a commodity, right? Or does it become, so is it a free floating commodity, right? That can trade freely in markets, or does it become a managed utility? Okay. With a technocracy, that's where it really leads to, is this managed utility component. Okay. And so I just happen to have a friend that I was talking to recently who works for a big power company in the Midwest, American Electric Power. And he was saying he works on the real estate acquisition side. And I asked him about these small nuclear reactors, these small modular reactors. And he said, they're already doing land acquisition for this stuff, right? Whatever that means. He's like, yeah, we're already doing what we need to acquire the land at point of use. So this could be coming a lot quicker than what people think. I mean, we see, sometimes I hear 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. Then sometimes I hear 1 to 2 years. So I don't know where the technology stands, but they're already doing the land acquisition for this. So these small modular reactors are coming along. Why does that matter? Because if you're one of these big data centers, right, and you don't want to necessarily be on the grid, right? You would like to have control of your own energy, because then guess what? you set your own rules, you set your own parameters, right? You set your own technical efficiency, system optimization, right? You're not subject to the consumption decisions. And then you can, and we know how this works, right? If you overgenerate, you can push it back on the grid. But this grid, it keeps you out of the loop of this whole, the grid, right? And as it gets taxed, some of these data centers aren't going to have, right? They're going to be hooked up to the grid, right? And it's going to create supply and demand imbalances at points in time. Okay. And then we get into, I was going to just briefly mention this. Back in 2008, we had this big ethanol craze, and it was a big political thing, but it was also, a food or fuel, right, from corn. So people are producing corn, and then they're saying, okay, we can take the ethanol from this corn. We can also use it for feedstock for cattle, right? We can also use it for, Cargill will make corn syrup out of it, or General Mills will make, cereals or breads or whatever, the base stock for this stuff. Okay. It'll go into that kind of stuff. One of the things that one of the things that I've started to track is this RBOB gasoline. Okay. And the mixture component of this corn, this ethanol, and the RBOB gas. And there's some interesting things with this. If we connect this back to this ethanol craze, right? And was there some kind of a technocracy thing in play here? Okay. There's probably won't go into deep detail on this, but I think that it connects a little bit to the real estate crisis, I think, and I think there's a bigger story here that at some point it would probably be worth digging into and putting that out there. But the essential big things that the US uses, right? I think when we go to the pump station, you'll see 10% ethanol, something like that. Usually not more than 10, maybe 15% ethanol, right? And that's corn, okay, usually that's being turned into ethanol, and then it's being blended with this RBOB gasoline, okay, a different kind of a distillate. It gets blended, and then obviously we know we have crude oil, the byproducts of that. They go into aviation fuel, goes into car fuel, goes into, oil for multitude of different things. And then we have the natural gas, right? And we know that natural gas is going to be a big component of what goes on. So back to the geopolitical things that are going on with Israel. And we're looking at this stuff in terms of these quadrants, right? South America, North America, the Middle East, Asia, Europe. And we look at what's going on in Israel and the geopolitical risks. And we think like, okay, what are we doing supporting Israel? We know that Israel's getting support from the US. We know that Israel's getting support from China. We know that this is the case. They're taking handouts from both sides, right? It's part of the Silk Road. It's also obviously influenced by the US and maybe even partially influencing the US. But one of the things we see going on is Israel's starting to gain traction with control of Egypt through natural gas production and processing, okay? And this is important for this whole AI region, okay, that's taking place in the Middle East, right? We see these sovereign wealth funds, right? Part of this technocracy thing, we talk about these sovereign wealth funds, right? And these sovereign wealth funds people are these energy producers, right? These countries are energy producers, and sometimes times are good, and they're making tons and tons of money. And then times aren't so good, right? And they start to bleed off the money. But what they do is they build up money in these sovereign wealth funds, and then they invest around the world, right? So some of these sovereign wealth funds are making investments in the US, they're making investments, and this is part of this technocracy movement, right? This is part of this big money flow. It's looking for a home, looking for revenues, looking for, something that's sustainable, something's durable, and they're on the inside. A lot of times these guys have the ears of the big investors, the private equity firms, the governments, the politicians, and big corporate leaders and so forth. So one of the things I wanted to point out is this shift that's potentially taking place in the Middle East, right? With Israel, with Egypt, okay, with Egypt becoming a natural gas processing center to move natural gas around. Again, this gets complicated because obviously we know we've got energy coming down from Russia. We've got, energy coming from the Saudis, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, all the way through this whole area. And Israel's sort of fighting seven fronts down there. And the question is why, right? Is it control these pipelines? And what's the control of these pipelines for? Again, it goes back to these things we're talking about, right? It goes back to, generation and distribution, right? Consumption decisions, technical efficiency. Who's going to control this? Who's probably the most technologically efficient country in that region. It's probably Israel, right? And then you get system optimization. Okay, who can probably optimize that system the best? Israel. Okay, and it's going to flow through where? Egypt. Egypt has what? The Suez Canal. Okay, so again, a lot of these things get connected, and I think there's something going on in Gaza, right? There's clearly something. We just saw Witkoff sitting with Jared Kushner a week ago. I think it was a week or two ago, where they're sitting there, and Witkoff just says, "Yeah, this was a 2-year plan," and Jared Kushner's like, "Oh, dude, you're not supposed to say that." You're not supposed. And so, this goes back to 2023 in the crude oil markets. We had a harmonic structure, at $79.30, 37 cents a barrel, 79.37. I think that was what it was. And it told us ahead of time that this whole thing was a fraud. We knew something wasn't right. It's taken a long time to prove that it was a fraud, and that was the final cherry on the top. When you see Witkoff, see again, and this connects back. This, I don't mean to go so crazy here, but the point is, this thing with Steve Witkoff, his son. I'm trying to think of his name right now, but he runs this World Liberty. But it's this this crypto fund that the Trump sons are involved in, right? And I think it's Jared Witkoff. Anyway, Steve Witkoff's son runs this World Liberty Financial, and again, Steve Witkoff's the one that's saying that yeah, this was a 2-year plan in Gaza, and that fits with what we were saying, back in late 2023 when everybody thought this, everything that was going on with this invasion, into Gaza, it was going to create disruption throughout the whole thing, the Strait of Hormuz, the Red Sea, all the oil disruption that could take place in that region. And what we saw, that wasn't the case, right? Crude oil actually sold off. And I think, if I'm not, anyway, yeah, that it was before that when crude oil actually went negative. But this was when we broke the 79.37 and tested it multiple times. So now we see that whole evolution playing out. Okay, again, back to Israel, back to this control, back to this technocracy, right? Global technocracy. Is Israel going to be a center for this energy side of this thing, right? The distribution, the generation, the consumption decisions, the technical efficiency, the system optimization, right? We've seen Netanyahu, he gave away everybody's DNA, you know what I mean, after the COVID deal, right? He just handed it all over. So, I mean, we see that this guy is clearly could be one of these major technocracy players, and he's clearly connected somehow to Witkoff if this was some master plan. That's what he called it, a master plan, okay? So that gives you a little bit of an idea how maybe this energy is connecting. And then we can get into South America too, right? There could be some connections down there as well. All right, let's keep rolling. Let's hit this equity. I want to get through this one. Okay, so the equity technocracy. So we've got in this particular case, this is not going to be, I don't think anyone who's listening tonight, this will be foreign to you guys, but the tokenization of exchange traded funds, right? The fractional ownership, right? The 24/7 liquidity, okay? The global access, right? Borders dissipate. And that's essentially what these fiat currencies are, right? These fiat currencies and these debt markets are representative of boundaries, countries, right? Countries with borders, okay? And we've seen these borders trying to be disintegrated, right? All through Europe, obviously through the US over the last, 4 to 6 years. And then obviously prior to that, we've seen these borders start getting broken apart, okay? And so we see this, we see the tokenization coming in, doesn't surprise us, okay? And right, it's the tearing down of these borders, okay? And but what these things give us is obviously the fractional ownership. You can have any asset, you can break it up into whatever, like a Bitcoin, right? You break it up into 0.01, 0.001, 0.001, whatever it may be. Same thing with any other asset, right? You can do that with anything. And you get the 24/7 liquidity. That's the selling point on it, okay? I'm not sure that that's a good thing. I trade these markets. I've traded them for 30 years. I kind of like having Saturdays and Sundays where the markets aren't moving. But that's another side note, right? I'm not so sure I'm into the 24/7 liquidity myself. But anyway, then we get the global access, right? The borders dissipate, okay? Programmable compliance, right? We're well aware of that. Merging traditional and decentralized infrastructures, okay, via ETFs and equities, exchange traded funds, okay. And then we get that they're AI, artificial intelligence, and algorithmically managed, okay. And then we move into this. I wanted to cover this quickly. Managed and optimized, driven even more by data, okay, optimized in real time. All right. We see this with credit cards, point of sale. I mean, you can literally walk up with a credit card and you can, use it, go on your phone, turn it off, 5 seconds later, try to use it again, it's turned off. So this tells us how fast this stuff can move, right? This whole database, Oracle driven scenario. And these portfolios, right? Investments, people's tokens, people's tokenized portfolios, right? Whatever they may have could be optimized in real time. And the question is who's going to get the good stuff and who's going to get the bad stuff, okay? Who's going to get the really, the really optimized stuff and who's going to get the semi-optimized stuff, okay? And that's what I think a lot of this technocracy gets into, and like what Aaron's been talking about, what we've been talking about is, the haves and the have-nots, right? You're seeing this pulling apart of these elites getting, Elon Musk looking for a $1 trillion pay package. And part of that's just control of, of Tesla. And then you see other people who, they can't, then we see this food stamps getting taken away this last weekend, right? And these people freaking out, and so you see this big haves and have-nots, right? This big polar opposites, right? And the same things happen with this technology movement, right? You're getting the people who are utilizing it, and the people who aren't. And so when you start talking about tokenizing these things and who's going to be able to control this stuff, who's going to get the good stuff, who's going to get the bad stuff, right? I think that's a pretty clear thing. And this is why we, the people, have to stand up and figure out that this is going on. And once this thing goes too far, it's gone too far. And it's hard to impossible to ever get back across that line, right? Then you get into the predictive analytics. We were well aware of this, right? Larry Ellison's talked about that with cameras everywhere, storing it in his database. And we see these guys acquiring things, right? We're seeing these constant acquisitions of, Larry Ellison buying TikTok, or, being a big component of the ownership of TikTok, owning the algorithm, right? Owning Paramount, right? Trying to acquire Warner Brothers, right? Trying to acquire all these different things. And what does it give them, right? It gives them the ability to do predictive analytics and potentially mind control on the back end of it as well. Okay. And then you get automated regulation of this stuff, Minority Report or whatever. You could say whatever you want, but the point is they can control and automate and regulate these things from an SEC, from a CFTC. Again, I don't believe these regulatory agencies really do much myself anyway. I've been in here, I've watched things go on for years, and I just feel like we're on our own. I mean, these markets are really the Wild West. You can think the SEC is looking out for you, the CFTC is looking out for you, but I really don't think it is. And so again, back to the automated regulation, who's it going to regulate things for? Probably not us. So again, another reason to think about markets, technocracy, and that we have to step up. And a lot of this is just taking back some of your own assets and thinking about, how do I get some of this off the system? How do I get this into a privacy situation? Again, another thing Aaron talks about all the time. Okay, keep rolling here. I think we're getting close to commodity. Okay, this is our last one, right? This is our fifth point. Again, currency, debt, energy, equities, assets, private, public, the asset market. It's a huge market, right? Huge market. Then we get into commodities, right? We're talking about things like, we're talking about metals, we're talking about agriculture, we're talking about stuff like that, okay? And so here we are thinking about things in this perspective, right? Social controls and management, right? Data-driven priorities. Who's going to get what? Okay, who's going to get what out of these commodities? We're talking about these rare earth minerals, okay? We see China had a 90% lock on this stuff. Are we really clawing that back? Who gave China that ability? Was this the Brzezinskis, the Kissingers, the old man Bush, the Bill Barrs, right, of the world, who basically set China up to be dominant and basically gave this away? Was this the neocon? Was this the sellout? You know what I mean? The point is, it's the data-driven priorities of who's going to get these commodities, okay? Who's going to get these things that lead to, the power, the technocratic control, okay? And then we get into these smart contracts, right? Who can use it? Could it be limited use? Then we get into consumption tokens, okay? And then we get into, the attempt to balance the resource flow. Who's going to balance and control all this stuff? And then you get speculative assets, right, being digitally managed. And, and that's a space I deal in anyway, so it's nothing new. It's just back to what I talked about at the beginning. Are we going to get naturally flowing markets where people are connected and there's a supply and demand? Okay, the sun rises, the sun sets, the ground heats up, you get wind, and the wind moves around, then the sun sets, everything calms down. Same kind of a thing. You get markets that go through those same cycles. They get very active, they get very inactive. Crude oil is very inactive right now. There are times where crude oil is one of the most active markets. Gold, sometimes it's very inactive. It's been one of the most active markets. So again, a lot of this is things cycle, but if we let this technocracy take over, those things will change. Why will they change? Because they'll be digitally managed. Okay. The commodities will be digitally managed, and it'll go to who? It'll go to the people, again, the haves versus the have-nots. All right. And then we get into the profit driven, right? The other metrics behind this stuff. Okay. And let me see if I've got anything else on this commodity. I think I have just a little bit more, right? Okay. I think this is mostly a recap. So we've got managed and optimized, driven by even more data. This could be highly, you can see where this whole commodity space could become very important, right? Food, agriculture, metals, precious metals. You get into copper, all these things that we have let slip by the wayside in this country. It's good that we're getting them back. The question is, how are we getting them back, right? It's all falling into this. We're seeing these metals companies getting purchased by the government, right? It's more of this. We talk about a sovereign wealth fund, right? We're going to set up a sovereign wealth fund in this country, right? That's the concept. And then we hear, wait a minute, but we just crossed 38 trillion in debt. Shouldn't we start paying down our debt before we start setting up a sovereign wealth fund? It's sort of putting the cart before the horse to some extent. Okay. So, what's going to happen with these commodities? Who's going to control them? Optimized in real time. Who's going to, what the usage is going to be, the predictive analytics behind it, right? And the automated regulation of the trading of it, the usage of it, and the whole process, right? There's a whole process of mining, refining, trading, making markets for it, and then delivering it. And making markets and trading this, giving liquidity to a market, has always been very important. Okay. It's always been a very important component of markets, right? That you can show up and buy copper, and there's a bid and there's an offer. There's a buyer, there's a seller, and there's always somebody there. That's been one of the real claims to fame of our exchanges, right? The Chicago Mercantile Exchange, Chicago Board of Trade, the New York Mercantile Exchange, right? All these different, the COMEX, the Commodities Exchange, that trades the metals. We've got the London Metals Exchanges, right? Which obviously ran into trouble a couple weeks ago with the silver market, right? They ran shortages. So these markets have always been good. The people have always been able to think, right, and provide liquidity to these markets. And sometimes there's an advantage to be had. But when we start moving to these automated and predictive analytics and automated regulation, the question is, it gets out of the hand of people, trading with people, and this is directly into that technocracy world. All right. And I think that wraps it up. So I think we're pretty good there. And I don't know if you're still out there, Aaron, but otherwise I can.
Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Great presentation, and that's quite a wealth of information. And so thank you for putting this together. And this actually highlights, I think, the challenge that we have, and why I want to build out this Technocracy Atlas, because you covered so many areas. I mean, in terms of, whether we're talking about currencies, whether we're talking about commodities, whether we're talking about energy, and trying to map out those relationships and to understand how that is evolving. This is one of the challenges we have, right? How do you stay on top of all this? And obviously you have decades of experience doing this from a financial market perspective, and then you have Patrick Wood and Courtney Turner and others that have different perspectives. We've really got to figure out a way to map all this out, right, visually, so that we can stay on top and try to see what these trends are. Because again, most people have no idea. The breadth of information you put out there is phenomenal, and it's a lot to kind of process and track.
Yeah. What did you say? We can always take certain things apart and dive as either the events, right? But if we map, it's nice to be able to just dive in and say, okay, that fits in this category. Let's hit that. Let's talk about that, because it's front and center. I'm just afraid, Aaron, that the problem is, we can't treat this like a leisurely, boat trip around the island. This stuff's moving so fast, and we almost, the real takeaway from this in my mind is we have to find a privacy, right? We have to find some way to find privacy in all this stuff, because if we don't, I think that's one of the underlying themes here, with the currency, with the debt, with the functionality of markets, with the ability to, accumulate assets and find place to put them that aren't that that aren't subject to this technocratic rule. Did I lose
Sorry,
you?
no, I agree with that. No, I have to mute when you're talking. I mute it because otherwise, that once we do that, the echo goes away, which is good. We've figured that out. Although I suspect there's probably a more elegant solution to this than me muting it every time. But I agree with that. I've come to the conclusion in the last couple of weeks that identifying the problem is important so that people understand what's actually going on. But a lot of people have been asking me, where should I invest my money? I get that. That's the number one question that I get. And I'm like, I don't know. I have no idea. Right. I mean, but I always say this, but I've actually come to a different conclusion recently. And that is when you look at what's going on with AI is going to displace a substantial percentage of jobs. And that is inevitable when you play with the technology and really dig into it. And for a lot of people, that induces fear. However, I think there's a different way to look at this, which is most people don't like their jobs. If I describe kind of the average person works at a job they don't like for healthcare that they think they need, but that doesn't actually improve their health, so that they can then acquire enough wealth to put into investment vehicles like 401ks and ETFs, which is a portfolio of companies that are actually building a digital prison. And I think that is actually a pretty accurate assessment of what's going on. And so people have a lot of this fear. And what I've been saying is, look, rather than invest in something, this hedging strategy on stuff that your digital prison, right? Rather it's like, well, do I want to own Palantir stock? Somebody like tagged me today on, some guy who was like pumping up Palantir stock. It's like, yeah, it might go up in value, but what do you think the world is going to look like if you accumulated fiat gains because a company that's building a digital prison is highly successful? If they're highly successful, your fiat gains don't matter. If Palantir is that big of a success, then we're all in a lot of trouble. And so to me, this is why I'm trying to figure out how to ease into showing people, rethink what your purpose is. Let's go back to all of the indoctrination we've gone through, and no matter how old you are in life, you've gotten to a point and ask yourself, is this what I want to be when I grow up? Because by the way, you're going to, like it or not, you're going to get a choice to reevaluate all of those things, right? If AI puts you out of business, well, okay, so rather than play defense, go through a process of saying, all right, well, go inward and say, well, what do I really want out of life? What is my true purpose? That's a long, ongoing process, right? But it's a long, ongoing process that a lot of people don't go through because they get stuck in where they're at, and it becomes this kind of automatic thing. So this to me becomes one of invest in yourself, invest in learning about yourself, invest in exploring and trying to figure out what your purpose is. And there is, I believe, massive opportunity in this new world to create things that have never existed before. Economic opportunities. People are going to be buying and selling things that people could have never even conceived of 12 months ago. Right. And that's why it's hard to for the people that are fearful about losing their current job. It's hard to explain, well, hey, there are going to be these things that I can't even describe to you what they are. They're going to exist, but there's this new whole creative area. So, I'm encouraging people to invest in themselves and then to invest in creating alternatives to the current system. Because if you're hedging your bets on the things that you don't want, if you're investing in Pfizer and you're investing in BlackRock and you're investing in Palantir, and if everybody's doing that, if everybody's sitting around saying, well, maybe I'll just put a little bit in BlackRock and I'll put a little bit in Northrop Grumman or whatever it happens to be. Well, if everyone is doing this hedging strategy, then the amount of overall energy and attention that's going into those things that nobody wants is massive. And because that's massive, that causes those things to actually manifest. So a lot of what I'm going to be doing in the new year is try to figure out how to take all these sites and all the information that we have and try to provide tools to help people go through a process to figure out, individually what is of interest to them and make them aware that these other other options exist. It's not an easy process, but actually once you realize that you can take a offensive strategy, offensive is probably be on offense instead of defense, it's actually somewhat liberating, because once you put it in the terms that I just said, once you realize, yeah, I'm working on something that I don't want for insurance that, you know, I'm probably still going to go bankrupt. They're not going to heal me. And then they're going to steal 3 generations worth of my assets at the end of life. It's like, it's a scam. And once you recognize it's a scam, you're like, well, I'm not going to participate in this. So then it's like, then what are my options? Well, your options are limited by your intent, your purpose, and your willingness to explore and figure out how to acquire the skills that you need to do what it is that you know is your specific purpose in life. I think that that's all possible. Getting people over that chasm. I mean, it's tough. I will say, when I on this panel, and the number one thing that I get is I always get a whole bunch of people coming up to me and they say something like, "This scared the shit out of me." That's actually probably the most common response. And I, you know, and I and I even said this on the panel. I'm kind of like, I haven't written a lot lately. And the reason I haven't written a lot lately is because we've been developing these websites and we've been developing these tools, because I don't enjoy scaring people. I like, you know what I mean? Some people like this. Some people are like, oh yeah, you know, spreading doom. I'm like, so the last thing that I want to do is like, okay, I just demoralized somebody, right? That I don't feel, that doesn't make me feel good, nor do I think it actually makes the world a better place. But if we can marry all right, this is the truth, this is the reality of what's going on with, and then here are some things that you can do to take control of your own situation, then at least there's a way out. And I did get some feedback on this where it's like, okay, yeah, you at least, and it was because I was able to talk about the medical tourism marketplace that people are like, okay, finally, this is something I can start to understand. Because when you say exit and build, or we need to build parallel systems, that's a weird abstract concept. Being able to say, here are 518 destinations where you can go to get medical procedures, from everything from cosmetic surgery to complex heart transplant surgery to cancer treatments that you can't get in the United States at 80% off without having to deal with the existing system. That now is something somebody can say, okay, I can start to understand that. They still then go through this, I've got a lot of questions, and is it safe, and blah, 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 blah. But of course, that's the natural consequence of starting the journey to look into these things. So anyway, that's my meandering response on that. But I do think that there's a very optimistic case here. It's just, you do have to marry, like, the information that you provided, explaining what's going on with these currencies, explaining the relationships that are going on, talking about the energy markets, looking at things like Gaza, examining what's actually going on is critically important for people to realize that, hey, this is reality. This is what's going on behind the scenes. This is what's going on with tokenization. Now the Clarity Act is back, right? Clarity Act is being pushed hard. Larry Fink is out talking about at that round table that whatever that was, that last week or whatever, where it's Larry Fink and all these other, Jamie Dimon and everybody, and I'm like, this is like a Simpsons level Illuminati episode thing, right? Where you're thinking, like, this is actually going on. This is on TV right now, and Larry Fink is sitting there saying everything is going to be tokenized, and then people are cheering this, and this is like a viral tweet, and I'm like, what, like. First of all, it's like that. I love that segment of the movie The Big Short, where they're talking to these mortgage brokers in Florida, who are talking about how, you know, they have all of these strippers as clients, and, you know, that have, you know, mortgages on 5 or 6 or 7 different properties and everything else. And the Steve Carell character says, "Why are they confessing?" And, you know, and his colleagues respond back to him and say, well, they're not confessing, they're bragging. And that's kind of what Fink is doing. They're bragging about the fact that they are going to create digital tokens that represent your entire retirement fund and everything that you own, and they're going to be able to program it, they're going to be able to track it, and they're going to be able to censor it. And people are like cheering this on because it's like, well, it's crypto. So that's the stage that we're at here.
Yeah. And it really what you're doing with the privacy side of things, trying to get stuff off and, trying to build a network on Zano. I mean, the more I listen to that, the more I think about it, I love these markets, right? Because like I was talking about with the crude oil, back in late 2023, I knew something wasn't right with that whole deal. That there was a 6 or 7 hour stand down and you see crude oil coming off. Crude oil should have gone up in that situation. You knew once it broke that, you knew that something wasn't right in the media, and you watch it unfold, for years and years and years. And and doesn't that concern you, Aaron, that like Witkoff's been doing all this negotiation and he's the one that says, yeah, that's been a 2-year master plan, with this whole Gaza thing. I mean, and he is one of the right hand men of these guys. And not only that, his son is doing the investments for the Trump Trump and Trump doesn't care. He just said, I don't even know who this guy is. Basically signed his pardon. That's one of the things I was going to ask you about if you followed this, because I have a friend who was trading some altcoins at the time, and he was talking about this $5 billion wallet, 2 wallets that were set up, and they got taken out that day, completely emptied. I don't know. Did you hear any rumors of that? Did you?
No, I saw something about it, but I didn't have time to dig into it. So, but yeah, there's and this is on my list to look at. There are a lot of shenanigans going on with World Liberty Financial. You also you mentioned CZ and Binance, and then there's a lot of other stuff even going on. I think Sam Bankman-Fried might actually get a pardon, by the way, which I mean, I'm mixed on some of this stuff. The issue is we never really investigated what went on with FTX, particularly in terms of things like Ukrainian money laundering and the donations to politicians, which, by the way, were on both sides. So, so that's a critical issue, right? This Tom Emmer. And actually, would you mind muting? So if we each mute when we're talking, when the other person's talking, I think we can solve the echo thing. So I think that Tom Emmer, who is the majority whip in the House, who is the guy that was up there pushing hard the Genius Act when it was in the House. He's been pushing the Clarity Act. He pushed big the anti-CBDC bill. This is a guy who, between himself personally and PACs that he was involved with, took millions of dollars from FTX and never returned it. And I always make him aware of that when he posts. But I mean, there are a lot of Republicans who are like, oh yeah, this was a Democratic money laundering tool. No, it was not a Democratic money laundering tool. Bankman-Fried just paid off both sides. It's kind of like Elon Musk. Elon Musk will fund either side because this isn't about red versus blue. It's about technocracy, and the technocrats win no matter who's in charge. That's the part that people are missing. But yeah, these would be things. When we have the Technocracy Atlas, these are, we can take things like this, like Gaza, and then figure out how to create maps of information around each of these kind of areas so that we can visually display what's actually going on here. Who are the people? What are the money flows? So on and so forth. But the Trump administration is the amount of inside dealing that is going on here with launching their own stablecoin and being at the center of all of this is it's a breathtaking amount of corruption that is, frankly, it's worse than Burisma. It's worse than Nancy Pelosi doing insider trading, and yet no one talks about it. Somehow it's like, oh well, he's just being a capitalist. It's like it's a very bizarre mentality that we're dealing with.
Well, that's where I wish I could run one of these clips, because it's almost jaw dropping. When he's asked about World Liberty Financial and and then the CZ thing comes up and he's like, yeah, I don't even know who he was. I pardoned him. That concerns me, Aaron, one way or the other, because that tells you that there's a lot of things, even if his intentions are totally good, you know what I mean? And even if his, there are things that are going by, he's pardoning people. How many other things are going by there that are so easy to slide through? By Howard Lutnick, by Scott Bessent, by what's his name? The cryptos are David Sachs. Like, how easy is it for them to push things through there? It's really concerning to me. It's really concerning.
Yeah. It is, and part of why I'm working on that atlas is that every time we do a podcast, either we do a roundtable or we do a podcast like we're doing right now. You walk away, even we walk away. It's like, well, how do we map all of this, and how do we make people aware of this? And there are so many different branches, and I think once we get it all out there to see, then it moves out of the realm of. Because it's easy for them to say, well, these guys are conspiracy theorists. And unfortunately, there are a lot of people, and the people that seem to get the most traction on social media are people who claim it's a specific group of people, right? So somebody will say, oh, it's the Jews. Oh, it's this group. Oh, it's that group. And that, by the way, I think this is triggered by the algorithms, because it's great rage baiting. But it's not true. It isn't. It is not just the neocons. It's not just the Jews. It's a evolving network. That's one of the things that Patrick Wood has put together so brilliantly over the last 45 years is by he tracked who was on the board of the Trilateral Commission and how that moved over the years. And then he put in, I can't remember, not the newest book, but I think the last book, maybe the book before, but it was the Technocracy and Transhumanism. There was something there where he gave kind of a breakdown of the industry composition of the Trilateral Commission. So it's like whatever it is, say 50% from industry, from large corporations, and it's this percentage from government, and it's this percentage from the media, and this percentage from academia. This tells a broader picture and a more important picture about, okay, yeah, it's a specific evolving network of people, but you can track who they are. You can track how they're interconnected. You can track how their investments flow. And then once you see that, once you follow the money and follow the power, then you can understand exactly what's going on. And then when you see legislation that's being proposed, you can understand who is specifically benefiting from it. And then you realize that the legislation is all completely crony and it benefits this entire network. The thing that the Trilateral Commission shows is that the strategy of the Trilateral Commission, which is an anchor player in this promotion of technocracy, has been to infiltrate government at the level of like cabinet positions or the Secretary of Commerce or whatever it happens to be, but not just in the United States, in Canada, in Europe, and in Asia. And so it's been this multi-decade situation where these are players that are kind of behind the scenes. They're not the front politician. They're like cabinet members and senior advisors or people that, or in some cases, I mean, they have direct roles, but most people don't ever know who a commerce secretary is or even think about what that is. But if you're a group like the Trilateral Commission and you've effectively controlled who these commerce secretaries are at equivalent positions in multiple countries in North America, Europe, and Asia, then you can start to see how we got into where we are right now. You see how the movement has been made in terms of even the trade deals themselves. I would argue that the trade deals, when I look at things like whether it's the dollar or whatever, I think that the effort has been to dissolve sovereignty globally. Because the technocratic system at the end is a global system, and the people that are in control of it are the technocrats, not the nation states themselves.
Yeah, it makes total sense. I think that is true. I do think it is, it is a loss of sovereignty, it's, and that's really the currency. Think about that, Aaron. You're talking about currency and let me ask you this. What happens when this, digital currency really does become pervasive and there are no borders, and the GDP isn't confined by a region, or a culture of people, or, and the ability to defend yourself isn't really bound by borders anymore. That is the beauty of fiat, right? Is that it is, it is representative of a productivity of a people, a mindset, a culture, and when that goes away and you just have this, this global, pervasive currency that someone else can flip switches on and off. What do you have anymore, right? It's pretty, I don't know what that world looks like. Do you?
Well, again, my position on this is that this is why I use privacy coins. People should be able to engage in voluntary trade regardless of the borders. And I don't understand the utility in having a debt-based currency a currency tied to the issuance of debt by a government as a useful medium of exchange. So this is why this is kind of like, so when I'm using things and I'm engaging people and I do transactions and travel all over the place, it's not even tied to a physical location, because it's the corruption that happens when you have the politicians issuing the currency based on debt, and then you have another third party like a central bank involved. It is a complete fraud. So, again, I look at it as, from that perspective. But of course, what the technocrats are doing is moving towards global systems where there's one single currency, and that is what all of this is trending towards: is a single currency backed by energy credits, and there will be only one. And so, when I look at these things, when I look at the technocrats, even the idea, we need to do a massive deep dive. And I'm trying to figure this out because I've been doing the research on it, and it's so complex, into Operation Stargate. Because once you see what's involved with Oracle, OpenAI, and Palantir, and SoftBank, but once you see not only what they are doing now with the new initiative, but this is something that's an expansion of things that were being done prior to the Trump reelection. And once you map out what all these technologies are, you also realize that it's global. Palantir, Oracle, OpenAI, they're global. So we have a lot of people in this country that have bought into the idea that Trump pushed Operation the Stargate thing because it was positioned as this is to secure American dominance in AI. And in reality, it's this panopticon that's collecting data, civilian data, health data, all of the data. But Oracle and all of these companies involved are rolling this stuff out in other countries. Larry Ellison is not America first. Oracle is a global company. OpenAI is a global company. Palantir is a global company. So we have to get out of this idea that any of these things that they're doing under the banner of being this patriotic thing to protect America, it's not. Their goal is to push a global technocracy, and they're using patriotism as the reason and as a justification for getting taxpayer money and mandates to build this infrastructure. And people have to understand that, because I see too many people rallying around America's going to be number one because of $500 billion investment with Operation Stargate. And I'm like, you're basically using taxpayer money to build a global technocratic infrastructure. Very clearly, that's what's happening.
Yeah, I think that is exactly what's happening. And so let me just ask that question again a little bit differently. So, when you say, able to transact, cross borders with whoever you want, transactional freedom, in whatever form you want, but we're still under the protection of our, this umbrella we still call the United States, so if we lose that umbrella and now we're transacting, what protection do we get as people, right? What are you then? Are you an American still? What are you once this currency comes along? Because you're not under the protection of anything. There's no does that make sense?
I don't know what it means to be under the protection of the United States. Anybody who's actually dealt with the court system, I don't even understand what that means. I actually think that it's meaningless, because the courts are actually corrupted. I don't know so the problem is I don't know what the end goal of this looks like. I muted you just because people are telling me that my thing is echoing, and so I'll obviously unmute. But I don't know what that means, because I find that there's no protection in it. The court system is just another extraction layer for the cronies. The cronies control these courts. I mean, look at what happened to what's his name? I can't. I'm blanking. We talk about The Economist, that it spent 7 years in prison for contempt because they wanted to. Martin Armstrong. So look at Martin Armstrong. Right. This is a situation where there was a Goldman Sachs owned judge who basically put this guy in prison for 7 years because he wouldn't give up his underlying models for predicting these markets. So I think related to that, and again, I also don't have a specific answer to this, and this is why it's always hard, because people want specific answers to these things. But let's take the example of, you can use an escrow system with a privacy coin. So this is a way where, all right, we're going to do a transaction, we don't know each other. You put a certain amount in escrow, I put a certain amount in escrow, and now we have a financial incentive to complete the transaction, or we both lose. This is a basic level of an ability for people to engage in transactions without needing any trust, just using financial incentives. Now, does that cover everything? No, but also you have the ability to innovate around. You should have a marketplace for dispute resolution services. So once you start layering on top things like reputation management systems, escrow, and marketplaces for dispute resolution, then you actually have some, it's not going to be perfect, but you're going to have actual transparency and competition. Whereas right now, we have this illusion that we have the rule of law, but we have only a singular court system for resolution that I don't know a single person who's dealt with it, unless you are Goldman Sachs or BlackRock, would say that it's either efficient or fair. And the reason that it's not is because there's no feedback mechanism, and because it is controlled by the state. So without being able to state what the specific solutions are going to be, and I say solutions in plural because it's not going to be just one, there are an infinite number of ways that people can try to come up with improvements on the existing solution. I don't see any way to reform the existing system that we have for this kind of resolution.
I think what I mean, the ability to walk from, like for instance, you just came from Utah back to New York. Was that right? You flew through New York and then flew home. You had a leg through New York. So, the safety factor, you get, you go to the airport, you get on the plane, you fly the plane, you get to the other airport, you feel safe going through there. You know what I mean? The plane, look, I mean, for better or for worse, the planes are fairly safe, right? There's someone's monitoring, some idiot from having a weapon on there, whatever, so do we become self-policing then? Like, who protects this thing that we call this geographical space? Like, you live in this town, I live in this town, the safety component of it. I agree with you. The court system is probably, 80% shot. There might be 20% of it that still has some effectiveness, but it's mostly shot, I would say. But, the defense part of it, like that, what happens from that perspective, Aaron? So, the transactional stuff's great, cross borders, anywhere in the world. But then, do you just live in a community where everybody's protects each other? You say, yeah, forget the military, forget this. How does that happen? Like, once you start saying goodbye to fiat, you say goodbye to a government, you say goodbye to a judicial system. How do we fill that gap, right? How do we fill that void?
Well, and again, all of this is going to be an ongoing process and kind of a laboratory of ideas. This is part of the reason that I proposed the First Principles project, because again, my position is I think our military is a disaster and a force for evil around the world. I don't think our military is keeping us safe. We are look at what we've done in Afghanistan. Look at all of the regime change that we've done, and at the end, we're mostly the bad guys stealing people's resources. We'll back Al Qaeda, then we'll back somebody else. All of it's about it's about the economic interest of the people that are the technocrats that are running the country. It's not about the safety of the American people. So this is one aspect of this. But I think we need, and how safe are we? We've been at war continuously for how long? If you were born in 2001, we've been at war your entire life. In fact, you look at the total number of years that we've been at war since the Revolutionary War, that's an issue. But the issue that we have right now is we have technocrats controlling a number of different countries behind the scenes, not just the U.S. This happens in all countries. They're kind of pulling the strings, and most of the time they even manufacture conflict for the purpose of making more money and collapsing the economy and extracting more resources from people. This is one of the big reasons that when I ran for president, I wore a T-shirt that said, "Bank run now, halt CBDCs, stop World War III, halt CBDCs, and end the Fed," because there's no incentive for people to have these wars if you don't have fiat currency. So in any event, I don't know what all of again, what we need to have are discussions from first principles. The reason the first principles are important is that most countries are not founded from first principles. The U.S. was unique in that it was, and this is why there are a lot of people that believe we can restore the Constitution, but none of those people can explain tactically how it's even possible based on how the voting works, how the parties work, the lack of information from the voters. Nobody can explain that. It's a wishful thinking thing. However, you might end up starting from first principles and end up with the same first principles that we started out with, and you might come to the conclusion that we just didn't execute something right, or there was something with the checks and balances system. That could very well be an outcome, but what we have right now is the illusion of there being of people fighting over sovereignty, when in reality it's technocrats fighting over control of a global technocracy. And it's very easy to get people riled up into patriotism and to think that this is about something else. Think about the absurdity of what's going on with data centers and the license that's going to be given to AI companies, and what you're going to start to see with eminent domain and everything else, and what you're going to see with the price of energy. By the way, these same very companies that were out promoting ESG 6 years ago are now going to be using the government and using propaganda to explain why you should, keep your thermostat at 85 in the summer so that we can beat China to AGI, when the actual technocratic companies that are pushing this, Microsoft, OpenAI, Oracle, and all of the others, work with China. So it's all a very clever and very effective approach to use this, manufactured division to get people to pick a side, thinking that they're actually fighting for sovereignty, when in reality you have the people in each of these countries giving up their consent and basically giving up their resources to basically push a global technocratic agenda. And it's hard to explain that, but that is what's going on. And the sooner that can be explained, the better.
Am I unmuted now? We're good. Hopefully I'm coming through. It's like that session you did with Rockefeller where, we're just plugins. We're like a spark plug. It just gets plugged in, and then when we're done, you take it off, sand it off, plug it in. If it's not any good, throw it away. You know what I mean? And you just get treated. It's the same kind of a thing I think you're talking about with, with this whole, with this on this front too. It's it's the technocracy. Well, here's another example, right? I talk about this quite a bit. A professor of mine said once upon a time, in a business law class, he said, probably the smartest thing I learned out of all my schooling was, government is just a shield for big business to hide behind. But I would revise that, and I would say government is just a shield for the technocracy to hide behind at this point, right? It's been revised. Maybe it was never government was a shield for business to hide big business. It was always technocracy. We just have redefined it now, and we know because we've been studying this, because Patrick Wood's been studying this for so long, and others have been studying this for so long. And I was shocked the other day, Aaron, to see that he wrote a book with Anthony Sutton. Have you read that one? I haven't read it, but I was like, I got to get that book. I mean, that would probably be a pretty good one.
Yeah, I haven't read that one. I haven't read that one yet, but I'm looking forward to. I've read the other ones, but I noticed that as well because it was one of the footnotes in the new book that just came out, which is again excellent. I'm going to continue to push that. It's only 197 pages long, so they've actually managed to take a lot of these really difficult concepts and make it very clear to understand. I'm very impressed with the book. I think it's an important book. But yeah, you're right. That I noticed that in there in the footnote, and I think maybe I heard Patrick talk about it just recently, and I didn't even realize that. But So, again, I've engaged in trade with people all over the world using privacy coins. Why did I need tariffs or a middleware layer of corrupt politicians representing technocratic interests to be in between me and engaging in a voluntary transaction with another person anywhere in the world? It's unclear to me what value they're providing. And by the way, the same with the counterparty. The counterparty is also kind of not engaging in whatever all of the middleware and all of the noise. Even when you look at tariffs, which have backfired horrendously for a whole variety of reasons, but they're always carve-outs, right? So it's not even about it's never even really about national sovereignty, because it's the tariffs end up being applied in a very convoluted way that's also tied to technocratic interests. So you're going to get a carve out for this industry. You're going to carve out for this. Well, yeah, we're going to punish China, except not in these areas that are actually big and strategically important to the economy, but we're going to make it look like, we're Hulk Hogan and, we're defending the people, where it's the people that are being absolutely crushed by the tariffs. It's kind of it's an amazing theatrical performance that's going on, but it has backfired in ways where I think, now I might be wrong on this, but China's only like a few months behind, 3 to 6 months behind on like even GPU technology. So the impact of the tariffs on NVIDIA has caused innovation in China. So there's so it's just backfiring all over the place. And so this is the danger of having politicians that don't understand what's going on, or that seem to have some kind of idea that your national identity is going to determine whether or not, you're going to be the one able to create innovations in the marketplace for technology, and that somehow only Americans are going to be able to innovate in these key technology areas, when the reality shows that we're behind China in 57 out of 64 categories.
Yeah. Yep. When I think that fits with, with that in mind, but also circling back, it's the illusion, right, that we are getting healthcare, right? That's what you prove with that whole session you did on Rockefeller and the whole healthcare rollout, and how we're just parts of a machine and they just plug us in, keep us going, right? Same thing with the defense, maybe the protection. It's the illusion that we're getting some kind of a protection, It's the illusion, right? We're getting that illusion, and that's what keeps us in the game, right? That's what keeps us playing this game. It's this illusion, and then the mind bending that goes on to create that illusion. We get fooled. I mean, we're a lot of people are getting fooled by a lot of these things. It's the illusion, you know what I mean? And they're pretty good at creating these illusions, And I'm just looking at this on Rumble. iCycle said in here, it's possible the global plan will involve blocks. Early on, Trump talked about a North American Union. There seems to be more move for greater Israel. There's BRICS and EU. I've never been a big fan of BRICS. I think that it just doesn't add up to me. Like that doesn't, I can't get my head around how BRICS could function. It just, there's no currency in there that anybody trusts between Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. I've never been able to get, even if you had gold and silver and all kinds of things and energy and whatever, I can never get around BRICS. But the actual block, I mean, look, that does fit, the talk of bringing Canada into the 51st state, and, and Greenland, and, and I'm sure Mexico's in the fold. Maybe that's how some of this stuff unfolds, that it isn't just one big expansion globally, but it's, it's the oozing out, right, of, like Singapore. I know that Martin Armstrong, referring back to him, he thinks that the world capital will, the new global financial center will be somewhere in China. And so I'm watching that. Again, I don't always agree with Martin Armstrong, but I do respect, his thinking, because he does bring up some pretty good ideas. So I do think about it, and it's like, okay, if that's the case, and where's it forming? I don't really, maybe Singapore, I don't really see it forming, but maybe iCycle has a point here that, it could be, it's not one and done. It's, it's this block and that block. And I'm not sure what that achieves, because again, it's just the illusion of some kind of a protection out of some region. Maybe that's what it is, but I don't know. Hopefully that makes sense.
So again, there are a lot of unknowns that happen with this, and we can't understate the impact of AI, and then even potentially quantum computing on AI. So even the notion, so much of the notion of economic centers and all of these battles has been fundamentally based on a scarcity mindset where what is liberated through these technologies literally switches you from a scarcity mindset to an abundance mindset. And so what happens in that situation? So if it's no longer people fighting over resources for survival, and you're actually at a point where you have enough economic productivity due to the technology that people aren't worried about starving, then what's the cause of the source of conflict, of physical conflict? And so a lot of this, I wouldn't hazard to predict where any center would be, because again, this is a global movement. At the end of this, it's a single currency, and it's the technocracy that is driving it. So there may be resources will be allocated based on the AI algorithms, based on where things are the most efficient for allocation as determined by AI centrally, globally. That's actually how technocracy ends up. So you may have certain things in China, certain things here, and it'll be determined by an algorithm, and it'll be determined centrally, which is, of course, this is a horrible system, but that's what it's moving towards. And UN Agenda 2030 is still happening. There's the people that claim that globalization has been stopped are fundamentally wrong. We now travel to, if we travel to Europe, we now have to go through and have this biometric ID stuff. You have even the US pulling out of the WHO or whatever, doesn't matter, because as we've discussed, sovereign wealth funds are in there picking up the slack and actually working within their own countries on the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and piloting projects in that regard. But again, the illusion on this is that there's this belief that what Trump is doing is protecting the sovereignty of the United States. But when you look at Operation Stargate, and then you look at what Oracle and the individual players are doing, is they're building out a global technocratic system that will not just be confined to the United States. So under the guise of nationalism and patriotism, our information stored in government databases has been given to private companies. And because of the nature of the way that information is being commingled for various purposes by these private entities, it's going to be weaponized against us to push further global systems. And it'll all be done in the name of security. We need a global government. We need these global AI surveillance systems, because the only way we can keep us safe moving forward because of the threats of technology is to have a single system and a single centralized AI surveillance state. That's already the language that's being used. I mean, look at the things that Larry Ellison is saying. You look at the things that are being said by the UN. The problem is, and as Patrick Wood has said over and over again, technocracy is not compatible with other systems. You have to participate. It is what was the language? It's no one left behind concept. But the idea of no one left behind isn't a, hey, we're trying to give you a hand up. It's a, you are going to be forced to comply with this system, and it's a global system.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to argue with that. I mean, that's it fits.
So this is why I'm saying that the way out of a single global system is to not participate and to just engage in voluntary transactions privately. There are a lot of there's no utopian solution to this, but what's good about that solution is their system requires 100% compliance. So if you can kind of gum the works, if you think about in Star Wars, when you've got the big machine and then you wrap the cable around it and it just falls forward. I mean, that's essentially what we can do here with the technocracy. It doesn't solve what things look like coming out of that, which is why I would argue we need first principles, and we certainly need a lot of people engaging in that conversation, and we need a lot of experimentation. So I don't ever want to I don't have a solution to this. I have a process for this, and the process is not even to be looking for a single solution, but to actually start discussing these things from first principles. And when I went through this America 1.0 is over, part of it was I started to think about, well, how does the Constitution and the founding documents, can it can it deal with some of the things that are going on with AI? How does it handle some of these problems? What are some of the breaking points? And these are good topics to have for debate and discussion. But those need to be ongoing. And I know sometimes it can seem like, well, this is really theoretical. We've got to deal with all this stuff right now. But the problem is technocracy is the default. People don't understand what it is, but once you do understand what it is, you understand that it is the default. When people talk about 2030, whether it's the singularity or whether it's Agenda 2030, whether it's digital IDs and all of these other things, all of these things converge on 2030. You can't be in a situation where you have no alternative to that. If you are just playing defense, then you're going to lose. This is why, in my opinion, we have to start switching to being on offense, and we have to start switching to building alternative solutions as opposed to, how do I balance my portfolio between BlackRock and Goldman Sachs to weather the storm, or idiotically, well, if I hold on to Bitcoin, then the number is going to go up and then somehow the world is going to be changed because I put all of my money into a scarce asset and built nothing. That's not going to build a better world. And by the way, there are millions of people holding and promoting these views. And by the way, the technocrats love that because we're in a position of inaction and we're in a position of defense. And that will not work.
Yeah. Well, and the way you describe that too, it makes sense. Any big project that I've ever taken on, it really is about a process, and it's not about a solution. It really is about, it's a very tricky thing, where you can't, my experience, maybe this is yours too, that when you try to tackle something so big, it's sort of like the old saying of you have to take it one bite at a time, like eating an elephant, it's just one bite at a time. And then when you do that, you can see, okay, this is next. You're probably seeing that too as you're building these websites. I got to get this one first, then that one, then this one, then I can come back and do this on this one, then I can go do that on that one. And it's just constant evolution of just getting all the things moving and then raising the bar on each one of them, making them better. And just keep balancing the thing out until you get this nice, thing. And that really is the evolution of how I've done it too. And I can't imagine that it's much different on this either. It's about getting something on that platform, that people have an interest in, and then getting the next thing that people have an interest in, and then getting the next thing, right? And getting them all functional and then bringing them up, making them better and better and better, and getting more minds involved and more ideas, and then just building them up. It's the same. It seems to me like that is the right process, to go through. It's the same process you've probably been through, same process I go through when I'm developing things as well.
Yeah, well, I think it starts by having the humility to say that we don't know the answers. And this is where I think that there's a big split. By the way, there are a lot of people that think that they've had the right answers throughout time. How many times have communists thought that they've had the right answer? You had Lyshenko in the Soviet Union who thought he had the right answers for crops. You had, the Great Leap Forward in China. And so it always tends to be these movements where you have elites that control things from the top down, where they think that what they know is the only truth. And then when they try to enforce that truth on other people, it ends up in mass starvation and mass death. I think we have to start out with the idea that we don't have the right answer, and that there may not be a permanent. There's a desire for permanence, but if you actually just change your outlook to say, hey, this may be good for this period of time, but then you should revisit it. And if fundamental circumstances change, if you have new information about the nature of reality, then you should be able to say, okay, well, we've got to go back to the drawing board. We had a model, and we did our best, but humans don't do a really good job of saying, hey, this was good for this period of time, but now we've got to start over. There's an innate resistance to change, and that becomes somewhat catastrophic, and then people double down and get more entrenched. So again, I think we have to be fluid, and what you said is right with the websites, and now the next layer that I'm doing, particularly after going to this event and talking to people and everything else, is providing like online courses or ways to access for them to access the information in a way where it's like, okay, here's a path through this information, and all of it's dynamic, all of it's constantly changing, and so you have to build that into the process. But the way to do it is to just start, and to every day make those incremental improvements, and to every day say, okay, well, all right, this is what I think, but I know that, you know, whatever I'm thinking right now is not perfect. This is just where I am at this moment in time. And as long as you keep that attitude, that you'll find it might not seem like much is happening day to day, but you look back over 90 days, 180 days, 1 year, 2 years, and it's like, wow, there was a lot that happened here. But the technocrats have had it's the same top-down ideology that Patrick Wood was talking about from the 1930s. They're talking about the same thing. It is literally the same. It's the same structure. It's the same framework. They just now have the technology to implement it, and now we're layering AI in as a replacement for scientists and engineers. That's problematic. And then the belief that AI is going to be able to better, you know, implement these things than humans is a recipe for absolute disaster.
Well, what do you think about this technocracy? You know, you think back to the 1930s. Do you think that they've made attacks like they thought that they were prepared, the ubiquitous they, right? You know, the technocracy thought it was prepared to get grips on the system, or do you think this has all been an evolution and this is where we're headed? You know, it was always 2030, or it was always 100 years out, or it was always 50 years out. You know, or you think there have been points in time where where the technocracy has thought, I've got it now. You know what I mean? And then it's elusive and it slips out of its fingers, you know? Or do you think this is just where it was always destined to be, and that we just happen to be at that point? Because this isn't far away, Aaron. Like, we're not far from this technocracy. 50 years ago, you might look out and say, oh yeah, you know, it's coming, but it's still a ways out. You start seeing this AI and the power of this, you know that it's not that far away, right? I mean, this point in time where this thing can actually get its grips around things is not that far.
It's not far at all. And again, I've actually switched even the way that I describe it. 3 years ago, I'm like, I'm warning you about this, and now I'm not warning people. I'm describing things that have already happened. And so the challenge is to take a lot of complex information and things involved technology that people aren't aware of and present it visually. Once you see, oh, hey, a few weeks ago, 17 countries passed the same digital ID laws covering 3 billion people. And then Mexico did this and Mexico did this. Then you look at it, it's like, so when you're talking to people who might say, oh, this is outlandish, they're not doing this, or they won't be able to do it because they're incompetent in their governments. When you then show them the map that here's where it's already implemented. Or the biggest challenge is to prove to people in the United States, who I truly am convinced are the most brainwashed people ever, because we'll sit around and complain about the UK, or even what you were saying about the EU coming out and saying by 2029 they're going to have, you know, a CBDC, and people say, oh my God, at least we're not in Europe. And it's like, okay, we're already highly surveilled, and we just did a backdoor CBDC that covers $27 trillion worth of financial transactions per year, and people don't even understand it. So it's here. But I actually think the acceleration is happening. This is why we have to really look at Operation Stargate, because where I think I'm somewhat up on this stuff, and I'm not up on this stuff. Every week I realize how little I know. I didn't realize the degree to which Palantir was involved in healthcare data, nor did I realize how far Oracle was, and I didn't realize what was already going on with Operation Stargate. Once you see that this is not even being proposed, it's being built. They've already built some of these data centers. They're already integrating the data. This information is already being integrated. What Doge did was accelerate technocracy by 5 years. People thought it was to cut trillions of dollars from the budget. It actually did successfully accelerate technocracy by getting at least 12 petabytes worth of information. That was in the early days. It got 12 petabytes of government data centralized and into Palantir AI systems.
Yeah. We definitely need to do more work on Stargate. I remember when that thing hit and it was a big deal, you know, occupied a fair amount of my mind, you know, thinking about who's involved in it. And wasn't Andreessen Horowitz involved in that too, to some degree? I thought they might have had a private equity stake in that. I can't remember. There was definitely a Silver Lake. It was either Andreessen Horowitz or Silver Lake also had a role in that. The yeah, yeah. I'm just looking at this now. I had some notes on this, and what's the other rounds of funding that are coming to this, Aaron? You know, it's the initial 500 billion, and so key players: OpenAI, Oracle, SoftBank, investor firm MGX. I don't know them. Do you know MGX?
I've heard of them. Let me see who.
You know, another one. Another one we had is this Fermi. You heard of this firm? FERMI.
No, I haven't. Let me look this. Oh, I think we did talk about this. MGX is an Emirati state-owned investment fund. It's actually a sovereign wealth fund. So I think that we talked about on the episode, and so it aims to accelerate the adoption of advanced technologies, investing alongside international players including Microsoft, BlackRock, NVIDIA, Oracle, Silver Lake, and Elon Musk's AI. So the one thing that I want to say about this is that there are a lot of people that are like, oh, it's a bubble. These guys are going to run out of money or whatever. It's like they're not going to run out of money. It's Oracle, SoftBank it's Oracle, SoftBank, and OpenAI. They'll either raise the money or they already have the money, but you have to understand that they have contracts that are backing what they're doing here. They're getting paid for what they're doing. So this is not a vaporware, like if you build it, they will come kind of situation. There are government contracts tied to what they're doing. I saw as one example, Palantir, and this is why I say I've started to do the research, and at some point I'll do one of my 2-hour presentations, but where I lay it all out, because I need to go through and see how all the different products function, how the different databases integrate it to be able to kind of paint the broader picture. But Palantir is giving away their services and their analytical tools to 100 different healthcare startups. And so, of course, people are like, oh, wow, this is great. And, of course, a lot of these are wearables companies and everything else. And the quid pro quo for this is, hey, yeah, you can use Palantir, but you've got to provide the data. So what they're doing is they're using a bunch of different contractual relationships to be able to say, well, because of the nature of this relationship with this, they're basically violating people's rights, but they're doing it by a clever step of hoops and ladders with contractual arrangements. And so this is how what happens at the end of this is all of the data is being integrated through Stargate from all of these sources. So what you have is health records, EMR records being brought into this, government health records being brought into it, health tech companies and startups from Silicon Valley and wearables. All of the data is being put into a central facility through Oracle, and then able to be decision support tools. And essentially, I'll call it the social credit layer, and the predictive modeling layer comes from Palantir, and then you have OpenAI doing their various components. So what I have to do, and by the way, I've come to the other realization over this weekend, is that we do have these sites. We have like the own nothing, right? This is that shows the contracts and how much, which rights you've given away, so on and so forth. Then you have the Technocracy Atlas, which shows not only the historical information about technocracy, but this is where you map money and relationships. And I'm viewing it as kind of like a 1-2 punch. So we go into an area like healthcare, and first we look at, let's analyze the contracts and the law regarding this industry. And let's make that visible and understandable and transparent for people to see. Then we map on top of that the relationships and the money flow. And then once you can do that and put it into a coherent visual platform, then people are like, oh my God. And I will say this, I've followed a lot of this stuff. I've followed healthcare. I follow a lot of these things, and I don't know very much, but because every time I dig into this, it's so much worse than I thought. So by the time we can actually present all of this, hopefully in a compelling way, people will realize, okay, yeah, we're 90% of the way there. Not the technocracy. It's not going to be 2030. Actually, we're already in it. If as alleged, United Healthcare is already denying 90% of Medicare Advantage claims using AI, and next year they're starting to roll out AI to Medicare and Medicaid. Then, this is how far along this is. This isn't something that people are planning for the future. It's something they're already implementing.
Yeah. When I like that process of being able to layer it on. Do you have a software package where we can do that? Do you know how we can lay that out so it's a nice overlay? That way, if for instance, NVIDIA is in the center, this circle, I'll see if I can find this and display it, because I think I could display it on here. You've probably seen this out. NVIDIA sits at the center, and the funding, all the flows that are going in and out of here with all these things. And we just added Hyundai last week. And then we just added this $38 billion deal to it again today, which is, again, back to Ed Dowd's point, like he loves calling bubbles. Like every time I hear him talking, he's always calling a bubble, something. But, and Ed's a great guy. But the point is I think that is the wrong attitude, because there's a, there's a lot more going on here than that. And there are circular references that will fail. There will be things that break in this. And you have that right. I think what you're saying is the go for broke mentality, and the funding is definitely there. And if we can uncover that, and we can see where that go for broke is going, and when it starts to break, that's another nice thing to be able to see, right? And that's the kind of stuff I can track. When you see something falling apart in the markets, and you see something, again, assuming it's public market, right? There's a public component to it, and I can see it, because obviously I can't track the private equity like I can the public markets, just because I don't have the data. But I do think there will be small bubbles in there. There is a go for broke mentality. There is money flow. We know that things are going to break. And they don't care, Meta doesn't care. What's Zuckerberg care? What does he care? It's all a race for, whatever that point is, it's either co-domination or domination, one or the other, multiple domination, but there's clearly that attitude. And if we could layer that and show it, I think it would be a very compelling case. One, for us, just so we understand it, we can talk about it, but two, for anyone who sees that, when you start layering that thing up and people see stuff building on there, that's a pretty powerful case. I just don't know if there's a package that you can think of, because I know AutoCAD does it. I used to, when I was, an engineer, we used to do AutoCAD, and you could layer things on there like that. It was great. I don't know if there's anything else out like that now.
So I already have all of the tools ready for this. So you use Node.js or 4JS, sorry, for the mapping of the graph database. And I've already got the database set up with the technocracy information that I've pulled in from multiple sources. So I know how to do it. But what I want to do is I want to automate. I want to be able to take articles and information as it comes out in real time and put it in the main vector database, and then have it mapped to the graph database. And there is a way to do it. I know how to do. I know what the pieces are to do this, and I just don't know how long it's going to take to automate the whole thing. But yeah, it's already. I already know what needs to be done. This is why I put out the timeline that I did on the Technocracy Atlas, which is, I know I can start with the chatbot right away because I've already built that and it works, and I've already played around with it. So we're going to do this in incremental stages. The next part, though, is figuring out this automation piece of how to take that information in these articles and turn it into a form that can be visually represented. And then on top of that, and then the final layer is, okay, well, how can you add more data on top of that on a customized basis? So where you have what you're putting in there on an automated basis, but then you want to be able to allow people to put in new information outside of whatever the data sources are that I'm pulling from. But again, all of these are solvable problems. And so the question is just, when am I going to do that in sequence with everything else? But so far, things have happened so much faster. And when I say that AI is working faster than I thought, I was able to build that medical marketplace site a lot faster, months ahead of time. I didn't think I was going to be able to talk about the medical marketplace until Q1. And we're going to launch it this month. I mean, I've already got it built. It's actually already built. The only thing that we have to do is manually go through and make sure that the data is high enough integrity to put it out there. That's the only final step left. I could actually push the button today. I just don't want people going through and it's like they're going to the wrong links, or it's, pulling in inaccurate information about some of these facilities. I mean, I'm obviously always going to represent this as being, you'll have to do your own research no matter what is in here. And this is at least a starting off point for you, but it's not quite at the standard where I would want to release it yet. But that could be a matter of, if I focused on it, I could have it done in a week. So it will be done this month. So yeah, so there's a solution for the technocracy thing. And again, once I think people can see and map this stuff and understand the money flows, there's a part of this that is, and I'm layering this into like this overall, how do you access all of these materials that we have to paint a coherent picture? And so what I was saying is, it's like, okay, once you can see the contracts and how many rights you've given away, then once you can map the relationships and see who the technocrats are and how much they benefit from this, then you can realize that this is not about the US versus China. This has nothing to do with nation states. And once you realize that what the financial incentives are, and you can articulate in legal terms and in financial terms what's going on here, then people will be like, okay, I got to get out of the system. And the good news is you can build parallel systems for this. So there's going to be a whole like game plan coming out in January where I'm going to be able to make sense of all of these different tools, so that it's kind of like, okay, yeah, this is why this is important. Now you know this. Now you realize, because a lot of people are like, well, how can medical tourism be that cheap? Well, it can only be that cheap when you realize how you're getting fleeced with the existing system. When you realize that the costs of healthcare in this country have nothing to do with what the actual costs of the service are, and that it's all layers of middleware and graft, then you realize that it's not cheaper there because they're taking shortcuts. It's expensive here because of systemic fraud. That's a big eye opener for people. So now all of a sudden it's not like, okay, these are the flunkies from the Bahamas medical school or whatever.
Yeah, it is an eye opener. You know that that's the case. I mean, I've always been suspicious. You go to the doctor, you get a bill. It doesn't really tell you what's on the bill. You don't really. So for instance, if you have a family of 4 or 5 and, you got different medical bills coming in, someone went to get a physical, someone went to do this, whatever, and you get these things coming in and you have no idea what is this? Like, what the heck? And it's intentional. You know what I mean? It's so obvious that it's intentional that you can't figure it out. They don't want you figuring anything out. So, right? I mean, that's the biggest tip off to me right there. Like, they don't want you figuring it out. And then, like you said, they don't really want to fix you either. They don't really want you to get healthy.
So let me tell you that. So there's the medical tourism site has all of the facilities, all of the data about it, has all of the guides about how medical tourism works, the checklists, all of the comparisons in terms of quality and price based on region, based on type of procedure. But then there's the next thing, the next layer I want to add, which is people sharing their personal stories, because the way this is going to work, you can provide all the information in the world. People are still driven by their subconscious. You've got to be able to tell a story. The best way to tell a story is people telling their own stories authentically. So what you have is a lot of people out there. Again, once you understand how it works, you're in awe of the fact that we've tolerated this. The fact that there's a charge master for a hospital that sets the prices. And the variation can be, for a 10-cent aspirin, it can be $37 in one hospital, $15 in another. And for up until 2021, it was illegal for them to share the pricing. And now they're supposed to share the pricing, but they don't, because they opt to just pay a $300 a day fine. And so the people that are sitting around saying, yeah, we're number one for healthcare, we don't even have price transparency. We are much worse than Thailand. We're worse than it's inconceivable how bad this is. But, and this is why I'm doing all this as a nonprofit. We're giving away all the information. We're going to put all the disclaimers on it. But, these guys are going to try to sue to shut this down, because the entire system is based on a lack of transparency. Well, you want to sue to protect your grift, then fine. Let's go to court and let's make a whole deal out of that. Because all it takes, because every individual, do you know what they do? They victimize you to the point where you're like, oh my God, I have medical debt. I'm a bad person, right? Oh, I owe these people money. I'm a bad person. And you're not, I feel so horrible that we live in a society with that much propaganda, that much lack of transparency, with that much government intervention, that people feel that way. And every individual feels that way because they don't know that everyone else is getting fleeced. They don't know that this guy's being charged $40,000 for a service that somebody's being charged for. Once that information gets out and it's somebody that's going on a video saying, I had to file for bankruptcy because of this, and by the way, here's my paperwork for this hospital, and then this next person does this, and the next person does this, and then people start sharing their experiences with United Healthcare, and then people start sharing, then that stuff will go viral. And then these people have a real problem, because if there are global competitive offerings, then all of a sudden this system could be in deep shit real fast.
Well, that's the way to do it. I mean, you got to get it. The problem is, how do you get it to go viral without them being able to control it? We've talked about this, X, Rumble, how do we get it out there? I mean, really what we need is a network of really independent websites, where it can't be taken down, but still are a destination. Right? There's enough content there that it becomes a destination. That's really the secret, because they can't, unless there's a separate internet, everybody's running on the same train tracks. I mean, the technocracy's running on the same grid, right? I mean, as far as I understand, there isn't a separate grid that they run on. Now I do know from a trading perspective, Aaron, one thing they can do is they've got some sort of a system set up in New York, and they can beam stuff from Chicago to New York, and they can do it for a speed perspective. So they don't, and again, you've got all of Elon Musk's satellites in the sky. That's an alternative system. I mean, that's a major concern. But, they've got these things that are, terrestrial, but somehow there's enough structure in the middle that it fits the curvature of the earth from New York to Chicago, but they cut down, like, I don't know, 20, 30 milliseconds or something like that. And so it makes it quicker for their trading, right? The grift, it's all part of the grift, and they, whatever many billions this thing costs, they figure out they can make it up. Jane Street Trading or Citadel or these other guys can make it up, and they use that service. So those are the alternatives. I mean, if we're all running on the same grid, then I don't see why we can't create the destinations. It's just hard, though. You know what I mean? It's hard to get. It's hard to get something established. Where people, it's a destination point.
It is, but this is why I actually think that this medical tourism thing might be the number one vector for all of this, and the reason why is every minute someone in the United States files for bankruptcy for medical costs, and 75% of those people are insured. There isn't a single person that you will talk to at a holiday dinner, or if you're out and you actually drum up a conversation, that's going to sit there and say, our system is great. I mean, most people have shame because they feel like maybe they're unique, but nobody's had a good experience with these systems. No one. There isn't a single person. Where are the satisfied customers? Where are the testimonials for United Healthcare? Where are the testimonials for Medicare and Medicaid? But what we have is a system where they've been able to silo the outcome data, they've been able to silo the pricing data, and then they've used the law and everything else to try to convince people, and then credit scores to convince people that they're bad people for racking up medical debt. This is the kind of information that you share a link. So yes, all of these sites are open source, all of these sites are independent sites. I'm going to be using things like IPFS so that they can't be taken down. But this is the kind of thing that somebody, of course, is going to send. You hear some horror story about, somebody being denied cancer treatment when they're on the actual table for the procedure because United Healthcare denies it. You have somebody that comes up and says they lost their house because they were charged $40,000 for something that cost $400 somewhere else. Then every single other person that's had a similar situation. So you send a link to your buddies or somebody in a Telegram group or something, and then somebody in that group is going to be like, hey, that happened to me or that happened to my brother. I'm going to send this on to my brother. This will go viral one person at a time, because I think this issue is so profound and affects everybody in this country. And everybody in this country has a family member that's been affected by this. I think it'll go viral person to person outside of the networks. I do think that there may be a window where the social media networks may allow some of the content, but they will end up trying to clamp down on it. I don't think that these stories can be clamped down, because then if you have an interface where you can go to and you can sort by tragedy, right, within the system. Oh, let's see all the people that, had this kind of fraud, that had this kind of billing issue, this kind of bankruptcy issue, this kind of, isn't the system itself the second leading cause of death in terms of, medical malpractice, errors, and everything else? They shield all that information. Then they try to get you to sign NDAs and everything else. And there's a certain period of time where enough of that gets out and people are going to say, you know what kind of system is this that you've rigged? And this is why doing the own nothing thing is first, because, and again, a lot of the content, I'll do the podcasts on it and I'll end up doing a whole bunch of them, because it's going to be my process of trying to figure out how to synthesize the information and display it. And it'll get better every time. They won't be perfect at the beginning, but by the time I got done doing the last several podcasts, I'm like, boy, I should just do this medical marketplace now. And it's because of what I learned as I was going through and doing this stuff. If the whole point of these sites is to be able to crowdsource, scrape the information first, but then crowdsource people's experiences with it. And I truly think that this is going to have a profound impact on raising awareness to this. And again, I use terms I've said in the past: public health is a death cult, the system's a fraud. It's not hyperbolic. And it's even worse than I thought. It's worse than it's imaginable. And as I've said before, I don't think any single individual, regardless of what their knowledge or background is, could design a worse system than we have for healthcare from the perspective of actually improving people's health. You couldn't come up with a worse set of incentives. You couldn't come up with a less transparent system. It's an absolute joke. And yet politicians and everybody else still go out and claim that we've got the best healthcare in the country. And it's up to us individually to break that down by sharing our own stories in a way that can't be censored.
Yeah, that's spot on. I mean, that's exactly it. And I think you're right. Once you give people a venue to not feel shamed and to give their story, and people benefit from it, people will lay it on the line, to help the next person, because they're like, you can't imagine the pain I went through. They'll throw it out there, and it will, that's the goal, is to catch on so that people can actually intercept what's going wrong with them. And, but again, to find the alternative, how good's the alternative? How efficient is the alternative to them? And I've always thought, there's such an opportunity in this, I've seen a few scams, but the concept is still pretty good. These healthcare co-ops. I mean, the concept's good. It's just, this could be the time, right? This could be the time where something really, doctors, good doctors are willing to get on the network. And I think you were describing it. It was either you or someone else was talking about this. And I do believe this to be the way to do it, where I think it was, again, during that Rockefeller one, if I'm not mistaken, where it's like $90 a month, and times 12. So what is that? 1,080 or something like that a year you pay into your doctor. In some years, you're going to use $50 worth of their time. In other years, you might use 3,000, but again, it's a self-insuring network where the doctor understands the risk, and they know that, and again, somebody who would provide the statistics would actually be valuable too, to a doctor like that, to say, look, here's the case. If you could take on 80 clients or 350 clients, statistically speaking, you're going to have some that are going to be outlandish and you're going to lose money on them. But on the vast majority, you're still going to make money, and you're going to be able to do what you went into this for, which is to provide good service. And the people are like, okay, this is great. And they get great reviews and so forth. I mean, I think that's the evolution of this, right? Is to, help give the doctors confidence too, so that they're willing to step onto this platform, and they're like, yeah, screw this other system. Because that's the real key, is getting good care, good providers who are willing to get on the system and say, screw the screw all these people that are overlords over me, who forced me to spend $150,000 for an education. And then now I come out and now I'm beholden to them because now they've got me by the throat, it's like, I can't step out of line. They're screwed.
So this is actually why when you ask the question about kind of sovereignty and protection and everything else, this is why I actually, when I say America 1.0 is over, I started working on a startup 6 years ago in this area, and the idea was going to be to provide, using crypto and reputation management system, the ability for doctors in the U.S. to be able to accept patients using alternative currencies outside of insurance, outside of credit cards, which have chargeback, just outside of all of it. And what I found is that the resistance point is that you'll lose your medical license, you'll lose your ability to have privileges at the hospital. There are barriers in the United States of America to being able to practice medicine. This is why in these medical tourist facilities, there are doctors from Johns Hopkins and Harvard that left the United States. We are fundamentally not competitive legally and structurally. The AMA is a cult. It is literally a union that was designed to destroy homeopathy, which had better health outcomes, restrict the supply of doctors, and increase how much doctors would get paid. And their mandate hasn't changed. Even when we talked at the Technocracy Roundtable about the fact what their views were on AI, yeah, they're threatened by AI because AI is going to reveal that. What are they? They're indoctrinated on Rockefeller medicine. They're indoctrinated on a curriculum that was designed to sell petroleum byproducts as cures for human disease, treating individuals as machines and not as self-healing entities that just might need assistance with their own internal process. That's never changed. So everybody that's a doctor, I would actually argue separately, you're unlikely to get good medical advice from a doctor because they've been indoctrinated in bad information. And they're the worst kind of people because they're arrogant about their indoctrination. There's a whole separate side to the thing that we can do with the medical freedom thing. But nevertheless, I can't stress enough how getting people to flee the country and probably bankrupt the healthcare system is going to be the only way there's going to be any change in this system. And you watch what happens. And when that happens, because it won't take much, when you understand that you don't you think $38 trillion of debt is bad, how about $100 trillion of unfunded healthcare liabilities? It's actually worse. So this is why they are building Stargate. And when you understand that the U.S. is the largest payer of healthcare services at 47%, this AI system is all about rationing healthcare. So RFK is out there basically pushing for nationalized healthcare that's controlled by AI surveillance systems. And people are thinking that it's make America healthy again. The whole thing is an absolute joke. And it's going to take time. One of the great things about this is that my wife is going to be doing a lot of work on, and she knows a lot. She was a virologist, a scientist, then ran a holistic medical practice. She has a whole wide set of things. And she's going to be able to put together really compelling guides on a procedure by procedure basis as to what the care options are, actually do real due diligence about what these medical options are. Because people are you might think of Thailand, you still might be skeptical of it. And then when you see the actual raw data, you're like, compared to the health outcome, I would never go to the Cleveland Clinic or the Mayo Clinic. People think that those things are like they're death areas. They're the worst places to go. Or what's the cancer thing in Sloan Kettering or whatever? I mean, you should see the history of some of these organizations. So I think it's going to be really eye-opening, but it's the combination of, boom, here are the facts about how the system is rigged legally. Here's what the contracts look like. Boom, here's follow the money. Boom, here's a platform for people to share their stories about what's happened to them. And then boom, here's what's actually going on with transparent information with options that you can access today that are cheaper with better outcomes than you have. And I'm telling you, man, that can have a big impact and really help people dramatically. Even since I did the medical tourism podcast, I've had so many people emailing me and DMing me with, hey, can you help with this? I have an uncle that needs this procedure. I have a friend that's done this and he's waiting for 4 months to get an appointment with a specialist, or, so on and on down the line. this truly affects everybody, and it's their health. And so it really matters.
Well, and that's like you said, how you wrap the rope around the big, monster and bring it down right there. I mean, that's a big part of this system, this medical system, the medical, you wrap around the legs of that thing and bring it down. There's going to be a lot of other ripple effects that come after that in a lot of different places. It'll affect the financial system. It'll affect the judicial system. It'll affect a lot of things. And that's Trump. And that's, that's how we get to America 2.0. You know what I mean? Not, that you got to bring it down. I mean, there's no other way, right?
Yeah, there's no other way. And again, even so people don't like the whole America 1.0 is over, and there's a lot of this, kind of like, well, then it's admission of failure or whatever. But it's the idea of having 50 states into one thing with 350 million people. Like, I don't even know. I'm not even sure. I'm not convinced that's a good idea. I'm not convinced that that size and scale is actually beneficial. In fact, the evidence would suggest that maybe it's not. And usually when you look at why, usually you have countries that expand and expand and expand, and they go through this process where they can no longer take the resources of others or whatever or expand any further, and then they just decay from within. So maybe America 2.0 is 50 different countries, and that's okay. In fact, again, to me, it's preferable. So Trump proposing a North American Union or whatever, and all of that other stuff, that's all in the wrong direction. And then you have the EU. It's just more consolidation, and then all of it becomes. Then you have blocks that are trading with each other, and then they end up standardizing things through things like the UN and WHO and these trade agreements, and so then it all becomes more and more homogenous. It's all moving towards one thing. We should probably have smaller political entities that have, kind of more variation. Again, there's no easy utopian solution to this, but I don't like, what's the point of being in the same country with California? Like, I don't even understand, why is it appealing to try to work to preserve that out of pride? Like, some of it doesn't even make sense to me. And I know a lot of people just haven't even thought about it, but again, there are a million different ways to do things. All of it should be done with experimentation, and I would argue hopefully from first principles, because if it's not from first principles, then you're going to have a lot of mistakes being made that have already been tried where people just didn't think through what it was that they were doing. And so just look at it as a decision support people set of tools for people that are trying to experiment with new governance models.
That makes sense. I mean, that's the I don't think it's harsh at first, because, you get so conditioned to the, the flag blowing in the wind and, and you get this patriotism and you think like, it's this, the whole thing that we're sold, and it's hard, right? It's hard to let go of that because you feel like you're letting go of your heritage, but the problem is we're trapped in a place where you have to let it go. You know what I mean? Because you can't really save, sovereignty. You can't save sovereignty. And that's really, isn't that ultimately what it's about? You know what I mean? It's really that, it's the freedom, your free will, and that's really the core of it. And we're losing that. That's the point. I mean, we're losing the sovereignty component of it. So you can sit there and but it's hard. It's a hard thing to get through the heart, the soul, the mind, you know what I mean, to let it go. But when you look at it, you realize this healthcare system, like you said, it's so, the whole thing is just rotten from top to bottom. And, you have to let it go.
So, excuse me, this is a process that I've been going through. So I've been saying this. I didn't start out like this. This was not my belief 10 years ago or 8 years ago or whatever. And when you go through and you realize that you've been lied to, like we're going to be able to expose, and by the way, it's every sector. We'll do healthcare first, but then we'll get into finance. Then we'll get into food, right? Healthcare is just the biggest. And it's the one that's the most relatable because it impacts everyone's literally life or death and quality of life. So you have to go through a process of accepting that you've been lied to, and then you have to forgive yourself for being duped. That's the very hardest part of the process. And listen, it wasn't easy for me either. Probably one of the more difficult things for me, I've said this before, is that, I used to be a big Ayn Rand fan. I mean, I still like, Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged and everything else. I don't subscribe to the full philosophy for a whole variety of reasons. I mean, break down, whatever. I won't go into all of that. But I used to believe that fundamentally America was about capitalism and about free markets. That was a huge thing for me. And then when I started my first company and then, met with 150 VCs and dealt with Wall Street, I realized that was a complete lie. And that was a real kick in the face, by the way. I mean, that was actually my first, I call it the first thing that radicalized me. But then it just goes deeper and deeper and deeper. And then you have to forgive yourself for thinking that, oh, foolish. Oh, I went off and did all these things thinking this with this whole set of of assumptions, and I was wrong. And boy, now don't I feel like an idiot. And then you have to forgive yourself. Now, once you do that, what happens is it liberates energy, because everything that you were defending, all the energy you were using defending the illusion is energy that can be used in creating something better. And some of it, maybe you may take some of the ideals that you thought were there, and maybe they're still good ideals. Maybe they aren't. Maybe you realize that some of the ideas were fundamentally flawed. But you're at least not in an illusion state, thinking that something is one way, when it's actually, in many cases, the exact opposite. So it is the, whatever you want to call it, I don't know, dark night of the soul or whatever. It's not fun. And feeling stupid and feeling like you got duped sucked. I didn't like it. It's happened to me several times. I mean, actually, it continues to happen to me. Even though, I may even say, oh my God, I can't believe how bad this is. I was actually shocked that Roger was arrested. I was shocked by Ian Freeman's sentencing hearing. Even though, we knew where the government stood on these issues, it still was shocking. It's shocking to me. And so anyway, but people can get through it. And actually it's a big part of personal growth and expanding your own kind of free will and consciousness.
Illusion to the solution. And the other thing too is it's, and I know you've mentioned this, I don't know how you would describe it, but I notice this with the financial markets. There's so many things I would like to talk about, but having done this for so long, it's almost like I've developed my own language for myself. Things that I've seen, things that I've experienced, things that I say, okay, I know what they're up to here. So and it's, you can't even communicate it, right? Because there's such a gap between, what you've experienced and how do you share that? How do you break that down and share that with someone? And that's a process too. How do you bridge that gap because here's the thing, like I wouldn't be doing the show if it wasn't for the harmonics, because there's a lot of scam that goes on in these markets. And I could sit there for hours every day and say, see that's a scam. See that's a scam. It's almost distorted that I've gotten so good. I mean, it watching the scams go on, that I'm almost like, am I still a good person that I see the scam and I know how to participate in that scam? Am I still coming out good on the other side? But it's this language that you have and you wish you could share it, and you don't want to scare people away from the markets. That's the other thing. I don't want to scare people away, because there's something like this harmonics it's one of the best things I've ever seen, because it gives you hope, that there is still a functioning of, like you said, you thought it was about capitalism. I wouldn't totally get rid of that yet, because there is something magical that goes on. It's like the invisible hand, right? It's described as the invisible hand back in the day, the invisible hand of the system. And I think the invisible hand really is the everyday person that struggles, goes through pain and fights through it and finds a way to overcome, is okay saying, look, I made mistakes. I mean, I'm okay with that, not beating yourself down, but fighting through that. And, and then finding a solution. That's what I've done. I mean, the only reason I've learned what I've learned is through tons and tons of pain. You just get crushed and you're like, this really can't be that bad, can it? And you're like, yep, it's really that bad. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. So Well, I'm not against capitalism. I'm against the illusion that we have capitalism. I'm engaging in capitalism all the time. I'm engaging in voluntary trade with people using privacy coins and privacy tokens all the time. I still believe, because I believe fundamentally involuntary exchange is a function of being able to exercise your free will. So the core idea behind it. But Rand, there were some things about Rand's works that, and maybe it's just a shift in the timing, and I don't want to make this a whole big diatribe about Rand, but it's just, she wrote this book, Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal, and she would spend time defending big business. And, maybe in the 50s and 60s or whatever, defending big business, one of the firms that she defended vigorously, I believe, was GE in that book. And I will tell you, I couldn't defend GE for a nanosecond today. And so I'm not saying that Rand was bad or wrong because she was defending GE in the time frame that she was defending it. But big business now, almost by default in the United States, is cronyism. And I mean, even to be a public company and then to have whatever, if you're on the NASDAQ or whichever exchange, you actually have to have DEI at the board level and everything else. There are things that are imposed that so significantly impair the true ability to engage in voluntary exchange that and I don't know I probably have to come up with another index. There's probably a way to come up with yet another index to determine at what point something becomes not voluntary, and how many degrees of freedom do you actually have when you're under those constraints. Oh, I see. Great. I see Courtney's here.
Hey,
Hey, how are you?
doing well. How are you?
Excellent. Thank you for coming on. And actually, I if you guys don't mind, this is a great time for me to maybe take a 2-minute break. If you guys wouldn't mind, I'll be right back. You can keep talking, and I'll be right back.
We'll hold the fort. Sounds good. How are you doing, Craig?
Good. How are you, Courtney? Congratulations on your book. Thanks for sending that out the other day. It's excellent.
Yay! Thank you. Yeah.
I think I'm just going to order 10 of them and then plan on handing them out because it's I can't believe the price rebate to get 10. I'm like, why not just get 10 of them? So
So you got 10?
yeah.
Yay! Oh, I can't wait to hear what you think.
Yep. It looks good. Looks really good. And
Yeah.
at what Aaron said, 197 pages. It's amazing you guys were able to get that much into that. So
It was a lot longer than what he wanted. He really wanted to keep it like 120.
okay.
But yeah, brevity has never really been my strong suit. So yeah. I think just like the like references alone took up a lot of pages. So, but I'd rather have those than not. So yeah, for all things considered, I think we did keep it pretty concise. Yeah. So
Mhm. Good.
yeah.
Good. I
So-
can't wait. How do you feel? It feels good to get it. Feels good to get it out there.
It's definitely, yes, good to have that done. And now on to the next phase. I know Patrick was like, now the real work begins. I'm like, wait, that part wasn't work. Like, oh boy.
What does he
So,
mean by that when he says the real work begins now? What is that?
I think he means like promoting it
Oh,
and
promotion,
yeah, trying to sell the book. So yeah. I was like, but I'm kind of like, oh boy, because that was actually a lot of work. I learned a lot though. I mean, there was a lot that I really had to do deep research to do that I just didn't know. So I'm grateful for the experience. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of terrifying, but I'd rather know.
When you've
Yeah.
done a lot of good writing, I mean, when you did the Phoenix, that was what? That was actually a small book on its own, right? I mean, in a sense, what would that have turned into page-wise, do you think, if that would have been a book? 30 pages, maybe?
I think probably closer to like 50.
50?
Uh,
Okay.
Yeah, my algorithmic oracle book, and I am going to publish it because so many people have asked me to, but I've already started to format it, like the article that I put on my Substack, and that comes to 120 pages in book format.
Okay.
And then the Epstein transhumanist conspiracy one is probably longer than that. It's 18,000 words.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, my articles tend to be long. I have one on Jim Rutt right now, and my husband makes so much fun of me because he's like, it's so close. It's so close. He's like, you're done yet? I'm like, it's so close. It's like, it's been so close for a really long time. I'm like, well, there's more to do. But it's like single spaced. It's like 50 pages. But I think I'm going to cut quite a bit. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, that's great. You're becoming highly prolific at this.
I never would have thought. Never would have expected.
I did the debate. Was it with George?
Huh?
You had a debate a couple weeks ago. Remember?
Oh, yeah. That was very, very interesting.
I never saw that. Can you send me a link to
have
it? I
not
couldn't
aired
find
it
it.
We haven't aired it yet because we're so behind.
Oh, okay, got
So
it.
we're still supposed to technically be on break, but that hasn't actually happened. So that we could launch our Callow. And yeah, so that is going to have to happen, but we're technically, yeah. So we've been just airing a lot of the shows that I've been on. So I've had something like 50 of those, but even in the break, we've started to do some of the interviews. So it'll be soon, maybe in a few weeks, and we'll be ready to air that. And he wants to do a follow-up. So I'll reach out and schedule that. But we've been back and forth on Twitter too, with like very long exchanges. It was very interesting. I mean, it definitely wasn't a debate. Like, he was very polite, very sweet. But I just kind of felt like it was a little bit like we were dancing around the elephant in the room. He really early in the discussion, he had said to me that we could do one of 4 scenarios. So he basically tried to take the reins of, how to steer the conversation. It was very early. I don't remember how long into it, but it was pretty early in the discussion. And out of a desire to be polite and make him feel comfortable, I let him choose. I probably should have picked, and steered the conversation, but I really wanted to. I felt like we had already started off kind of adversarial, so I wanted to make him feel as comfortable and welcome as possible, so that we could have a real conversation. And he said to me, well, I feel like when I'm dealing with people like you, there's a paradigmatic issue. And he said, do you know what I mean by that? And I said, I think so, but I don't want to put words in his mouth. So I said, feel free to elaborate. And he said, well, I just feel like when I'm dealing with someone who has such a vast body of knowledge, but he said it's not just the knowledge, it's like an ability to synthesize and analyze in real time that we come across this paradigmatic issue. And then he said, he said it's kind of like when I talk to Daniel Schmachtenberger or the Weinstein brothers. And I don't know, I kind of felt like it was okay, we know dealing with, each other are dealing with, and we're just going to kind of dance around the elephant in the room for the next few hours. That's kind of what we did. I mean, it was an interesting conversation. It's just we really didn't get to the heart of what we had intended to discuss. And he said at the end, it would be interesting to take your article and really go piece by piece. And I said, yeah, well, let's do it then. And then I said, but before we do, I'm just curious, like, what is your biggest issue with the article? And he said that he felt like it was, tying it to Epstein. And I said, I can understand that he wants to be tied to Epstein. I get it. He said, well, he said, well, no, it's just that I don't think that Epstein influenced Santa Fe Institute. And I said, well, I didn't actually say that. I said he funded it, which is provable. He funded it. I mean, not solely, but he did invest in Santa Fe Institute. And I said, but moreover, they had a shared transhuman worldview. And, that's really what I was laying out, is the overlap in the ideology. And then there happens to be this funding nexus, right? So, and the funding nexus is trackable, provable. I mean, I think I literally had hundreds of references in that article. I mean, it was not like I pulled this out of my butt, like you can take it up with the sources. And then he, at the end of it, he was like, well, and this part wasn't part of the show, but he said, he's like, well, I will give you the complexity sciences Gnosticism. And I was like, okay, well, that was kind of, the whole thing. So, yeah, so it was interesting, but we'll see.
Will you do it again? Is he up for doing it again? Or
he is. He said he would come back and do like a part 2, and we'll discuss that. like he said, he wants to kind of go through the article. We've been back and forth on Twitter discussing the history of education, which we actually discussed to some extent on the show. But I kept bringing up like the Scottish common sense realist, and he didn't seem familiar, but I wasn't sure if he wasn't familiar because he didn't come out and say, I don't know what you're talking about, which I would have actually appreciated, because then I wouldn't have. I'd like to know where someone stands, so I know whether or not to continue or explain, or just that. I think that's helpful. But I didn't. And so he didn't say anything. So I kind of just got this feeling like it wasn't registering. And when we were in the exchange, it was a bunch of people who were on this exchange. But I said, yeah, because he said, I'm not familiar at all, to somebody else. And that's when I chimed in and I said, yeah, this is what I kept bringing up on our discussion, but I couldn't tell if you're familiar. And he said, no, I remember. He said, because in the thread, he said, up until a week ago, I had never heard of them. And I was like, yeah, our discussion was a week ago. So I was like, you must be talking about me. So then I chimed in and I said, yeah, that's what I was bringing up, but I couldn't tell if you were familiar. And he said, no, I remember you brought it up, but I have no familiarity at all. So yeah, I feel like maybe, so we've been going back and forth on some of those discussions. We obviously are coming from very different perspectives, but good to air it out.
What was the? Can I ask, what was the elephant in the room? Like, what was the topic you wanted to get to with him that you guys didn't get there?
Hold on, if I could, real quick, Craig. Is there any way you have another tab open or this podcast playing somewhere else? I'm trying to fix this echo. I have to mute you every time you're not talking, or otherwise there's a bad echo. And I'm trying to troubleshoot this. And what one area might be if you have another browser open or something that's playing.
Do we have another browser open? I don't think so. Do we have no other browser open?
So
I
Craig,
don't
no, this has been Craig and I have had this echo the whole time. So we have to mute ourselves when we're not speaking.
Oh,
The
okay.
echo is really bad, and there's a workaround for this. There's something fundamentally
I guess I
broken.
could mute myself too.
I don't think yours is problematic. I think that it's just when Craig has his on, and I'm troubleshooting behind the scenes. And one of the things I've found is it says that if you have another thing open, the other thing is if you have anything in the audio settings for getting rid of the echo. I mean, I have something on my side for echo reduction, which I didn't have turned on, but I turned it on and it didn't seem to help. So I don't know if that's if you can go into your audio settings and click on it within StreamYard and click echo cancellation. That might help.
All right, I'll try the other one here.
Okay, I think we're trying that right now.
Okay.
No.
Is that any better, Aaron?
Yeah, that actually seemed to work. What'd you do?
Well, I have two Roadcasters in there, and one of them is a mix. What do they call it? Mix mic or something like that, where it has a cancellation feature, and the other one isn't. And I never know which one's the right one, so I just take a coin flip guess, and I'm like, "How's that?" I never know for sure.
All right, that worked. I think that actually fixed it.
Okay, good. I'll have to note which one it is. The problem is on the StreamYard, the dialog box isn't wide enough that I can actually see it. It says microphone Roadcaster PR, but I can't see what comes after that. I can't get it any wider. So I just have to take a stab at it. I can't tell which one.
Got it.
And no matter how far I widen it out, it doesn't make any difference. It still doesn't show the whole thing. So anyway, well, good. I'm glad we solved it. It's a little more elegant.
All right.
It's a little more elegant than before, so that's good.
So sorry for the interruption. I know you guys were in the middle of something. I just wanted
to he was asking what I think it was just, we were thinking we would discuss the article. And he said it would be good to go through it piece by piece, so I think that's what the follow-up. I haven't reached out to schedule. We have been exchanging on Twitter about kind of other stuff. I mean, it's definitely all related, because to me, it's really that foundation. That's where we're not seeing the same perspective. So, it's really about metaphysics to me. But And I'm saying that without, when you hollow that out, it lends itself to transhumanism, technocracy. It's to me, it's the only place it can go. So yeah, but he gave me that as one of the scenarios for what we could discuss. But it was the third one, so it didn't sound like he really wanted to. And so that's what I'm saying. I put the ball in his court because I wanted him to be comfortable, like I know we started off a little like he called me a schizo poster. And that was our introduction to each other. And I actually did open the show saying that. And then he said, he's like, well, I didn't call you a schizo poster. I said it was schizo posting. I'm like, okay, well, yes, but that was our introduction to each other. And as I said, he was very nice. It was he's obviously very bright. It was an interesting conversation. We just didn't hit at the heart of where, yeah. But yeah, so it'll be interesting to see.
Yep.
But it is, to me, that's where it goes. And I think that's why I know I seem like I keep beating a dead horse with it, but it's like either we're not the architects of reality and there's a created order, and where there's a structure there, and this is part of the inalienable rights, Imago Dei, Rerum Natura, all these concepts, right, are downstream from them. Ontology is downstream from metaphysics. Once you start to invert them, then it makes man the architect. It makes man the creator. And this lends itself to the technocratic and humanist framework. Otherwise, there's no validity to it, right? So, yeah. That's But yeah, Aaron, you've started reading it, right?
Yeah, I'm about halfway through, and it's
awesome.
awesome. I putting the link to Amazon. I put the link to the technocracy.news as well. I think it's fantastic. I think everybody should get it. It's so clearly written and so well laid out. Like, I don't know how you managed to do it in just under 200 pages, but it's very compelling, and tackles a lot of these complicated issues. I like the way that Peter Thiel section was framed in terms of the chess player analogy, and then kind of putting him into an algorithmic format in a way. But I love the book, truly.
Yay!
So congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, the brevity was definitely the biggest challenge, and we didn't quite get it. Where I was telling Craig, Pat really wanted it to be like 120 pages, but I think considering the nature of the topic, we tackled what was necessary. So,
well, and a lot of it is like links to references too, right? So the actual content itself. So it was a quick read, because I was thinking it was going to be like, I didn't look when I started how many pages it was, and I'm like, oh, this is going to be a long read, and I'm like, wow, I'm clipping through this. So I think it's great, because I think it's going to be it's very accessible, which is critical at this point.
Yes, we thought so too. Really, to be a warning, yeah, reach as many people as possible, and hopefully people take it to heart.
Well, I'll tell you, I was at this Brownstone event this weekend, and it was interesting. I was on this panel with Ed Dowd and some other people, and it was people do not want to hear that Maha and MAGA are pushing technocracy, but it's undeniably true. And when you lay it out, a lot of I actually think there's a division brewing between medical freedom people that thought that Maha was medical freedom, and then Maha who thinks that it's the government's role centrally from the top down to improve people's health, and that AI should be the delivery system for it. That there is a split emerging there, and actually that was pretty clear throughout the weekend that that's starting to happen. There's going to be a big, I don't know, I'm saying blowout, but from my perspective, as I've been digging completely into this healthcare thing, which I wasn't as focused on before, and the more I look at Operation Stargate, people should be absolutely irate about what's going on from a medical freedom perspective. This Stargate thing is an absolute disaster. What Palantir's already doing in healthcare is a disaster. Most people think of Palantir from the perspective of, defense or maybe doing predictive policing, but they are a dominant player. And it's not just in the US, it's globally. People are missing this aspect. Somehow and the way that it's framed is, when it was announced, Operation Stargate is about American dominance in AI. But then when you look at the players, when you look at Oracle, OpenAI, SoftBank, and Palantir, this is a blueprint for a global rollout.
Yes.
And so the fact that they're able to wrap this in the flag as something that's about protecting America, while clearly behind the scenes it's not, is an important point to kind of lay out. But it's horrifying to me. So what I'm trying to do now is a real overview of how do these systems work? What are they building in terms of predictive scoring? And what are they doing with the combination of all of these databases? And then I want to understand what they're doing with the kind of the contracts and the jujitsu that they're doing to get around privacy laws by, taking one agreement over here and then claiming it's de-anonymized data over here and then putting into this other system. But then all you have to do is do 3 hoops and you can figure out what is actually going on. I don't know to what degree I'm going to be able to find the answers or even be able to find all of the contractual information, but what I've uncovered so far, I'm like, wow, this is a serious problem.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the first thing I thought of was the medical system, because it was Larry Ellison standing up there talking about, it was like cancer moonshot all over again, right? Talking about the whole mRNA and predictive, essentially it's precision medicine is what it is. That's what they were bragging about when they announced Stargate. So it's all about medicine.
It is all about medicine. I'm looking at just it popped up on my feed. There's Secretary Kennedy talking about, now that North America has removed mercury from all vaccines, again, so he's pushing this, but at the same time, we have targeted mRNA customized vaccines. And this is where this is not about medical freedom. This is about, now that we're in power, our smart people are smarter than the other people that are there. So now let's enforce what we think is the right thing on everyone, and which is not medical freedom. And I'm not sure if people are fully cognizant of what's going on with this, but this is it's accelerating incredibly fast.
So fast. And I was just on, we do our Dangerous Game show, and Dr. Lee Merritt was saying, well, people are never going to get on board with this. And I'm like, they're building whole infrastructure. So if people don't know, and they're sitting back cheering Maha and MAGA, like they don't know. They're just thinking, make America great again, make America healthy again, which are great messages, don't get me wrong. But meanwhile, they're rolling all that out. And it's like they're creating this infrastructure, and then once it's set and ready, all they have to do is press a button, and they have complete control. And like, if people don't know what's happening, nobody's going to fight it. And a lot of people don't. I would argue most people really don't. They're busy. They're either never Trumpers for the wrong reasons, or they're, thinking he's the savior and they sit back and trust the plan. They're the people who are aware of what's actually going on, I feel like, are really in the minority.
I think activists in the medical freedom community aren't aware of what's going on. That's how bad it is. Because once I explain some of this, a lot of the people in the audience, and again, this is a conference of people that are there because they got engaged because of the lockdowns and the mandates. So this is not exactly an uninformed group. In fact, this is probably one of the most informed groups, and no one knows what Stargate is. Most people, they heard, and because of the way that it was presented, and the fact that it was presented one of the first press conferences that Trump had. It was so long ago. But the way that it was positioned, nobody dug into the details, and it just sounded like, oh, well, this is great for business. We're doing all these, multi-billion-dollar deals. Nobody wanted to dig in it, and it is complicated. Actually, just tracking the different systems and how they integrate, and trying to figure out what the role is and what the dividing line is between the different companies, and then how they're bringing other data and other relationships, because Palantir is taking some of their other work and loading it into Oracle. And so this is part of the issue. This is a complete consolidation
Yes.
of information. And so what I'm trying to do is a really deep dive, but then try to figure out how to simply describe what it means with visual images to see that this is what's going on with the data. This is what the implications of it are, so that we can humanize it and show people how serious this is. And once you hear Larry Ellison talks about this and the way he talks about surveillance, I mean, there's no doubt as to what the intention is.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, and have you go ahead, Courtney.
Oh, I was just going to say that's great that you're because we need it simplified for people. I think people have no clue. Yeah.
Well, here's the other thing that's so interesting about this, Aaron. Have you really dug into Masa-san, SoftBank's component in this? Because obviously we look at Oracle, I mean, so this guy's he's really tiny little guy, looks, like harmless, you know what I mean? But he's got, this guy in 2010 came out with, he articulated his long-term 30-year, 300-year vision for SoftBank. He's been into brain chips. He's into all this stuff, you know what I mean? And he's going to be the head guy on this. I mean, he's getting the chairmanship role to lead this whole thing, which is pretty fascinating to me because he's a wild man. Like, he's a wild man for an investor. I mean, obviously he caught Yahoo, he caught Alibaba, he caught a lot of these big plays, but he's also gotten burned in the tech downturns and stuff. This guy's almost bellied up a couple times. And so he's got these vision funds, the vision fund and this vision fund. I hadn't done much research on this part of it because I was always skeptical. Something never felt right about that guy. He's had his appearances where he's big in the media, then he kind of disappears. I think he was big, and remember that real estate thing too with the guy that WeWork. Yeah, he was big in WeWork. Yeah, and they took a hit on that thing, I think, in a big way too.
Well, again, his model is always about moonshots. He only wants outlandish big ideas, but the truth is, again, you have to understand that's how Silicon Valley works, and the successes, when they're successes in this winner take all scenario, do pay for all of the failures. So you can have a lot of high profile failures if you have wins. And I remember SoftBank from my startup days in the 90s, and their early big claim to fame was Yahoo, being one of the first investors in Yahoo. Well, I mean that was a big deal back then. But yeah, it's very interesting to claim that this is a national security play when SoftBank is one of the main funding sources. Right. The whole thing is a bizarre positioning, but again, it's easy for them to do this because the things are complicated. And so Trump just goes out and says, this is a great deal for America. We're bringing, business, and America is going to dominate here. And people that don't know any better actually cheer this on. And they're not realizing that it's a complete digital prison system. And this is all the data. We'll take the military intelligence data, we'll marry it with this data, we'll put in health data, then we'll tie this in. I mean, this is, talk about sophisticated social credit systems coming out of this. So I'm trying to dig into and dissect and try to get my hands on what kind of things are they already reporting on? What are some of Palantir's scoring systems, and how have they done the predictive modeling for other areas so that we can start to project how it's likely to happen here in healthcare? But I think we can get traction on this healthcare thing. I think the medical tourism thing in conjunction with it. But again, I think there are a lot of people out there. I don't know anybody that doesn't know somebody that has had a profoundly negative experience with the healthcare system. But most people are ashamed of it and think that it's just them, or that somehow they're a bad person because it's the way that the whole lack of transparency works. And so hopefully we can open that up.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and all the biometric data, I mean, I think that's what a lot of this is about. So they can collect all of that. I mean, RFK pretty much said it. He said that MAHA is about MABA, and everybody has to have a wearable. So what's the point of the wearables? It's biometric data. And I mean, it's not that I'm opposed to wearables. I actually think that they can be beneficial, right? People can have some sort of ownership over their data, use it to benefit their own health and make adjustments. And, if it motivates them, whatever. I don't have a problem, on the face of it with the wearables. But I do have a problem with them taking that biometric data and using it, especially when it starts to become part of a bigger ecosystem, like when it gets tied to insurance, then it becomes a social credit,
Yep.
right? Or if it gets tied to the currency, I mean, they can literally mine, right? We'll be living out of a Black Mirror episode if that happens.
And they have every intention of doing this. I mean, when you hear what Ellison is saying and everything else, nobody's out there from this group talking about how they're taking great effort to protect people's privacy. They're not even lying about it. That's how brazen it is. One of the things that Palantir Health has is a solution where they're offering like 100 healthcare and wearable startups free access to their analytical tools. Well, of course, what are they providing for that? They're providing the actual data. And so then all of this data is housed in this Oracle system. And then this is where the click wrap agreements come into play, because it's like, okay, well, I'm sure the click wrap agreement with the wearable startup that's then using Palantir, there's 2 quick moves and you find out, oh, this is how the information goes from healthcare wearable startup to Palantir to Oracle to integrated with your real ID in 3 easy steps.
Yeah. Yeah, that's so basically, in order to beat China, we have to become like them.
Yep.
Yeah, they say like if you can't beat them, join them, and instead it's just be them.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything you claim is bad about them, that's what we should do in order to beat them. We're going to be everything they say is bad, so that they can beat them. Okay.
And at the same time, they'll sell their services to China.
Yes.
So we're going to beat China, and then China's going to be our customer. It's great. I mean, it's just phenomenal propaganda and marketing.
Yes.
But it's very frightening stuff. And the speed, the fact that AI is getting into Medicare and Medicaid next year, right? So this is, so many people say to me, well, it would have been so much worse if it were Harris. And I'm not making a statement about whether or not that, I don't think it would have accelerated this fast because of incompetence. But because I mean, the fact that we've actually gone to a $500 billion deal and then private insurers implementing these systems, which in the United Healthcare case was for Medicare Advantage, is the big part of the lawsuit, to now it's being deployed with Medicare and Medicaid next year. That's really fast.
It's really fast. It's really fast. I think once it's tied to the insurance and to Medicare, Medicaid, that's when the control grid gets really aggressive.
Yep.
Yeah. And we were already seeing that with insurance. I mean, insurance is like one of the big problems with healthcare, in my opinion. It's already now.
Now, insurance is probably it's again, it's systemically broken. You couldn't come up with or design a worse system down the line. And this is why with the medical tourism side, it's just explaining this, and then so that people can understand that the hospitals couldn't legally provide transparency on pricing until 2021, and then after the law was passed, 95% of them opt to pay the $300 a day fine to not provide the information. So there's zero transparency. And then what you find is the variation, a 10-cent Tylenol, it's $37 here, it's $15 here. There's literally, if you don't have transparency in pricing, you can't even price shop. The fact that you can't even price shop and get any information to compare, and then you're bound to these agreements. It's just a fundamentally broken system.
Yeah.
But I think there's the medical tourism thing is just fascinating to me about how robust it is and how much better the outcomes are if you do the research, and how this region is good for this region is good for this. And they actually have transparent data, transparent pricing, and they also have accreditation for the institutions. And so people are not aware of this. Well, I mean, 2.1 million Americans are. That's how many people actually participated in medical tourism last year. But hopefully we can open that up. And the more people that start doing that, that's the way to put pressure on the system. When people just say, I'm not using this anymore, then they're going to have to do something.
A lot of people are doing these like crowd insurance plans. like group kind of, I don't know what you call them, like shares is what they call them. I know a lot of they started as like a Christian community kind of thing. But they have a lot that are different religions, non-denominational, communitarian ones. Not communitarian, but like community, yeah. Yeah, so they have different ones now, but I think it did start as like a Christian kind of they called it like a health share, where people would pool in together, and then you would have insurance if you needed it, but you would put into it monthly, but not at the astronomical prices that the insurance are.
Yeah. What makes you think, Courtney, that it will escalate? What was your word when it hits Medicare and Medicaid?
Oh, that the control grid will be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What makes you think that that will accelerate at that point? Like, what are your thoughts behind that?
I have many thoughts on it. Well, if you look historically at like tyrannical regimes, they've mostly done it through healthcare. They've done it through some sort of like universalized, socialized medicine. That's typically how they've taken control over a country. Just historically, that has actually been the case almost always. So I mean that's first of all, but second of all, because people, it's like human beings are wired for survival. So when they start to feel like their health is something that they're being forced to put into a system, they have no other option, they're going to do it. A lot of times they're being enticed to, right? The insurance wasn't sold as some sort of a control mechanism where the prices are going to skyrocket and where you're going to be limited in your plans and where your doctor will only see you for 15 minutes and your doctor is going to be operating on a medical code system, which means he can't actually interface with you. He has to figure out, what number your symptom is and then give you some sort of a pill to match it. I mean, this is literally all the byproduct of insurance. That's not what we were sold when people were sold like insurance is going to be a great thing. This is where it's going to be insurance for, it's proof to protect you when you have an emergency. If you get, really sick. I mean, it was sold as something that was going to help you for low investment, right? And obviously that's not what it's become, because not only is insurance exorbitant now, it's also makes the price of everything else go up. So like the prices of even just prescriptions are very inflated now, not because of the prescriptions themselves, but it's because of this like essentially Ponzi scheme with the insurance companies. But the reason I say it'll accelerate the control grid is because once they have access to all this data and they start attaching, your data to your insurance, then I mean, you already like the whole thing. Remember with Obamacare, like pre-existing conditions, right? That was a big deal. So that's just like a beginning of a social credit metric, right? It's based on this social credit, based on all right now. It's very basic kind of data. Your pre-existing conditions, maybe your age, maybe your blood pressure. I mean, it already exists. You already essentially have a social credit metric, but I think once they start attaching all of this stuff and they have the technology, they're going to be able to really crank down on people. And it's not just going to be in terms of offering them healthcare. Now they might not be able to get certain jobs. Now you might not be able to enter into, I don't know, various different things that you want to. I can't think of an example off the top of my head. But I think it's a way that they can surveil, but not just surveil you, but control you.
Hey, Craig. So actually, we still have the echo, and I'm noticing that when other people are talking, I can see it coming through. I can see the green bar showing up as if you were talking. So somehow other people's audio is coming through your system.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll jump off because it looks like Steven wants to come in anyway. So we'll just work on it some other time, and I'll just listen to you guys. How's that?
All right. Well, sounds good. Well, we'll get it fixed. We're getting closer, I think.
Okay, sounds good.
I hate to see you go, but yeah. All right.
All right. Have a great night, guys. I'll enjoy listening. Thanks.
All right. Good night.
Hey, Stephen, are you there? There you go.
Hey, hello, Courtney.
Hey.
Hello, Aaron. How
Hello.
you guys doing tonight?
Good.
Well,
That's good. It
you
seems
doing?
like the echo has vacated.
Oh
Sorry,
boy.
Craig.
Oh,
You seem to be the
Craig,
root of the
we missed
problem.
you. We
I
just,
love this information. The
yeah,
echo is
I know.
harrowing. So, yeah, I'm listening to all the ideas you're talking about. I used to use Christian Care Ministries actually.
Okay, so you know what I'm talking about.
The
Yeah.
healthcare co-op, yeah, share. We did it for my wife and I did it with our household for how many years, hon?
Oh, yeah. I people really love it.
Huh?
I've heard great things
Yeah, I
about it.
think we did it for like 3 years. I think during that time, my wife went through 2 pregnancies, and they were both C-sections, which were very expensive. My share per month was with a household of 3 and 4 was like between $400 and $500 a month. It ended up being better than my employer's health care as far as the premium, and the deductible was a little bit higher, but pretty expensive procedures are C-sections, and it paid for both of them. I mean, so it worked out pretty well. I'm looking into this crowd health that Tom Woods promotes
Yeah, I've heard
on
of
his
that.
podcast. And I'm trying to look at some other options because, when I started with the company that I'm working with now, I've been working with them for about 6 years. They said that they would cover my premium, which they did until we just got this increase. So now it's a $600 a month increase to,
Oh,
so that's, yeah, it's about $7,200 a year, I guess, right? And I decided, just with everything going on these days, and with the extra cost to me, I mean, everything's increasing. I just decided I'm not going to do it. So I've come out of I never, well, I did re-enroll, and then I talked to my office manager and found that I could retract my enrollment. So I did that I notified the insurance company on Friday, and I just have to fill out a form online by Wednesday, and I'm good to go. So now we're just looking at other options. I know there's some kind of subscription type of healthcare out there available too, where there's like a network of doctors, and you just pay like a kind of a monthly fee. I've heard of that kind of thing. Anybody familiar with that here? Or
no,
okay.
I'm not familiar.
I've been hearing Aaron talk a lot about the tourism healthcare, which is pretty interesting to me. But I'm looking for any ideas. So if anybody's got any ideas about anything that anybody's doing, I'm definitely interested in it. I'm looking into the UND, which I heard about on a show that Aaron was on, where you're protecting your assets by creating a trust. So any
Oh,
assets that you have are not liable to be taken from you, because they're owned by the trust. They're not owned by you, so they're protected.
yes.
I'm looking for all kinds of creative ideas that I can get to completely unplug from this system, because everything you're saying, everything you guys are saying, I believe it's true. I think I've known it's been coming for a long time, and as things get worse, the more and more I want to unplug from this system. I've done a bunch of things already. Crypto, silver, ammo, guns, storable food, victory gardens, backyard chickens, holistic healthcare. Most of the time, we never, if we ever go to the doctor, it's to get a diagnosis. And, even when we get the diagnosis, they always pull out the script pad. We we usually end up throwing the prescription in the garbage, and, we go and do research and find, some kind of natural holistic healing method to get through it. And actually, me and Aaron, just about a week and a half ago, were talking about I had some nerve damage recently. I think I pinched a nerve or something. A car door closed on my upper arm, and I have numbness in my upper 3 fingers here. So we were talking about turmeric. So I've been using fresh turmeric, making some anti-inflammatory salad dressings on my salads and things like this, and I can see that my fingers are already getting better than they were just by making some dietary changes and things like this. So,
Wow.
these are the kinds of things that we look for. We look for solutions that are, natural and not part of this system, this digital system that we're being plugged into. So that's basically where I'm at, and I'm looking for any kind of help that I can get. Any bread that could be pointed to that I could find that is food for what we're trying to do here. I've discovered Enoch AI through Aaron as well, so been using that some, and also just trying to talk about it with other people, just trying to be an example and share what I'm learning with everybody. And some people come along and some people listen to what you say and you don't know what they're going to do with it. But I think the idea is, there is some infrastructure in place, and more needs to be built. And, people need to buy into a parallel system that is offline from this encroaching digital feudalism that we're moving towards.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
I
we'll be adding more guides and more tools beyond on the medical tourism site, just in terms of explaining what's out there and what's available. And we'll compare, these crowdfunding sites locally. It's amazing how uncompetitive the US is, just because of the constraints that are put on what doctors can even offer within the system. And we are really not competitive. And the amount of restrictions that are put on this are put on it because the entire system now has moved towards, 47% of the funding comes from Medicare, Medicaid, and the VA. But then when you look at this has implications. There are a lot of shenanigans that go on. For instance, in New Hampshire, we passed something called a Medicaid enhancement tax, and there was some scam. I wrote an article about this, where essentially we took matching funds from the federal government for Medicaid, and then the state figured out a way to siphon some of those off for the general fund to make it look like they were being fiscally responsible. But the net effect of that was they had to constrain the hospital system. So you couldn't have new hospitals come in because you had to have this existing small group of hospitals that were being underfunded. Anyway, the point, when you unravel all of this, you find out that innovation is shut off through certificates of need. You can't have competition. And a lot of this is to keep up the funding of these massive entitlements. And so when AI gets involved with Medicare and Medicaid, that's going to determine the new standard of care for everything downstream.
Yeah.
Because they're the largest player. And so again, but I think part of the problem is that there's no transparency. So you have a lot of people out there, one person every minute filing for bankruptcy because of medical bills, but they actually feel shame about it. We've actually have a system that has made those people feel shameful, even though they're filing for medical bankruptcy because they've been charged 100 times what the service actually cost, because of the way that this entire thing works. If you could aggregate those individual stories, you'd find that this is tens of millions of people that have been abused by this system. And if they could share and amplify their stories, it would be quite a feat. Because again, like I said, during Thanksgiving, sit down with your family and good luck finding somebody that hasn't had an absolutely horrifying situation or circumstance with the healthcare industry. So anyway, hopefully we can break all of this open. I think maybe medical tourism is it's only one part of it. Then there's actually providing tools for people, practitioners, to share their own insights and their own information. I mean, medical tourism is just, okay, now you're already sick. What are some better alternatives than going bankrupt in the United States? But then we do nothing for preventative care through our healthcare system.
Nothing. I was on a show earlier this evening, and we were talking about this, how, in this country, you give like general, like broad-based antibiotics for almost everything. And I have friends from other countries who are so baffled by this because they would never do that. Like, they actually test for what strain before and then they give a very specific antibiotic if you need it. I mean, this should be so basic.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. I mean, like, about a week and a half ago, I was working in my neighbor's yard. A tree fell in their yard, so I was cutting it into rounds for them. And Of course, I was collecting firewood, so it was a win-win situation. But I went to take a shower that night, and I found a tick on my body, embedded into my body, and it was a deer tick. So we dug it out, and if you go to the doctor, if you just tell them you were bit by a tick, they're going to immediately prescribe this antibiotic to you. Well, the way we handle that is we take the bug, we put it in a bag, a plastic Ziploc bag. There's a service online where you can get the tick tested to see if it has Lyme's disease or any other kind of disease. They tell you whether the tick was a male or a female, whether it carries the disease or not. And if the tick does not have the disease, there's no risk and there's no reason to take the antibiotic. So, I mean, these are the kinds of things like got to try to be creative about, I think it costs $50 too to get the tick analyzed, and we get so many, I mean, it's probably happened about a dozen times in our household between our children getting ticks on us. They rarely ever have a Lyme's disease. And then you have people, that get bit by a tick, they run to the doctor right away. The doctor pulls a script pad out and they're taking the antibiotics and they're destroying the flora in their gut.
Yeah. So that's
which makes them even sicker.
Yeah. But that's the other thing is that, I mean, there's a time and a place for antibiotics but
yeah,
the doctors don't tell you that you should be taking probiotics with them.
exactly.
So like as a kid, I took a lot of antibiotics, way more than, I would have liked, but my mom always gave me acidophilus to take with it. So you can take it in a pill form or you can take it, spoonful, but that helps to restore some of the good bacteria to help restore the balance. That's something you can do. Now I start to break out. I break out in a rash, like when I take, but sometimes you do need it. I mean, I had a cellulitis last year on my eye. I'm blind in the other eye. Like I was not taking any chances. Like I was like, we're going to take antibiotics immedately as soon as I could get it. So I mean, there's definitely time and a place for it, but that it's just the way that they approach it is so. This is not complicated. The fact that most of the world does it differently, and this way they're not disrupting. Because if you're taking a very specific strain, you're not doing the same kind of damage to your gut. Right, you're targeting the bacteria that's become a problem, that's overgrown.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say that there's no place for antibiotics, and I would agree with you that I personally take a probiotic regularly. Sometimes I fall off the wagon, but I personally take it. Helps me in a lot of ways. Actually, when I realize when I fall off the wagon with it, I got to get back into it because things start happening with my body that I know I need to start taking it again. Yeah.
My wife has started making her own yogurt with probiotics. Like she's got this whole elaborate setup. So now I have my own like custom yogurt every day, which is pretty good. And also sauerkraut, which is great for probiotic capability as well. So anyway,
Sauerkraut's great.
Yeah, we're fixing to start making our own sauerkraut and our own kombucha too. We've got a bunch of bottles ready to go and some jars ready to go. We've got the starter to make the mother, and we're gonna get into that soon.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, I love kombucha. It would be great to make our own.
Do you make it yourself or do you buy it?
I said that would be great. I should start doing that because they're expensive.
Well, yeah, it is. I've been buying it. It's pretty expensive.
Yeah.
But I mean, really, all it is just make some black tea. Use some starter kombucha to start the culture in a dark place. You let it sit for a certain amount of time, and it starts to grow that little pancake on the top. And then you can take that, and that's your mother. You can make that. You can make a big batch of kombucha with that, and separate it into small bottles and keep it in your refrigerator. And it's fizzy and everything. We haven't experimented with it yet, but we're on the verge of it. We've got all the materials. We've got, we're just waiting for the time to do it because we got a lot going on with homeschooling and I travel for work and things like this. I'm very busy for work. Right now we're down a van. It's at the mechanic. So I'm doing a lot of carpooling for my family. So, but we're just trying to find the time to do it, and we're going to get there and do it. It's one bite at a time. Like you guys were saying earlier, how do you eat elephant? One bite at a time.
We get it. Yeah, there's never enough hours in the day for sure. That's the ongoing challenge. Yeah. We don't make much of our own anything, except every now and then we make our own ice cream, which I really like. I actually like it better than store-bought. I have a seed oil allergy, and so I'm not saying seed oils aren't good for anybody, but I actually like break out in hives and like my stomach goes into knots. So I actually have a reaction, and apparently like most store-bought ice cream has seed oils in it. I don't know why. There's no reason it needs to, but it does. They just put it in everything now. It's like, they can sprinkle it everywhere. They just do.
Yeah, my wife is like kind of down a little bit today because she has alpha gal syndrome.
Oh,
She was bit by Lone Star tick, and when we were on vacation down south a couple years ago, and she realized that she was having an allergy to red meat and other things when she ate. So it's like every time she eats, it's like you don't know what has carrageenan in it. So a lot of times, and like even she took a multivitamin today that is very natural and holistic. What's the brand of it? Mary Ruth multivitamin. It's in a liquid form, and it has collagen in it, but it's supposed to be a natural collagen. But apparently, she reacted to that because she's been sick to her stomach all day. So it's like every time she eats something that's new and she's not familiar with, it's like an experiment. Am I going to get sick or not?
Oh, no.
So
awesome.
yeah, we're trying to figure that all out.
What's interesting about the Lone Star tick and the alpha gal is remember, I don't know who it was, but there was a World Economic Forum symposium on it. And they said, oh, well, if people don't want to give up their meat, we'll just make them allergic to it. We can use a tick. And people didn't pay attention. They thought that was just like crazy, talking off the top of his head. But no, like they meant it.
Yeah, like Bill Gates and his vaccinating mosquitoes.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, I would like to think these were just their twisted fantasies, but it seems like they tend to make those come to fruition.
Yeah, when I first heard things like this, I was like, no. I was like, this can't be, but then the more and more you have experience and the more and more you pay attention to alternative voices, you realize that these things exist and they don't just come naturally. They're engineered for a purpose.
Yeah. Well, I just, what I tell people is that when these people tell you what they're going to do, listen. People don't take them seriously. It's like when Yuval Noah Harari says that this is the year the surveillance goes under the skin, he's not saying it for shock value. He means it. He's being literal, and people just don't take their word. I mean, when Klaus Schwab says that the fourth industrial revolution doesn't change what you're doing, it changes what you are.
Yeah.
He means it. Yeah. He's talking about a biodigital convergence. They say it. It's all hidden in plain sight. And I just get frustrated because people don't listen. Like, well, yeah, they're not just saying it to be like funny,
Yeah, like 15 years ago, I started like paying attention to things like transhumanism and stuff like that, and watching documentaries on it. And I was like, this is insane. This can't even be impossible. But then time goes by and you're like, man, this is really what they're doing. This is really what they're doing. Are they really doing this? Yeah, they're really doing it.
What they're doing. It's totally
I learned something at this Brownstone event this week that was absolutely horrifying, which is they have the DSM has now classified moral injury
Yes.
as a mental health condition.
Yes.
So in particular, if you were a frontline physician or nurse or first responder during COVID, and now you're struggling with the fact that you may have killed people because of the interventions that you were offering, remdesivir, the shot or whatever, now this is a mental health condition and they'll prescribe you psych meds. Do you know how evil that is? Like on so many levels, how bad that is?
I have started and I have not finished it. And at this point, it's really on the back burner because I have so many other projects. But I have been working on this article about the origins of the, field of psychology. I've done many shows on it. But the origins of the field of psychology, the origins of the mental health industry. And, the DSM-1 looks nothing like the DSM-5. Like it is almost unintelligible from each other. And the only purpose of them constantly changing it is really it's legal. It has much more to do with legal ramifications than it does with any kind of assisting people. All these diagnoses, there's always exceptions. Maybe somebody's been helped by all these diagnoses, but for the most part, it's to drug them or for legal ramifications. And that's very, very disturbing when you think about it. But if you look at the origins of the field, it's all straight out of occultism. There is nothing. I don't want to, disparage people who are in the field. Most people go into it wanting to help people, to do good. They're not thinking they're wizards who are doing magic tricks. But but if you look at the history, and there are people who've been helped by it, so bless them. That's great. Anybody who's been helped, I do not undermine that. That's wonderful. But if you look at the origins, it literally comes out of like mentalism, hermeticism, spiritualism. It comes out of like the whole field of the Institute for Psychical Research. They were all doing these and drugging people. Like you look at Jung. Jung was literally a Mithrian. He's one of the fathers of the field of psychology, right? That's most people think of him that way. He was literally a Mithrian, which is actually it's one of the ancient mystery schools. It's Satanism. Like he had this concept of the quaternity. The fourth godhead was Satan. He dreamt that he was the Leocapontus, which is like the lion godhead, and he said it was not a dream, like it was real. He believed, and he believed that he became this figure. So it's when you start to look at them, then like, of course, they were all into drugs, and Freud was just a different flavor of occultism, and his drug of choice was cocaine, of course, for himself and for his patients and for his loved ones. But yeah, you go back, Wilhelm Wundt, who is like the father of the field, like the grandfather, started the Leipzig lab in the late 1800s, and this is where we get all of this. He believed humans didn't have a soul, and so he was Hegelian. And because humans didn't have a soul, this is where you get like the, Pavlovian, Skinnerian branch of experimental psychology, where we just become lab rats because we don't have a soul. So it's all behavioral psychology. And yeah, and this is also largely what influenced the education system too, right? You start to merge with the Prussian model of disciplinarian, like militarized education, because after all, we're just lab rats. So you can just condition us in a Pavlovian kind of, the bell rings and then everybody jumps. Yeah.
Yeah, we're literally stakes on the table if we don't think for ourselves.
Yeah.
They will feed us out. They will eat out our substance completely, and keep us, enslaved, chained to a computer for the rest of our lives. Just in thinking we're happy that way. That's really the scheme. That's the end game, I want to get away from that personally. I don't have anything against using computers for tools. I use them all the time, but I want to use them for what I voluntarily want to use them for. I don't want to have to, produce work for somebody else by compulsion and bring them profits, and I'm being totally robbed of my labor. And I work in the medical system, so I'm a service and support guy. I do quality assurance for radiotherapy. Our machines check the linear accelerators that administer the radiotherapy. So I do a lot of work in hospitals. I'm on the industry side, so I'm in an office, but I also travel around North America and Canada working on machines that check the linear accelerators that administer the radiotherapy. And I can tell you that that industry is all about money. How many patients can they treat with that machine per day? And when it's down, they want to get it up as soon as possible because they got $1 million machine that they got to pay for and then profit off of through irradiating people. When there's other ways to do it. There's other ways to deal with a tumor. You don't have to hit people with radiation.
Yeah, which causes them. So there's that.
So that's why I want to get out, because I have a conscience and I don't want to continue to contribute to that.
I understand that. Yeah.
It
Yeah,
puts
the
food
whole
on the table right now, but I want to find another way.
I get it. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, but the whole origins of the field of psychology is really it's very dark. So it's really just kind of voodoo.
It is dark.
It
and
all
then-
is. Most of it is. It's
It
wicked.
is dark. And then I've watched several documentaries about just, mental asylums and how this whole thing has been structured. And it's very much been about experimentation. It's always been this paternalistic relationship. There was one thing I think I saw, I think it was about it even in Texas, where the financial incentives were just designed where, you gave psychologists and psychiatrists the ability to institutionalize people, and the financial incentives were very lucrative to do that. And so you had a whole bunch of people that were just being thrown into these institutions without any real justification, and it was all tied to these financial incentives. It's very dark, all of it. I've found nothing particularly compelling about psychology, that whole field, whenever I've investigated it, and some things that are just horrifying.
Yeah. So like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, it's like if you go into an insane asylum and you're not crazy, you will come out crazy. And that movie is a really good illustration of that. One of my big I hate the term wake up, but like my epiphany, that started to show me that so much of what I knew just wasn't so, was Tavistock. And that's the kind of grew out of the British War Propaganda Bureau. That's not definitely like 100% verifiable, but a lot of evidence points in that direction. But it certainly was the shell shock therapy clinic in World War I, and then it became the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations in World War II with Operation Phoenix, actually. And this is, the kinds of experiments that they do. And now they've basically created the entire corporate culture using this like Esalen Est type of trauma bonding workshop. They call it group dynamics, but really what it is trauma bonding, and it's trauma-based mind control. It's horrible. Yeah.
Yep.
Have you ever done any research on the childbirth scam and the history of that and how they've treated tortured mothers over the years from the early? I'm sure you have, because you're totally into this, but the whole health industry. But I remember after my first child was born, and learning, I was just shocked by all the things that they automatically do to the child and the mother and separate them. And, there's no facilitating of breastfeeding and things like this. The child's in the nursery, the mother's recovering, especially with a C-section, it's like, protect, you're protecting the mother by keeping the child separated from the mother. And it's like, just, the second time we went for the second childbirth, my wife tried to do a VBAC, and she went 18 hours, and she could not continue. So we had a doula, we had a midwife, and we went in with a birth plan because we didn't get anything that we didn't have to, that anything that wasn't absolutely necessary,
Right.
and we had this what is the test called, honey? The NK, the when they prick the heel, the PK test, the PKU test. So they prick the heel and they You can look into this if you'd like to, because you look into this medical stuff. But they prick the heel of the child when they're first born, and they blot it onto a piece of cardboard or paper, they test the blood for anomalies, and
Yeah.
if and they are rabid if they find an anomaly in the blood. They will sick CPS on you if you don't follow up on it.
That's terrible.
And they had my first child go for I think it was 4 blood tests. They were like vampires. My wife had just recovered from a cesarean section,
Right.
where the child was born in Patterson, because we lived in Little Falls at the time, this is in New Jersey, and we moved like 45 minutes away, because I bought a house. I closed on the house as soon as the child was born. So now we're up here 45 minutes away, and they want us to go all the way down to Patterson, bring the child and mother down to Patterson to have them take, like 5 vials of blood.
Wow.
Right. And then they say, oh, we didn't get enough. You got to do it again. So we do it again, and then they kept telling us that they didn't get, I forget how many times it was.
It was 3 times.
3 times. So the first and second time, I think we went down there. And then the third time, my wife said, this is because they were threatening CPS the whole time. They were threatening, we're going to sick CPS on you if you don't follow up on this and give this blood. So the second time they said they didn't get enough blood. And then when they said the third time, my wife said, I'm not going down to Patterson again. Send me the kit and I'll bring it with me to the lab that's local to me. And so that's what we did. We went to a local lab to get it done. And then I
took pictures of the blood with the nurse holding it.
Yeah.
And I sent them a letter and I said, if you tell me one more time that I have to get blood, I'm getting a lawyer. You have enough. You have the proof and the pictures. Don't bother me again. And that was
this is 15 years ago. My memory is a little faint, but my wife put her foot down, and she took vials, the pictures of the vials, the last time, full vials of blood. And they said, we're going to have legal problems, but then still they said, you have to follow up with a special pediatrician for this that they assigned to us. And we had to bring them there. And what ended up happening was he looked at the anomaly. It was like an enzyme that was missing in the blood or something like that. He said, what did he say?
And he said, if you had been breastfeeding the baby this whole time and they hadn't told you to stop breastfeeding while you were doing these tests, your baby would have been fine.
That's what the doctor said. He would have had the enzyme if she was breastfeeding, and she wasn't, because she couldn't get the child to breastfeed because there was no imprinting happening, because they had the child separated from her in the nursery the whole time so she could recover from her C-section.
Oh,
so I mean, going through this, it's like you said, you go to Thanksgiving table, everybody's had an experience, a harrowing experience. We've had plenty of them in our household, and that's why we do things the way we do. And that's why I'm looking to get out as far away from it as possible, somewhere in the Badlands between the smart cities, where I can be left alone.
Wow. Yeah, the whole separating the mother and child is terrible from the beginning, and it has a lot of implications for the child, for the mother too, but a lot of negative consequences for the child. So
I mean, and the circumcision and just
circumcision, the way that it's been medicalized, but when it's done as like a ceremonial kind of experience, it's very different. And there's a lot of justification for it. So it's definitely a rabbit hole, and it's a personal choice. But the way that they've medicalized it, I have an issue with that, but I don't have an issue with with it altogether. So I think there is a difference between the two. Yeah. The Fraudulent History of the DSM.
DSM by Dr. James Davies on YouTube, titled "Psychiatry and Big Pharma Exposed." So I'm gonna check that out. That sounds like
Me too.
right up my alley. So thank you for that, Ed.
Yeah, I did an article about the industry of psychiatry, because I had done so many shows on the Flexner Report and how, the whole, allopathic medicine system. But actually, the field of psychiatry was kind of interesting because the Rockefellers were not involved at all. In fact, they were actually proponents of natural medicine. But it was Alan Gregg, who was their financial advisor, who convinced them that they needed to get into psychiatry. And it was largely because they had the monopoly on the petroleum industry. And so they were like, well, you could take your petroleum and make petropharmaceuticals. And so they were like, if you fund this industry, then there's a funnel for it, essentially. I mean, obviously, they didn't use that word back then, but that's essentially what he was saying. And he convinced the Rockefellers that this would be a gold mine. And so that was the merger, the field of psychiatry, because it really wasn't, there was actually even an anti-psychiatry movement at the time. So it wasn't very popular, but the psychiatry is a whole other can of worms. Obviously, it's really all about just pushing drugs, but psychology is also a problem.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think there's other means for that. It's called like talk with your family and, have a support system of neighbors and around you and people that you trust and,
Well,
whatever it is, your church or whatever. I mean,
I would say that really it was a secular answer to spiritual problems, right? So it was really, it was born out of the occult. So I think it was a way to cut people off from the spiritual support that they were, receiving or seeking, and to provide some other kind of a vehicle to take people out of the religious or biblical kind of modality.
And that's what all of this is, isn't it? It's just really to divide and conquer and separate people and keep each other at each other's throats. That's the game. That's the end game. If they keep everybody fighting with each other and not getting along and going to someplace other than what the root of the problem is, which is spiritual, they can keep everybody divided and keep them under control. And then they will be our gods and we will worship them.
Well, divided amongst ourselves, but then divided internally with ourselves.
Yeah.
That too. Yeah, absolutely.
And that's the most problematic. Because if we stop our own individual growth, I mean, that's checkmate. And they want to move us. Again, they treat us like machines. And so they need to shut us off from our own individual expression of our consciousness. And that's critical. And these drugs, none of the psych drugs work. I mean, if you look at the duration of this, of the studies, okay, you do a 90-day trial. Well, you look back 6 months or 12 months, which they never do. But if you then go back and look at it, people end up worse off. It's a disaster, that the whole field.
So remember back in the 90s, like they were writing Prozac Nation. They did all of these studies on the SSRIs in the 90s. They had proven that SSRIs do not work. And in fact, they often have the exact opposite result, right? They cause things like suicidal ideation, depression, all the things that they were supposed to treat, they actually cause. And they proved this back in the 90s. So then we had a year or 2 years ago, we had this big media blitz where they kept saying, oh, look, SSRIs don't work. Like, yeah, we knew that like 3 decades ago. Like, what's the big revelation? But I think what was going on simultaneously is they were doing a mass push for things like psilocybin and all of these other kinds of, they're now making them synthetic, actually. But they were saying that this will be your new mother's little helper, right? That you can just microdose and this will take care of your anxiety and your depression and whatever else they were claiming that it was going to be, the magic pill. But I think that that's what was going on, because I'm like, why is this news? Like, we literally saw this in the 90s. They already told you that it doesn't work. But yeah, they had a big... And then Teal has his synthetic, and then he's got a synthetic weed also, and they're all magic cures. He's got patents on all of them, though.
Yeah. Yeah. I've got to dig into that also. Well, hopefully this I think next week the Technocracy chatbot will be up so that people can at least access 10,000 articles, and then the next phase will be to be able to map visually the people and the ideas and everything else. That's what I'm working on, trying to figure out how to do that. I know how to do it, but I've got to figure out how to sync it up and
Oh yeah.
how we
That's a
make
lot.
sure that it works properly, because I want it to be based on the same data. So I don't want to have two separate data. I don't have a database of all of the information in a separate database of mapping the relationships. I want those to be connected. But anyway, but this should be it will be eye-opening, and I think
Yeah.
Peter Thiel needs to be put into context and all of the different areas that he's in. Because it will boggle people's mind what's going on here actually, and who's
He's got his little hands everywhere.
everywhere.
Hope
And
it
he
does boggle everybody's minds, because people's minds need to be boggled, so they turn from it and turn to alternatives, because
there
it's
are
going
people
in a bad way.
there are people playing 5D chess. It's not Trump, but there are people actually playing it, and they're
He's
not
a
public about it.
Teal is a chess master since
Yes,
he
he
was like 6 years old, and he's actually like a national champion.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think he's playing some 5D, 10D, whatever. he's
Yeah.
playing chess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so starting to map that out and to see all these areas, people don't know. People don't know about what he's doing. What you just said in the, with psychedelics and that whole category of things, and then the extent to which Palantirs and healthcare and everything else. I mean, again, and it's hard to keep track even mentally of all of these things, which is why we need to have a publicly available, open source tool where everybody can see and contribute to this, and it's going to tell a very interesting story.
Yeah. So he's definitely he has his hand. And people say Trump is a kingmaker, but Peter Thiel's really a kingmaker.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that's
Yeah.
his whole founders fellowship is all about, right?
Oh, did you see that today Palantir is going to be offering some kind of educational program that's a substitute for college? That came across my feed.
I did not see that. Do you know that Charlie Kirk actually tried out for that, but he didn't make it?
Wow. No, I did not. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's quite the story there with that whole turning point and Mr. Kirk and Mrs. Kirk. And I think it's not quite the story everyone's ready for, but
It's a juggernaut. I don't know what the answer is, but man, is he dead? Is he alive? I don't know. Was it all a show? Was he really killed? I don't know.
I will tell you the thing that I saw today is that JD Vance is going to divorce his wife and marry Charlie Kirk's wife. By the way, that would actually fit. I'm not going to lie, that wouldn't actually surprise me, unfortunately. But
no,
he's in Valhalla. Where's Valhalla?
Well, they say Valhalla is that like underground, like in Ohio, right? It's where Secret Service, the witness protection is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they
Really?
say.
He
Yeah,
said, "See you in Valhalla." What does he mean by that?
witness protection. But the other theory is that she's like a Norse descendant, and Valhalla is a Norse mythology.
Yeah.
Okay.
Named their daughter. I know they call her Gigi, but I think her name is Guinevere, which is a beautiful name. Nothing wrong with that. But in Norse mythology, in a very specific Norse mythology, it's like equivalent to gnosis. Like it has a kind of a esoteric meaning.
Fascinating.
I don't. Yeah, not that it means anything. I don't know. But she was also Jesuit trained, and I think it's very interesting that Candace Owens keeps saying the only two people who can shut her up are her husband and Erica Kirk. And why would that be? Unless maybe Erica is a higher ranking Jesuit. I don't know. I'm purely speculating. I really don't know, but it's interesting.
It's all speculation at this point. We have no evidence at all, but it's definitely foul. It is foul.
What we do have evidence of is that the story has some interesting timelines, right? The whole garage story is definitely not true. We know that his father was one of the architects for Trump, built the Trump Tower. We know that he was Trump was essentially a family friend. It wasn't, some kid in his basement. He had a lot of help getting started. We also know that her parents have government contracts and government relationships. Her father worked for Raytheon. And not everybody who works for Raytheon is an asset. I'm not saying that by any means, but he did have government contracts. And her mother, the reason they moved from Ohio to Arizona was because she was working for Department of Defense and Department of Homeland Security. And her company is very interesting. They use military planning, like technology or strategy, I should say, for community planning. Well, no, they do. It's part of their it's the same thing that Stanley McChrystal was doing. Like he wrote a book, Teams of Teams. Erica Kirk uses human terrain systems and cultural linguistics. That's what their company, Erica Kirk's mom company, uses, and they do it for community planning, which is very useful for some of their goals. When you look at the relationships to things like NAR, they believe that Charlie is an apostle. He had a very strong relationship with NAR, and they're now expanding to the 7 Mountain Mandates. There's also lots of funding from John Mappin, Scientology. There's a lot of interesting threads. Yeah, there's a lot of unknowns, but there are also some very interesting, verifiable facts.
Yeah, and at what point do you ignore all these dots and not, it's so tempting to try to connect all of them. I mean, for the ones that you mentioned, there's like hundreds of others that are unconfirmed, some confirmed, it's, yeah.
I mean, those are all confirmed, and I do think there's a lot of connections there. I will at some point. I have a couple of other articles ahead, but I will at some point dive into that because it's tied to some other projects. Because Stanley McChrystal is working on some stuff currently, like institution building, and so yeah.
Wow.
It seems like it was all just a production, I mean, at first I believed it, but the more I looked at it, I said, this seems like a production. Like it just seems like something that was completely staged, a theater, and I don't rule out the fact that he's really dead, but
I don't on that. I don't know. I don't know if he's dead, alive. I don't know who killed him. I don't believe the narrative they've given us. I don't believe that. That's the only
absolutely. That is definitely foul. There's no doubt about that.
They always wanted to be some trans guy, right? Because it's a great dialectic. And it gets both sides fired up. But I actually don't think that that's the story. This Tyler kid is probably not the story.
Yeah, it's like the circus, right? I mean, it just keeps people distracted. They talk about it over and over again. I mean, and you have, like you said, there's a dialectic, right? So it keeps everybody, at each other's throats.
Right. That's what they want. Yeah, that's the next book I have to get out.
Yeah, so much. I'm so far behind on writing. But I've been putting together these websites, but I do need to put together some writing now, at least if nothing else, to introduce these tools. But look,
when I become more autonomous, I'm going to write a book.
Excellent.
I don't have the time for it right now.
Excellent. Well, look, it's been I took a red eye, so I've gotten about 30 minutes of sleep in the last day.
Oh, we got to get you to bed.
I'm getting a little bit sick too. I had some.
Oh no!
Air quality was not great, so I probably should hang out.
Never great on a plane.
No, actually, even in Salt Lake City in the hotel, I could tell I was having some sinus issues. So I'm hopefully I get some rest and maybe knock out whatever this is before it turns into something else.
Yes. Yeah, so the next one I'm writing is on Hegel's dialectic, and I do want to get it out before Christmas because I feel like nothing screams stocking stuffer like enough to take a flatter.
Awesome. Well, I look forward to that. I actually look forward to that book. And again, I highly recommend this new book. I look forward to having you and Patrick on, but I'm gonna be promoting this at every turn. And Stephen, I recommend it. This is truly, I think this is the right length and the right time, because we always talk about we've got to get this information out. but this is really targeted and relevant to exactly what's going on right now. And it's a great read, very accessible.
It was literally like as we were writing it, new stuff was coming out. And Patrick and I are like back and forth. Do we add this? Do we add this? Like, we have to go back, and it was like in real time. We're like, oh no, wait, this just happened. Like,
Well, yeah, and it's almost impossible to keep up. But this gives a good framework, because almost no one knows what's going on here. I mean, actually, no one knows, because you can't actually keep on top of it. But I mean, even conceptually, what's going on at a high level, this is a perfect book for that.
So before I let you go, and you don't have to tell me if you don't want to tell me on air, but did you have a chance to talk to Brett at the Brown Show?
I talked to him briefly. He seemed a little standoffish, so I'm not entirely sure what that's all about. And maybe people have been watching this podcast.
Okay. Well, yeah, we don't need to, but.
So as we get further along with it, though, I mean, I will reach out, but yeah, it was kind of a weird interaction. So I'm not sure what to make of it.
Well, I hope I didn't interfere.
No. I mean, look, it is what it is. And honestly, I didn't. Me stating publicly in front of this group that has a whole bunch of people that are actively involved in MAHA and in government that you can either have MAHA or medical freedom, but not both, probably didn't make a lot of friends. But it has to be said. This information, because I don't think people are aware of what's going on with this technocracy. So I mean, I don't regret having said it, but there is probably some strain, because there are a lot of people that are celebrating, thinking that they're winning. And I'm looking at this like, what are you winning? You're actually accelerating the technocracy.
Yeah.
How is a AI surveillance system with targeted mRNA vaccines? How does that stack up to getting the schedule changed for the COVID vaccine? Right. Well, it's not even close in terms of what the overall direction is. And I don't want to take away from the fact that these people have been working really hard, and there are some great people that have been working on some of this stuff.
Yeah.
And I understand that they're focused on these issues, and by being focused, they don't have the time to see all the other stuff. And then I feel responsible for the fact, well, I haven't put out enough information about this. And I'm going to do a series of articles I'm trying to figure out how to even introduce this without doing these 7,000 word articles. Like maybe I'm going to try to do a 5-part series where they're short.
Yeah, maybe.
And that build up. But because I don't think most of these people don't have bad intentions, and most of these people, if they realized what was going on, but that's when, to me, I realized that it really is a lack of information. Operation Stargate, nobody knows about what is in that.
I know.
Even people that are actively involved in MAHA and promoting medical freedom. So I guess this is figuring out how to get that laid out in a compelling and accessible way is on my list. And I very clearly learned that. That was a big takeaway for me this weekend.
Well, I look forward to seeing how you do that. It was a real challenge with the book. I mean, to try and make things condensed, accessible, and still tackle all this information that's like, an avalanche coming. So, yeah. And sometimes you have to weigh out like how much of it is like the predictive kind of speculative, and how much, well, here is what they're doing. So, we can draw conclusions based on that. But yeah, it's a balance, because you do need to present the potentials as well. Like, no, you can't say I don't have a crystal ball, but people need to know this is what could happen as a result of the infrastructure that's being built.
One of the other big takeaways from this is that Walter Kern was there, and he gave a keynote at the VIP dinner. I don't know if you know him. He's a brilliant guy. And in terms of being a cultural critic, he's written number of books. He wrote the movie Up in the Air. He wrote the script for that. He's actually written a movie about COVID, but his whole theory is, interesting to your point about psychology, if we're not tapping into the subconscious, if we're only dealing at the surface level, then we're not actually getting our message across. So he had a couple of really brilliant speeches about that. And so part of the issue here with this is when it comes down to what information, we can present all the facts in the world, but then there is almost well, maybe we should be using AI to show what the world would look like under this kind of a surveillance system, and to try to get it out there at a more guttural level. I don't know.
Yeah, well, there are enough sci-fi films out there that I think have kind of made that point.
They have, but you can make it more direct. Like those are more conceptually. I mean, you can actually make it more even tangible about. Okay, these scoring systems exist. I mean, this is Palantir, Gotham, and then this program does this. Like it's not even a hypothetical.
No.
So,
All right. Well, yeah. Get some rest.
all right. Well, thank you for coming on.
course.
Thank you for the book, and I look forward to having you guys on. And I know we have our Technocracy Roundtable is
The 19th.
November the 19th
at 6 o'clock Eastern. And I think I should have my article out before then, which he's involved in what we're going to talk about with this machine consciousness and AI evolution.
Awesome.
So, yeah. Cool.
Awesome. Look forward to it. All right.
Yeah. All righty.
Fascinating.
Have a great night.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
I woke up to silence, but the war had begun. They froze my account, said I'd done something wrong. Wasn't no crime, just living free. Now the system got a chain on me. They took my savings, my future, my land, with a single code line and a government hand. Said it was safety, said it was green, but all I see is tyranny behind the screen. This ain't innovation, it's a trap in disguise. You'll own nothing, be watched all your life. Genius ain't freedom, reality ain't clear. It's a cage they built while we cheer. I believed in the promise, the man with a plan, but the same old swamp just changed its brand. He banned the front door, opened the back, signed the bills that launched the final attack. This ain't innovation, it's a trap in disguise. You'll own nothing, be watched all your life. Genius ain't freedom, clarity ain't clear. It's a cage they built while we cheer. Your gold, your guns, your voice, your name, they'll digitize it all, then shift the blame. Palantirizing AI chains, freedom dying slow in patriotic flames. This ain't about safety, it's control in disguise. inside. DEFCON 1, and they call it peace, but I still got breath. I still believe we can break the code, escape the scheme, turn this nightmare back into a dream.